Ladies and gentlemen, it is Championship Sunday, and today marks the halfway point in the 2025 season. 4 teams remain in our tournament competing for the $500,000, the Lions share $150K, and of course the 100 points that goes with it. Welcome back in, everybody. We have a very special guest joining us here on the desk to start the day. He goes by the name of I Hold Shift, and Shift, we opened up with some Challengers matches. We were at 10 a.m. watching some other games, but now we turn our attention to the pros.
Yeah, man, I mean, Challengers is going nuts. They were there until like 2 a.m., started back up at 10 a.m., but now we've got our Final Four here at the CDL, and it is, I think for a lot of people, the 4 teams that we expected to see to this point. Maybe not where they should be in the bracket, but that's the way it goes.
That's a great call out, Allie. Let's walk everyone through. If you missed days 1 through 3, we had some major upsets in the opening rounds.
Yeah, like Alan said, we somehow still made it to the teams we expected to get to day number 4, but at the start of it, it was LA Thieves getting handed an insane loss by the Boston Breach. Unfortunately, though, Breach's run did not go very long. They get sent down to losers, and they get bobbed by Ultra, who also got sent down early and is trying to make that run into that championship final.
Yeah, Ultra silently making one of the better losers bracket runs we've ever seen so far. Haven't lost the map down there in the losers bracket. They go up against the LA Thieves, where we know Ultra have struggled against the top squads throughout this year. And then you look at that match in the winners final, Surge versus FaZe. FaZe, one of the all-time great squads, but they lose to Surge time and time again.
Let's keep it a buck. Ultra beat up on the bad kids, the bottom of our standings. On the other side, LA Thieves have had to cruise past some top 4 competitors, including the Carolina Royal Ravens. Vancouver Surge, though, the team with the most to gain this event, they were at the 7th, 8th spot starting this stage. Now they're looking to push for top 4.
Yeah, I mean, Neptune, we talked about like what is a most valuable player. He gets added to a team that was a bottom 4 squad. Now they're arguably a top 4 squad. I think he's definitely in the conversation 100%. For an early season MVP.
Talking about the top teams, we got to go with the number 1 seed, right, Allie? That, of course, is Atlanta FaZe on the season. LA Thieves came in with the number 1 spot for this event. Atlanta right behind them at number 2, but this is the squad that's gone unscathed through the winners bracket. What have they shown you so far? It's only been 2 matches.
They've shown me some really good respawn and also just some insane individual performances. I mean, Sims had some lights out maps, and then same thing for Abizi. We've seen the First Blood Demon kind of be reborn once again during Major 2, and that was kind of my worry heading into this. They were unreal in respawn, but Search and Destroy have been slightly lackluster as far as Atlanta FaZe standards go, because they were focusing on those hard points, planning for that final and that rematch possibly versus the LA Thieves. But otherwise, everybody across the board is shooting on all cylinders. This is Atlanta FaZe that is in the hot seat of being the favorite.
And Simp was my player to watch on day 2. Today, he faces off against Neptune, and I'm kind of surprised to see the numbers this close this far in the tournament.
I mean, both these guys, MVP candidates. You know, as Shift pointed out, Neptune has completely overhauled this team. They've been unbelievable, and in the matchup against FaZe, they have dominated the last couple times they played. You know, just so prepared. You know, great prioritization when we look at like the money hills and hardpoint, and that's something that FaZe focuses on, right? So that's why Surge presents a pretty tough problem for them. And talking about the Surge team, like, in all the game modes now, they are just so competent. The teamwork is there. 0-4 from online to LAN has gotten even better.
Yeah.
And it just makes it so tough to go up against that sub-duo.
The compelling statistic is the fact that this Vancouver team is 3-0 in Search and Destroys versus Atlanta.
Yes. Yep.
Kind of going back to that whole point about talking about Atlanta Search and Destroy being what gets them that Major 1 victory in the first place. But at this matchup, Vancouver's got their number at the moment.
Vancouver has only played 7 games. It was a 3-0 over Carolina, a 3-1 over Boston. Now they take on Atlanta for a spot in our championship match here at Major 2. They're already guaranteed top 3, so it's a win on the weekend for Vancouver. But the sky's the limit. On the other side, we got to talk about 2 teams that struggled on day 1. You had Toronto coming out and getting boppity-bopped after giving up the first game to Cloud9 by just 2 points. You lose around 11 and then get 3-0 down to the losers bracket. Since then, though, it's been a 9-game run. 9 wins, 0 map losses, Allie.
It's been some insane tenacity from the side of Toronto Ultra, because they weren't even really in the top 4 conversation heading into this. There was some issues with the gelling between the ARs and the SMGs games during this split, and it's a completely different story on land. We've seen Toby Kleenex hit his ceiling in some of the early matches, and Joe has not lost pace whatsoever. He has been their saving grace online and on land. Toronto Ultra could cause a lot of upsets coming into this Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, and for them still some questions need to be answered, in my opinion. Like, they played a lot of Skyline Search and Destroy, now 4-0 undefeated on it. In 3 series in a row, they've had that map. You talk about the Skyline Hardpoint as well. Teams continuously trying to test them there. They're just so good. So for Toronto, I think map vetoes, you approach a little bit differently. If you're Thieves, this could be a different outcome.
And I'm looking at Kleenex. He has been so good this major. 1.18 KD, kind of right there where we saw with Neptune. And that's going to be, I think, a major point when you talk about squaring up against this Thieves squad, because he did not play well the first time they played LA.
That man right there, though, is my player to watch today. Joe Deceives has to keep pace with Hydra, if that's possible. And Joe, he has been known for his S&D prowess. He's always the one planting the bombs for Toronto Ultra.
I don't know. I kind of feel like he can. Like, I don't even think it's on his shoulders at this point. I think it's a supporting cast because he has been so incredibly consistent. I love this comparison.
LA Thieves fall to Boston in the opening round. Since then, they take out their anger across the best of the teams in the league. Let's talk about their run, because it hasn't been an easy road, but they're sitting now 9-1 after 10 games.
Some people use coffee to wake up in the morning. LA needs to be apparently losing respawns to Boston to wake up for the tournament, because that was absolutely the case. Even I would say just kind of watching the opening versus Miami, it was just like, what is happening?
Yeah.
But after that point, absolutely no sweat, no problems. They put Carolina in the dumpster. They beat up yesterday on really both teams they played.
Ran through them, and those are 2 teams we had like in our top 4 potentially online coming into this. And you know, this LA Thieves team, where, you know, throughout stage 1 we would say where the struggle was search and destroy. 8-2 in their last 10. They've been unbelievable there. They love getting the bomb down. #1 in plant win percentage. Like, some of the small fine things they have completely fixed from stage 1 to 2, and they're just waiting for that rematch against Atlanta FaZe. They got to get all the way there, though.
I'm looking at this matchup. So Thieves just beat Cloud9 3-0.
Yes.
Cloud9 3-0 Toronto.
Oh, here we go.
But we've seen that certain teams have each other's numbers.
I like Puck and Math.
Does LA Thieves play enough like Cloud9 to continue to cause issues for Toronto?
Yes. I mean, I think for Toronto, like, it's kind of been a 50-50 hardpoint team all year long. They've been winning a lot of HPs. Recently, I mentioned the Skylines that they've been getting in this series. There's no Skyline in this series, right? So for Thieves, I think they're just too tough a matchup for Toronto.
We'll be breaking down that matchup in detail in just a moment. First, though, let's take a look at this schedule. Make some noise, Texas, because we got some great games coming your way. LA Thieves taking on Toronto Ultra, our elimination match to open the day as we get down to our final 3. It's Major 2. Lock in. It's going to be a good one.
I'm locked.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Spawns, make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
With Optic Texas out of the tournament, it seems like LA Thieves are the fan favorite here in Texas. A lot of people supporting the former Optic member in Dan Ghosty. But let's start here with maps and modes because the players are ready to jump right into this best of 5. Alan, who has the edge statistically across Protocol, Hacienda, and Protocol Control?
Ant talked about before the break, no Skyline in the series is terrible news for Toronto. Their map fluency is going to be tested at a major level. Hacienda, anything seems to always turn up in favor of Thieves, so they got to be feeling really solid about how this picks and bans went.
The Vault Search, if you can make it there for Toronto, is absolutely incredible for them. Most teams get rid of it, but I don't see the route to getting there.
I think the route is probably going to be a 1-3-5. I think they're going to retry that Protocol Control because last time they went up against LA Thieves on that map, it did go to a round 5 regardless of them being undefeated. So Toronto's looking to play the long game here for sure.
So I was doing some numbers, and I looked at it. For the last 13 matches for Toronto, you have been blanked 4 times, 3-0. Teams are Cloud9, LA Thieves, and Vancouver. I think Cloud9, they're a better team than LA Thieves were? No, not the case. LA Thieves have to be the clean win this time around. Sorry, Toronto. If you win a map, you can win the series, but I think you get blanked.
Yeah, this is tough because I agree with Ali. It has to be the 1-3-5, and this is the team in Toronto that does not rotate well. I think they're going to get punished really heavily on map number 1, and then you have to try to find a way to beat LA at a control, which not a lot of teams can do.
14-1.
Yeah, not looking good for Toronto.
On stage 2.
So we got LA Thieves, Rosalie.
I might have hesitated if it was day 1 LA Thieves, but Championship Sunday's diff, I'm definitely going to go for LA.
Make it 81, Ant.
Word to Kitchener, I got Toronto Ultra. I think Beans is going to turn up. It's their time, man. I mean, we saw LA Thieves lose to Boston.
Yeah,
Toronto can do this.
Don't just boo him here in the venue. Take it to Twitter. Once again, he is at Nameless on Twitter. This match is ready. We're going to the stage with Guy Blaze.
Thank you so much, Chris. Texas is Championship Sunday! And I'm ready to get this elimination matchup started. It's going to be an absolute banger. So without further ado, let's bring the first team to the stage. Get ready for LA Thieves! Scrap! Hydra, Envoy, and Ghosty. From the trenches to the stage, LA Thieves looking to take everything. The hype starts now.
Championship lights are always a pleasure once we make it to Sunday. The main favorite, it was a very long and trialing road after getting handed that first loss on day 1. But maybe, just maybe, it was what they needed to take everything. Word to Envoy. They got one more team to go through, Blaze.
I'm ready to bring them out. I can already feel the breeze on the back of the stage. Coming from the north, the Kings, Toronto Ultra. Beans, Joe Deceives, Insight, and Kleenex. Toronto knows they got to ice up today on Championship Sunday to take that trophy back to the north. One more time, Texas. You can love them or hate them, but Toronto is here.
Does the crowd now remember what happened the last time they booed Toronto Ultra? It was just a hot 3-0. They went unscathed so far in the loser's bracket, and they got to go up against our #1 seed. But something tells me they're confident. Phoenix gonna have to fry, Guy. Let's get it going.
Yes, he's gonna have to. Now, before we get this one started, Texas, I'm gonna need a roar out of you. Help me set the stage. You guys ready to go? Miles, Chance, let's get it.
Yeehaw, partner, let's do this. Well, I don't know about you, Chance, but Beans and Joe Deceives both wearing Crocs. They're chilling.
They're ready to go, and they've
chilling.
already gotten used to the boos, so I think this is going to be a very exciting team to watch, and they're the fresher faces, I would say. A newly formed squad. Toronto Ultra had to part ways with players like Envoy and Scrap, and now the organization, you know how bad they want to take them down.
Yeah, it's nice, man. It's a little bit of, the old brotherly love now turned to nemesis. We'll see how things go in this matchup, because again, a big one. They fought hard to get here. The Thieves, an early drop to Boston on day 1. What a lower bracket it has been. But this is going to be an interesting matchup again. The bucket math, I think, actually adds up. If C9 beat Toronto, but Thieves beat C9, Surely, Chance.
Call of Duty math never makes any sense. There is never a rhyme or reason. I think the story of these two teams is a slow start, to be certain, maybe a shocked upset to kick their tournament off, but they have been getting better and better and better as the tournament has progressed. I mean, Toronto Ultra, they have steamrolled the losers bracket, and LA Thieves, every single series, we watch them level up, and it looks like they're saving their final form for Sunday. But first match of the day, I mean, listen, these players, how often do they wake up in the AM and get ready for anything? It is an early match in the world of competitive Call of Duty. You got to get the juices flowing quick.
Yeah, there's not a lot of opportunity to start slowly in this series. And again, I'm with a lot of what the desk sentiment were. Thieves obviously have an overwhelming advantage on paper in this matchup. We'll see if it translates into that intensity, to that trust, that decisive action.
And a massive factor in that advantage that LA Thieves have is when they get the ball rolling, it's a snowball effect. It is a team like a juggernaut. They cannot be stopped, which means you have to punch them early. The number of 3-0s and 3-1s we have had in this tournament, we are currently on the longest streak of that in CDL history. You can't let the better team get off to a hot start. You gotta strike early.
Here we go.
Here we don't go. Look at Beans. Not moving, knifing each other. That's the way to ice the competition.
Yeah, got him good. You know, you just start things. Oh, no, wait, it's a fake start. We'll try to resolve whatever the issue is ASAP, folks. I say we
start the match.
I'm not doing anything. What about you? You doing anything?
I'm working.
Well, of course that. But
I'm at work right now.
So's Kleenex. And he has put the work in yesterday, folks. Fantastic stuff. This is how Hardpoint looks overall at Major 2. These are only the teams that are left in the tournament. Shout out Joe, putting up the big numbers early on.
In 32 kills per 10 minutes, by the way, is clinically absurd. There is no one on this list close to him except for his teammate at 31. And keep in mind, for that level of pace, we're watching Neptune have maps where he is dropping 47, and he is still beneath those two players in terms of their actual speed and production on the map. And granted, Toronto's played Skyline a handful of times. That's going to be a factor, but last time Toronto Ultra played against LA Thieves, at least in the qualifier, we watched Joe have, 67 EKIA on the red card for the L. So that's a man who's, when his gun is hot, one of the very best in the world, and obviously he's going against the best in the world. Need the A game.
Well, he was going against the best in the world in the first go around. Take two. Now here we get a protocol. Hardpoint to start off this matchup. Again, elimination. Top 4 secured for our squads, but you want to go that little bit further. You want to find yourself in that lower bracket final. Both teams, I mean, the records are their chance. It's a lot more, of course, for the LA Thieves boys. 14-6 in Hardpoint. But the average difference there, 60-30. I mean, this is going to be a good one.
And as good as LA Thieves' Hardpoint has been throughout the stage, at the Major, it's actually been their biggest weakness, especially against Boston. Those were the 2 losses there. So again, if you strike early, you can take this LA Thieves team down. You just need them on the back foot. Make sure they're calm, start out slow, put them in their heads, whatever you got to do. But the reset off the break, we go again.
Here we go. But this time, it's personal. No, it's just a successful attempt to get into the map. So far, a successful attack towards the hard point for Toronto Ultra. And they identify Hydra. Yeah, Joe's all over it. Looking at his 10 kills per minute moments right now at 3-0. What a start, and the time going great as well.
This is exactly what you need. There is one spawn out from Hydra, and that honestly might be the dagger. Wow. Unreal that he was able to get a free pinch there in the back line. So as good as the start from Ultra was, at least LA Thieves get to sort of reposition and begin to work their way out, because they were getting outslayed and they are continuing to get outslayed. That is all 4 in the feed in favor of Ultra. I mean, they're right now flowing. Insight 4-0 is always a gorgeous sign.
And Beads is trying to cut off the reinforcements, and he gets 1, nearly a team kill opportunity there as well. So now over to P2. Over to this dreaded little platform covered in rocks and soon to be covered in players. First in, likely to be Ultra. Kleenex, he's getting things going now. His first kill of the map.
And he's got the hill time as well. Get to run the score up just a tag, and the slang is going to continue in the feed, getting everything. Kleenex, I mean, he's able to play with freedom in space, and that is a nightmare situation for Thieves when you let this man sort of calculate. But Hydra for 2, trying to find the guys. But the trades are there. Insight Beams together. Well, enough to get everyone but Ghosty. But the conga line continues. Ultra handling the spawns. They're handling the pressure in the pace, and they continue to rack up time.
And Ultra have started things off in a very, very spicy way indeed. Look at this right now, folks. Ultra gameplay looking great. Let's go for a quick listen in.
Okay, he's up. I spawned here still. Shouldering.
Still zip, guys.
Weak. He's gonna square.
What's the chips, alright?
Yeah, we're behind us, Joe. Fuck it.
He's gonna be P1, okay?
Oh no, top rocket.
One more. Block a weak on the green box, one in back lockers, and then one top trips. He's laying down like laying down lockers.
Low left, he's both.
Debuff me, then.
Nice. He's hitting low left, okay? They could hit your top tip,
Okay.
okay?
Nice.
Nice. Good shit. Ghosty again. Green alley weak. He's still challenged. Like, he could have Nice, Jamie. Good shit. Keep blocking.
I'm trying Green Alley.
I'm getting low
Scrap
left.
weak, and listen, one's Green Alley. One hit Green Alley, deal, okay?
Give me top one.
Nice, Jamie.
Give me top one.
Yeah, I got top.
I'm P1, we can be Green Alley.
Yeah, one Green alley. One's like deep right.
Yo, Green Alley, he's back right. One shot, back right.
After the close to that.
Back right, dead.
Right in front of last guy. He already bit them.
Nice. Go. They're gonna beat me, okay?
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm coming with you guys. They're gonna be.
Already. I'm laying down. Back up, tell me. Really weak. Nice, maps.
Two last maps. One quick.
Go shooting right side.
Wait.
Okay. There's one last maps in comps, okay?
Yeah, 1v1 spot.
Calm Classic Ultra, a couple of bombs in there as well. The scoreline is ridiculous. Steve's perfect setup now, an opportunity to get back into it. Listening.
Two of them big gun.
Yo, Charles, pal.
Yeah, no.
Wait, one big door. Big door, another close.
Good job. Inside first one, guys. You maps?
Yeah, I have maps.
Nothing mid.
Spiral's open. You spiral point?
Yo, he's mid P1. Mid P1.
That's the first
Inside.
one. Ernie, hold on spiral.
Malcolm's coming. Maps.
That's all I had. Two. One more. Already in Joe.
One maps, too.
Already in Joe.
In. Inside left.
Left side.
Spirals on top, though.
One more. He's back to time. Next.
P2 beans. Really big. He's
Back to
running
time in bats.
Top broken. All right, top broken and then.
Top broken. Weak. Mid gun, dead.
Nice.
Left side, dead.
Nice. I'm jumping.
Last one time.
I'm gonna get mid gun. You guys can kill.
Yeah, two. Both mid side top.
2 on time. Kleenex one bullet.
Mid gun.
2 on time.
Yeah, I'm
Beats it. Kleenex.
Joe's going back double right now.
Last second.
Nice.
Joe's gonna
Go
go
low doubles still.
Joe, right side doubles weak.
Top triple, not weak.
Top triple.
I'm with P2. Let's go.
We got this, boys. Remaining time.
Top.
Top triple on me. Triple right now.
P2 there.
Triples.
Play this guy,
I think we just start bringing the hill, yep.
I don't see triple. Triple there.
Nice.
Nice.
Bang in the front door. I don't see time. He's on our side. He's their side time.
That's right.
Nice, they're out of time right now. Nice,
Good job.
great.
I got time.
I'll block.
We're not
hard blocking.
Missing bed. Yeah, flip.
Heard you. I got time. Bunch of Ernie.
Could repitch doubles.
Nothing in me
Yeah,
low.
I have it.
One
I'll
guy's
top
low
double.
heavy.
That's
One
it.
guy's low heavy.
I'll top double.
A tale of two teams in our first set. Wow, Thieves starting to bring the heat here as we get into the time. Great awareness of players as well, counting everyone they need to be worried about in that play.
Yeah, Thieves to me just seem like they're a team that feeds off the energy, and they are struggling to find any. And I just love the moment from the crowd. The second Envoy gives up map in terms, I just heard coming through. Everyone knows how on point you have to be with all the time. Because right now, Ultra, complete flow state. Insight is the ultimate player. If you see him go double positive, you're slamming. And if you see Joe to see popping pieces, you're slamming.
That's unbelievable. Over to Beans, 19-9. Insight joins them on time as well. And Insight, the 18-9. It's just non-stop. The kills right now, the production for Ultra are unparalleled. No one can keep up. And Joe sees as just a two-piece machine. Another for Joe.
This is perfect. This is elimination drafted, and right now Ultra are playing like their lives are on the line. Everybody just got spreed out for the side of Toronto. This is the comfortable. This is the float state. They are playing without any pressure.
What are we looking at here, folks? Beans keeping him at bay. One more bullet for Beans would have been unbelievable. 20 seconds to go. Ultra with the time. Rotation over to New as well. Hydra's got to go big.
Yeah, we got to give Beans some more bullets. Let him keep shooting that gun. And look at Ultra. You see two players in the feed fall. Guess where they're spawning? Right on the new time.
Yeah, around time. We've got streaks to play with as well, just in case. That's going to help out in the other hard points. Not necessarily here. Insight 20-10. Fully streaked out, looking towards new time. One man left there, and it's going to be Joe. How many can he get in this life? There's number one. Whoa, good shots from Ghosty. You hold for now, get some time, Thieves.
Well, take your time, play for kills right now if you're Ultra. Insight, there is absolutely no rush. Wait for your teammates, and if there's no rush, he's the right man for the job.
Here we go. Insight, one. The second not going to be there. Can they get on the time now? No, all four dead. Thieves survive.
Now you get to push out, take some space. Everybody block the spawn. Shout out Ghosty for that. Envoy's going to fall, call out two players on the cross. And, well, those two players are going to fall. Scrap picks up the other errant players. So a moment for Ultra where they're going to have to restabilize and maybe rotate to New because they're just running through no man's land, getting picked apart. And they're still getting picked apart. Hydra, this is freedom. You can keep going for spawners.
There is absolutely no coverage there. No covering fire to get those players anywhere near. So an uncontested hard point, nearly basically a full 60 right now. Over towards we go. The dreaded P3. A big 2 from Kleenex there. That certainly helps the rotation.
Looking to seal the deal. Kleenex is going to fall. The Beans was there for the trade. Scrap the only man up now from LA Thieves. You can't break this by yourself. That's a good start.
They're trying. They're certainly trying. Inserting Kleenex now, or Beans rather, trying to find anything to watch for. Big hit through Spiral. 3 men. Here we go. Inside's got to find a couple out of this. Kleenex, they're trying to help out, but the connection is there. LA Thieves, they make opening contact. They find the kills. Jovi scrap. Here come the rest of the reinforcements for Ultra, and it's another break, but Hydra finds 2.
And there you go, the pressure. He knows the third guy's up to the left as well. His teammates getting all the kills. A 1v1 for the time between Kleenex and Hydra. You're sliding around, desperate to stay up on the map, and Kleenex delivers.
Scrap finding kills as well. Here come the rest of the boys. Envoy fighting forward, traded out. Ultra with the time, and 10 seconds for the win.
They're going to get it. Look, and this is going to be an interesting moment from Ultra. Are they going to stand up, scream, keep it calm and casual? But either way, map number 1 is theirs in dominant fashion.
Okay. The Thieves did not necessarily wake up on the right side of the bed today.
Not at all, and that is one of the worst hardpoint defeats the Thieves maybe have suffered all year, at least since the early days in the tournament. How about that from Jamie Insight, 25 and 15, and if Insight has a 0.8, Toronto Ultra are winning the map by 20. If he's got a 1.6, it is a slammage like that. I heard a sign that Nate Shot might have been showing up in the venue today. He might need to leave. That could be a jinx.
Wow, what a start. 1-0 Ultra with a ridiculous performance on Protocol. You get one, things are looking great. Social destroying control coming up. Again, Thieves been great control. The S&D, an interesting one, not necessarily the best map for the Ultra boys, but when they're performing like that, it doesn't really matter, the map records.
Not at all, and Envoy had an incredibly slow start, and that is exactly how he finished. 1,600 damage, 14 and 26, and his teammates didn't really have too many moments where they picked them up. Hydra had a handful of multi-kills here and there, but outside of that, they simply never found that level of production. And even just on the assist front, the teamwork clearly being shown off there for Toronto. I mean, hey, they're able to break a P4 even when they get the chip damage coming through, everybody getting the mix. All 4 players with over a minute on time as well. I mean, that is a nearly perfect Protocol game.
Oh yeah, as far as the stats are concerned, yeah, Ultra playing a nearly perfect game and a fantastic start to their campaign here in the lower bracket, trying to break into the top 3. Joe Deceives, we brought up his stats before the game, and he absolutely cooked, frying his way through alongside Beans and Insight, everyone having their turn. Kleenex a couple of big pieces towards the end, and this was the turning point. We went for the listening with the Thieves towards P3. We thought this was going to be the opportunity for them to get back into the game, and for a matter of seconds, it was chance. It was after that, the one break, it was a 2-man hit and a solo challenge from Hydra. Teamwork and cohesion not there yet for the Thieves.
And even for like the sake of the listening, I think LA Thieves, we've had a handful of them through this tournament. Sometimes they're on point, sometimes they're on fire, and a few times they just seem like they're flat. And I know from the side of Ultra, it's you practice how you play. This team is always cool, calm, and collected. The players deliver the exact same experience every single time. You know what you're going to get. On the side of Thieves, I mean, practice how you play. I don't know if they're finding that same type of rhythm, and when they can't get it, they lose it bad.
Yeah, it was a brutal display. A nice comeback again. Not 30 to 40 points there, pulled out by the Thieves, but that is a disgusting game flow. Ultra, as clean as you like, all the way to the 223 mark.
Today, I'm gonna
P2
message
to P3 come back to the Thieves. Kudos for them. They're able to get something going there because that was not a good look on Protocol. Map 1 does not go their way. Ultra singing sweet going into the Hacienda S&D. The Trust again, not necessarily a great map for them historically.
Well, it is an interesting one because the theme for Toronto is they were the best S&D team in the game throughout stage 1. Hacienda gets introduced and everyone like rubs their hands together and like, wow, they're about to get even better. It's a very calculated map. Turns out not the case. It's one of the few maps Ultra have actually been poor on. They lost to Minnesota twice on it, and it was the first sort of hiccup in their S&D record. That being said, if they're letting it through in a moment like this against a team like Thieves that grind Hacienda, you know they're cooking up the goods. You know they're going to have a game plan. The coaching staff from Ultra, those guys have been on point for years.
Years and years. Joe and Flux anxiously sitting backstage, I would imagine. Got to meet quite a lot of family members of both Ultra and the Thieves last night, and there was a strong air of tension, as you can imagine. Nerves certainly kicking in. Do my best to give them the honest truth about how everyone's teams are going to be performing, and look, right now, Ultra absolutely showed us the goods in map 1.
And I tell you, I'm not seeing any nerves from the Toronto Ultra side of the stage. Joe Deceives just looks happy to be here, happy to be playing COD. And on the flip side, that is a 1,000-yard stare coming through there for Ghosty. So maybe stunned after that first protocol. Great news, though, for the Hacienda. You're going to slow the pace down. And again, in Search and Destroy specifically, LA Thieves have turned their game around. They used to be completely reliant on the hard points and the control to win them series. Not this stage. S&D has been their focal point, and they have been incredible. 70% plant rate, and they don't play a lot of vault, so they're getting the bomb down on maps like Hacienda. The game plan is there. They know how they want to execute. I just know Ultra, nice little right hook to start the day.
We might know how to look. Thieves, they do not have a weak draw. They've taken a big hit. Obviously, they lose a big one to Boston at the start of the tournament, but that was a shocker for sure. Minnesota, of course, that's 6-2. That was a big one. But here we go, folks. Map 2. Thieves on the attack first.
Score up on the top side of the map. Insight in the windows. Insight happy for it. And that is a devious angle he's working with. So Scrap tagged up in one shot. Joe Deceives might hit the go button. And meanwhile, Envoy wasting absolutely no time. Gonna get the bomb down.
Yeah, he managed to find a nice window. He's been stunned, so there's a connect there. That's enough information, but not enough to stop the plant actually. Yeah. So now, bomb plant. Kleenex on a route. See if that pays off in a moment. There's an opening exchange now. And Hydra on the reposition. A lot of players there from the Thieves on the ground floor.
These are tricky ways to watch the pink as well, just because the top hallways are open. LA Thieves, it's a delicate moment, but they get the first blood.
Oh, the second as well. Lightning attack. Ghosty gifted a freebie there on Insight, and the final 30 seconds, or 20 seconds rather, all onto Kleenex, and that is not around. The Ultra stood a chance here.
Yeah, and that is perfectly played from Ghosty, so maybe not a 1,000-yard stare. Maybe he was calculating how the first round was going to go, but they left the top hallways open. They didn't go for dark control. They allowed the players to sort of flank through spiral. You saw Ghosty playing it down low, and he is the timing perfect. Catches a player through the middle of the map, slides back out, knows a trade is rolling through. Ghosty, monster play right there, just to get the momentum towards his team.
In Black Ops 6 alone, we've seen some of the most unbelievable S&D performances from Ghosty. What, 16?
He's been clutch since he got in the league.
Oh, yeah.
MW3, he was making plays on Outdagger Fortress. He has always been a spectacle.
2 for he, 2 for Envoy. Now, defense for the Thieves. Kleenex is going to be the first man. Gets a lot of damage into 3 players, walks away with 2 kills, an instant trade. Beans, 1v2, 1v1. How's this going to go down?
Absolutely no intel against Scrap, but these are 2 of the best trash talkers in the league.
Here we go. Eyes are on, and Beans lives to fight another second. Round 2 on its way.
How often does someone escape the clutches of Scrap?
Dramatic moment for both of our players. Round 2, damage dealt.
Are you challenging that with a pistol,
Beans,
brother?
you had one chance to kill him. Should have gone for the head.
And how often does someone escape Scrap?
Doing a 1v1 with a pistol? Like, what's he doing?
Connector in Beans, fleet-footed, able to sneak his way out. In a second, he got the advantage. He never looked back. Beans turning
plenty of
that
time
one
to pull
around.
that AR out.
From Kleenex as well earlier in the round. I mean, he gets his teammate killed, putting a couple extra shots into him, bails him out,
Unless
getting
he
the
was out of
first 2.
bullets.
And just sets up Beans. That is a 1v2 clutch. X-ray vision coming through with a wall bang on Envoy. And making sure you do not allow Scrap to get any momentum going.
Yeah, that's real tough as well. Scrap heading dead to rights. Unfortunate moment there, but we're going to now headbutt towards A. Nothing sneaky about this one, folks. It's a square up, and it's a trade set. Scrap finds 2. Can he get the third? No, the trade's still continuing. 1v2. Insight now, down and out. The one-armed man of the LA Thieves upstairs deals the damaging blow.
How about that for a 12-second round? And maybe the most notable thing, A, Scrap shot on point. Still can't believe Beans was able to escape the clutches. And, well, B on that, Scrap just trusting. He's pre-aiming the top side of the fence because he knows Ghosty's covering his outer section. So he knows he's going to die. He's setting up his teammates for the trades. LA Thieves dialed in with their Hasi strats.
See what the Ultra Boys have able to cook up. Attacking round for them. Lightning fast plant situation with the LA Thieves going around the first time again. Envoy finding the most narrow of windows to work with. Now this time, a lot of love towards the B-bomb site here as the Thieves have guessed correctly. And Now across the map we go.
Look how fast that is. They spotted all those players towards B. They get out of dodge straight towards this A site, and it is completely open. That is a snap call, and it is done perfectly.
Joe's got a trophy as well to play with here, so you get the perfect setup opportunity. Insight on the far side of the map. He'll be in the fight a little bit later on. Ghosty stun check. Yields no information. You have to keep working forward, but here come the Thieves all together through plat side.
This is too many stuff to clear out. So many corners to check.
Nades are up. Once again, not a huge amount gained there, but it does limit options. Damage now from behind. Wait a minute. We're into the red. Scrap opening up the proceedings with a kill there on a Kleenex and now Envoy. Clearing out everything you possibly can, but the time is still ticking. Joe keeps the fight going. Hydra on the trades, less than 15 to go.
I mean, there's just no time. Someone's got to hop the bomb in the next few. Someone's going to be nearby. You're running out. You're playing for the checks. Player dropped. The defuse is there, but it is not in time. Thieves, too slow on the map. And they were calculating everything. Beams on the pinch, you're worried about the timing. You know, Insights can be playing a little bit late as well. And Thieves were ready for all of the different pressure. But Ultra were just so patient in making sure they could seal the deal towards the end. Joe deceives. I mean, no mistakes made in this moment. Pre-aims kills the right guy. And that all is off the back of they were trying to triple hit through the hallways, had Insight on Lambo. The second they felt that rock pressure, there was no hesitation. Fly over to that A site and waste all of LA Thieves' time. You have to be quick at this level. Make calls like lightning.
These slippery boys. All tied up 2-2. Thieves going to be rocking the bomb upstairs, going to make her way over towards the B side of the map for a moment. But again, lots of options. There is Hacienda, and your options become even greater if you manage to get a first blood.
Ooh, now we're swimming. Kleenex is taking the sneaky route, so he can get to Lambo for free. Hydra wins the first blood. Heads up awareness to take that player down, but now we're waiting about our timings, and Kleenex.
No way.
He's waiting for his moment.
There's a possibility he heard something there, but if the time's this right, this could be huge. Gunny was good. A Hail Mary. Does not connect. Got to worry about the other players now.
He's waiting for Insight. He's waiting for his longtime duo to come help him out, so he's gotten protected. But now the same thing from Ultra. They're man down, and they don't have the time, and he don't check the corner. Envoy in the perfect spot.
Oh, Envoy nearly able to get the next there. 25 seconds to go here. And Insight, good luck, mate. It doesn't work out. Thieves. The opening gambit on B pays off.
And that
Kleenex would have jumped up sooner, would have probably gotten better timing.
Knowing someone is going to be coming down these stairs at a certain point. I don't know if Joe
Could've hopped
got
up as
caught
soon as he
unaware,
heard
which is
something.
looking for the chow, but Hydra drops him, and everything after that is perfect. Kleenex had a very small window. The problem for him is he has no intel. He's just waiting for the bomb to go down, try to hope the timing goes your way, but LA Thieves don't let anything slip through.
Yeah, it's a blind play. I mean, unless a teammate is nearby to maybe get a stun check, it's really hard to make that. We've seen a couple of players try it, and it's not really been that effective, but hey, live and die by the try. A round up now for the LA Thieves. They go on a defense this round. Joe's got the bomb. He's got a bomb site on his mind. Inside, opening gambit. He's not really ready for this fight. Kleenex certainly was, though. Man advantage.
Yep, if I see Hydra coming my way, I'd send Kleenex in for the kill, too.
And there's the coverage. Envoy heavily tagged up. He's going to be getting away with his life for now as the A-bomb site now fully planted. Kleenex on the wrap once again. Spots out Envoy. Damage dealt, but no kill.
He's just wasting his time right now. A couple tags in. His teammates, meanwhile, outer fences. They know they only have to look forward because everything else is covered. Envoy traded out. Eventually, they get him and scrap in a 1v2 with not a lot of time.
Yeah, he's going to get shooting. He's going to get his gun going, but there's no way. They're set up now from Ultra. They have him pinned.
And he's on a 4 spree, so he's just looking for some extra kills if he can hit him. That's number 5 in a row. Maybe 2 kills off of the Hellstorm. And maybe next round they're going to want to give him the bomb and see if he can get a plant off as well. So Scrap maybe trying to play the long game, but ultimately in this round, I think that is the long-time duo of Insight and Kleenex turning up. They played together for years. They have the coordination perfect. Insight feels the pressure. He lets Kleenex handle Hydra. He's got the Jackal and the coordination after the fact still on point. You don't have to overcommit to go and kill Envoy in the Dark Hall. Kleenex gets the tags in, dips away. Always a high IQ player. Ultra, they are nefarious.
Tied up 3-3. RCXD in the back pocket of Scrap. We've seen what shenanigans he can bring with it on this map. Nade checks by B. Nobody home. You've got an open site right now.
Almost
The
said
Thieves,
Scrap
the
trying to
trophy
like
sounds
dash
like,
you,
oh,
pulling
right on his
pistols
head.
out.
Ow. Should be able to get the plant though, with a concussion.
Hydra does the right play as well. He's able to get out with his life and disappear. He was dealing with 2 players, and that's bombed down for free, and Ultra are nowhere near this retail.
Oh, Hydra heard the door bang, but Kleenex knows the fight's on. It does help indeed. Trades either side. Numbers now towards the bomb site for the Thieves, but the time ticking.
Gotta be quick.
Shoulders from Kleenex. Gets away at least one of the red dots. He's managed to make his way closer to the site. He gets up to the rock. He gets up to the very rock. Taken care of by Ghosty. The trust is there from the Thieves. Envoy now through the middle of the map. 1 man left alive. Down, done. Thieves. Good round on the rock.
Ghosty getting that first blood as well on the pinch just makes Ultra's life absolute hell. And this is quite a few retakes we've seen in this game where, frankly, the teams are just not giving themselves enough time to actually make any type of good play. You see Ghosty 8-3 as well. He has been on form. Young player, nowhere near veteran status, but consistently throughout his career, when his team is down, he will pick them up in S&D.
You can always rely on Ghosty to do something wild. And again, 1 round at a time here, folks. Thieves with a slight lead. Still with the RCXD. Heavy presence now upstairs. Great timing from Kleenex, and not enough. The right weapon from Hydra there. The Jackal nails his first, and the plant now towards B. Ultra with the numbers. Oh, someone taking a swim.
You're just desperate to be able to get out and take any degree of space. These Ultra players are in an incredibly tough spot, more or less trapped in. But Insight with the round, he gets the first blood, or at least turns it into a 3v3. You have opportunities.
Beats got to win this. He cannot. Envoy managing to cut the defense down. And that's a big opportunity right now. Hydra on the flank, finding himself inside.
Go to Joe.
Joe's got to try to make it happen, and he does. The shuffle and the... Look how close that was, the last-ditch attempt. Joe's like, I've checked everything. Where is it? Yeah, the bomb. Last place you have to check. What a move from Insight, though.
And I think he's laughing because probably whoever's spectating Joe in that moment is like trusting him to check it, and after a certain point he doesn't. He's like, hey man, the only thing you got to do, and laughs and goes, oh yeah, for sure, great call. Because honestly, Envoy, a little close in that moment to getting the defuse. I think once the kill pressure, like if you know Insight's over towards boat, it's not plentiful there. Try to pop it off. But either way, a 3v4 clutch in that moment from Ultra. That is a bailout round to keep things even.
Square up. A big-time square up. And a massive advantage right now. The Thieves win the opening fight, and they get a lot of damage in, but somehow Beans walks away with a kill. Can he get another one here on Envoy? He sure does! Bomb dropped also. Beans, should he pass the information over, that could be a great moment. Yeah, he's guarding it as well. Scrap, what a win. His 10th kill of the map, and a banger at that.
Yeah, still though, you got to go get that bomb. I know for Beans though, if I outsmart Envoy, I'm hanging out on my wall.
Yo, chat, clip that. Under Scrap. Now, can he orchestrate the moves over here? Joe down low. Stun check's not going to yield anything.
And this is just corners. If you ever go for the bomb plan on B, Joe Deceives will be sending in for the kill quick. And if you go towards A, Insight doing the exact same thing. So cheeky spots.
Hello.
And just a guaranteed spot. Joe Deceives lines them both up. And goes both down. Come on. Joe Deceives, how do you do?
Joe get 2. 7-6 overall. And Ghosty just took a couple too many tags on the cross there. That is fantastic centering. Here's the kill again. Watch that transition. Immediate pull. Down low right, and Ghosty's already been hurt too much. The Jackal at that range is diabolical.
This is Sunday. Again, some of the best players in the world, and that is making sure your nerves stay calm. No tweaking out. You don't shoot instantly the first guy. You don't red dot chase. None of that. Making a heads-up play in these moments. Joe Deceives on a 4 spree. 1 round away from Ultra. They go up 2 up.
Can we get... Oh, we might be able to. RCXD out in the fields over by A. We're not going to keep an eye on that too long. Scrap perfect coverage now. If Joe makes a move for it, it does sound like the RC's out of play now. Oh, and Kleenex with the first blood, and Beans with the bomb plant. Scrap's in a position where he can contest this. Can't find the angle. Good coverage from Joe.
Doesn't get out though. He at least got a 3v3. Doesn't escape. Right now the high ground in favor of Ultra.
Still trying to maintain control of this position. Perfect nade in from Ghosty. Nobody on the ball. Ghosty now in the play. Kleenex takes care of business. Man advantage. No, 2v2.
You know they're down low though, and they're just going to be running out of time. You still have the dark control. Joe Deceives, no, he needs to keep it. He's tweaking out, running around. Envoy on the hunt.
Oh my God.
No way. A 1v1.
game.
Oh, wow.
Toronto Ultra take the search and take a 2-0 lead.
And Joe to Steve's wishing the other team well, getting in the game chat and saying, nice try, guys. You almost had me.
Oh no, the killing dog, the turn, the full 180 while being
Some
tagged
Shrek
up.
Crocs, bro.
A brisk walk back to the dugouts. As we gain
Look, he's not even wearing them. He's
control.
just walking with his socks on now.
Ultra though, ice cold.
I mean, in game plan though, might just be the name of the game there.
He's like, I'm gonna leave the power on the stage and
and
shit. I don't need to bring him with me.
Success, but how many times was Kleenex able to get the first blood on Hydra specifically? Always ready for the chows, always ready for the top ball pressure. They read him in that final round as well. And for LAPs, that was the stage 1 flaws that they had in their gameplay. Hydra trying to make a hero play and just getting caught. And I mean, hey, Ultra is a team, and they get the man advantage. It is incredibly rare for them to make a mistake. And they go up 2-0 in this series in a dominant hardpoint win as well. They got all the sauce.
Oh, wow. Well, big damage and a slightly skewed stat maybe from the top side, but 11 and 6, 10 and 7 there from Scrap and Envoy. They look at the damage output. They had.
I mean, this was gonna be a fucking fight for the Thieves though, because Ultra threw out maps that they have hardly ever played.
From Ultra. That was getting those rounds.
And I think the biggest round as well was the 3v4 clutch that Ultra had in the post.
So the fact that we're going
over towards the boat room.
These never played Protocol in like forever.
That is certainly a round LA Thieves are going to look back on and say, we had to win that one just to see a round 11. Who knows what happens there, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. Ultra, they're up 2-0.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda 2-0 lead.
I think the split, they've only played the map maybe like once or twice.
Two of the best things.
Man, Allen, Texas is always full of surprises on your host. Famous joining alongside Allie and Shift, and it's almost like somebody predicted this one, huh, guys?
Oh, God, here we
Dude, don't start with me right now.
So confident
You're
for
so
the Thieves. I mean,
serious.
that map 1 was absolutely dominant, but let's talk about the Search and Destroy a little bit. Allie, in that Search and Destroy is kind of neck and neck, and you saw the 3v4, the spark that they needed at the latter half.
What's insane about this Search and Destroy is in the first half of this, it felt like it was
So now
totally
it's
LA Thieves
like
in control.
Days
Like,
win
even though
shit
we
the
were
whole thing.
trading,
I
LA
was
Thieves were
missed this ghost and
consistently
said you
getting
should have
those
gone.
first They were getting into these fences, bang outs where Scrap is pre-firing.
You would have
finds
witnessed
2.
this.
He doesn't find the third, but Ghosty's able to clean up, right? So it felt heavily in LA Thieves' favor. And even as we go to these mid rounds, but you talk about that round 2, you get Scrap and Beans in a 1v1. He gets him weak. He doesn't chase the kill, and instead he tries to play for a cop, and then Ree goes for the kill with the pistol. I don't know why his pistol was still out. You head to that round number 5. It's a blound kinder into B. You don't have time to hit that defuse.
You should see how Nashot's sitting on fucking
situations over and over again for side of LA
Holy
Thieves.
I think the thing about this is, if you were to tell Thieves that they were going to walk away with 7 of the first bloods, they don't
He's
find
looking
them
like the
often when it
fucking,
comes to Search and Destroy, but they often, when they do,
remember those fucking little
perfectly.
DVD
So
cleaning
you're looking
things?
this
Had the
thinking,
guy on the
wow,
couch
we should
and
be
shit?
running away with this Search and Destroy. But Beams comes up with a major play.
Yeah,
in the
that's how he
post
looks
plant.
right
The
now.
Same thing from Joe Deceives, and that's the thing. The post-plant success rate for Toronto continues to build them out of tough situations.
Slumped on
The
the
interesting
couch.
aspect here is Thieves in stage
Shoulders
2,
up.
number 1 in retaking. What happens? A 3v4 or a bomb down, you can't retake. And then the final round, you look at that situation and you're like, we just can't kill them up top in the hallway. Joe Deceives makes a big play on killing Kleenex.
Bro, give Joe Deceives the super max right now. He has been saving them in so many of these situations in Search and Destroy. It has been unreal.
How do we feel about the rest of the series, Alan?
It's still tough. I mean, there's a level of you still try to beat him in control. You do have the safety, though, of getting to a map 5 vault Search and Destroy where Toronto has been really, really solid. It's just trying to stave off the momentum reset that I imagine Thieves are going to be looking for in the control.
Yeah, so for this, is this Toronto kind of overperforming right now, or do we think we're seeing the Thieves from day 1 rather than the last 2?
Overperforming, for sure. I think this is Toronto hitting a ceiling. Obviously, that map 1, you have to talk about how slow LA Thieves started in that, but that was just Toronto Ultra coming out with fire.
Told you, man.
All right, well, that's enough from us. We got to get this series continued, but before that, we got Guy Blaze with a special segment for the crowd.
Thank you so much, Nameless. Texas,
Like
make
when
some
they go
noise
when
for
they go the
yourselves.
full
You guys
cam and
been
shit,
on
you'll see how slumped he really is.
Now, I want to give a warm thank you to one of our special partners here, Scuff Gaming. We all love Scuff Gaming, yeah? And Scuff Gaming wants to hook up these guys over here with the Scuff Lucky Roll. Make some noise for them and show off everybody in the crowd what a Scuff hook you
Those
guys
fucking
up
bags
with.
are empty, bro. There's nothing in them.
Hat right there. So lock it in. We're going to say Scuff on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's get back into the game. Casters.
There's nothing on them. They're just black hats.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much to Scuff, and congratulations to that lucky rose swag for
Respect
everybody.
the Scuff logo on there or something.
Right LA Thieves.
They got those hats from Walmart.
They look like a bunch of frat boys, but would you rather have the swag or a 2-0 lead?
I'd rather have the 2-0 lead. I thought that was great. You got the sponsor in there and everything. No, I didn't see that one coming. But we do see a game of control coming. And the good news again.
The only way I could tell those bags were light is how fast that one dude just grabbed his bag.
So this mode all stage long. This is the turnaround, right? This is where it happens.
I mean, listen, you get the sun out of your eyes. Some players can't handle the lights.
Every time.
Some players can, all right? But at least throughout the stage.
Plus, if we had a box in there, you'd definitely see that bag like fold forward and shit with the weight.
Including Control, where they've been the best at everything. And they've played
like,
every
ain't no damn
single
thing in
map
that thing.
as well. So, I mean, look,
for
Sasuke
show.
on a championship Sunday. Ultra clearly here for the fight. I mean, it was utter domination in map number 1. And then how many clutches did we just have in the S&D? Beans clutching a 1v2. Scrap can't finish a kill. We're not used to seeing that. Joe Deceives, literally world-starring players on the main stage. He's doing this to world champions. So Ultra have clearly shown they have brought their Sunday best. And on a protocol control as well, Ultra enjoy the map. Very efficient at spending up the spawn kills. Make no mistake, they're not the best control team in the game. Right now, that title is either for Thieves or for FaZe. And Strap might be the best control player in the game. Has to show it here.
Has to. This is it. Last chance. Stay alive in this tournament here. In front of a crowd that has turned from green to red. They're showing unwavering support for the Thieves. They need you more than ever, folks. Here we go into control.
Well, nades are going to connect on those players going out or gun, and maybe enough for a few trades to roll through. 2-2 split, make it Scrap last one standing. And Beans doesn't need it, shall, because if you do, you get zapped. Few people in the world shoot like Scrap.
Buzz starting towards A on the capture. Doesn't have any teammates to fill his position so he can start getting some spawn kills. So there we go. Ultra managed to pick that moment up just for a second. Over to One Boy. Continues the capture and secures the segment on A.
Yeah, nice bounce back from Beans, though. Take him down and make sure you don't let that clock get stopped. Right now, Ultra want to play off the time and make sure no one touches this zone.
1 minute to play here, folks. Hydra, perfect coverage from his teammates there. He can't even get the kill on Sid. Now over towards the B zone. There's a little bit of an attack. A nice win there from Insight with the aims at that range. Of the Joe as well getting kills. And it's a nice 2-piece there, and that's a clean board. No Thieves back in spawn.
All 4. And CleanX with an 0-4 start. That does not matter because his teammates are picking him up in Beans. One of my favorite in the league. The Deads starting to roar.
He just gives a big hit, and his teammates keep picking
God.
up every other kill. Joe, what a 3!
Might end up being the best, series of his career.
It's not over yet.
It's not over yet. It's still going.
Oh my
7 in a
God,
row,
bro.
11 and 2 on the time. Damage into the next man, and you still can't get out of spawn.
I mean, you just have full belief that he's winning the gunfights, even the ridiculous ones. 11 kills is great for any round of control, and he's got more time to work with. In LA Thieves, they have no lives to work with. You are desperate for any tick of progress. A 5v15 turned into a 5v12. And hey, maybe the A zone could fall.
That's fine. Second segment. You've got one mistake you can make, and then you can roll over towards B. Ultra are now set up for this one. They are playing for the kills, but they're playing quite tight. Envoy, first man in. Hydra with a backup and the trade.
Every single kill, though, is huge. So that is going to be 2 in the feed there from LA Thieves, but now you're going to be forced. You have to get to the zone and win the gunfights from here.
Inside, he goes down as well. Hydra on the capture.
And this is everybody stacked on the point. This is everybody stacked on the point. This would be a 5v13.
CleanX upstairs, though. It's not over yet. Defense holds. CleanX, can he get all 4? Tobias,
Wow, they almost had that.
The nades land, and Ultra save the zone.
What the hell just happened? What did CleanX just do to him? That's got to be the best play. Tell me that's the best play.
3, 2, 1. Here we go. Ghosty, Hydra. Envoy was the last man he got there, and I think the nade over the top from Scrap. Wow, what a save. But what an attempt from the Thieves as well.
That would have been the best control clutch of all time, or at least in the conversation, if Thieves somehow pull that off. A 5v18, something along those lines, before they had even captured the A zone. And they just string together a sequence of perfect attacking round of protocol control. But hey, Kleenex started slow. He bails them out with those final 3, and now their turn to attack.
I mean, this is how you have to play against the Thieves. It is no mercy. You cannot give them anything to work with. Over towards the A side of the map. Hydra, yeah, he's doing laps, so you have to worry about that as well. Ghosty, top grannies. And there is no pie on the windowsill there. He is getting kills. Hydra now in the back spawn, dealt with Beans. Good job to clean that side of the map. Now we go forward.
It's Insight, not an SMG. That's going to be the guy flanking through grannies. There's
fine.
the first freebie. It will officially be the thorn in their side. He forces the spawn out over towards back Lighthouse. But right now, Thieves, I mean, they're just crawling around the Trips area. Joe Deceives picks up 1. But you have to root out every one of these players before you can touch the zone. And this is a massive issue Insight cannot yet solve.
Oh, he's managed to escape once again, though. So these players were committing resources to try to get rid of Insight. Not a clue where he is. So Ghosty's got to watch 3 things at once. Gets picked. Insight continues his run. Scrap. No one can find him. The guessing games continue on the inside of Grannies as the very slow capture A now is on. No way, the knife at the back window, I believe it not. Ghosty lives and wins the fight finally.
I mean, by the time you do, though, this might be 2 ticks of progress on the A zone. Joe Deceives going to secure that in a moment, but now Joe Deceives might get overwhelmed, needs to drag some players to the grave, can only get 1, and only 30 seconds left on the game clock for a moment. The hold on defense so far so good, but you got to finish.
Players all over the place. Insight now, sport for choice, who he takes care of. Shots in a Ghosty now, no scraps coming off spawn yet. You've got the awareness, but you do not have the manpower. Less than 30 seconds right now, and the Thieves are good.
And now they're going to have to go to B, though. This is going to be a force to go to the zone you do not want to deal with, at least not with this sort of time on the clock. They get 2 in the feed, and Beans is going to pause the time over towards B, but if you're his teammates, yeah, you still have to work the A zone first.
Yeah, Thieves know that as well, so Thieves committing more men towards the A zone. Scrap, nice shots in. This is going to be a big piece. Oh, they're so close to each other. Watch out. Oh, Insight and Beans get the kills. The contest is still on. Joe's got to live, and he does. That might be the capture. It's still all on Joe to get this one done himself before the lads show up. That should be a 9-9 on the clock.
Hey, that is such a delicate moment as well for Joe Deceives, barely able to stay alive. But this game is going to come down to the life count in 8v6.
Indeed, they did.
You got to play it like it's TDM, and Ultra are the ones that are forced to make the move.
Yeah, they got to make the move fast. What a win. Beans v Hydra once again with the aims at that range. Trade's going to be there. A favorable position for now for the Ultra boys. No lives left, and again, Ultra so close to that as well.
I mean, LA Thieves just threw away all of these lives.
That's a big stack as well. You got to go, Thieves. This is it. Decisive hit has to be there. Second segment done. This is huge. Not enough of a commitment from the Thieves. Have we fallen asleep at the wheel? What is going on? Hydra over the top.
Oh my god, they gave him way too much time. Wow. This set and just gave them way too much time.
Thieves, we are expecting to see players not even in position to contest the zone in 8v6 that turns into a 4v5 in the blink of an eye. Ultra woke up today and shows violence. LA Thieves, we're still waiting for them to wake up.
Our COD gods falling asleep at the job.
Said fucking shit, we suck. Fucking nice shot.
2-0 in the series, 2-0 in round count here in control. An unprecedented turn here at Major 2. Thieves, this is it.
It might be going out with a whimper. Joe Deceives has been piecing them up all series long. Beans kicks things off at the first blood, does get traded out. And Hydra looking for some motion, can't get anything going. Everyone on Ultra are in all the right spots.
Yeah, they're inside. Oh, shots from Scrap.
There you are.
Right there, Envoy. He picks up the pieces, so now you've managed to get some form of a foothold inside on the flank. He can't
this
get
is
one
losers.
Out. Great job again. Thieves
this is losers semifinals.
Yeah, as there's always the next man in line. Ultra always have someone in position to sort of make a dent. There you see it popping up in the feed, and Hydra still looking to get some activity going. But he's getting back down at range. You can't hang with Beans.
So tough. He's equipped for these fights, but dealt with finally. Again, as soon as you get 3 dead, the 4th man, and they're fully aware of, is still behind you in spawn. It's Kleenex this time.
Traded out instantly. You can't make the flank plays. Ultra's teamwork right now is 2 on point. The kill feed, it is theirs.
35 seconds remaining. Gone. Joe Deceives, cut Scrap.
Miss Scump is right there. Ultra is gotta play him ready.
25 seconds to go.
No, I know. But the fact that it's working.
Desperation.
As the LA Thieves.
Like they're just sitting and not giving Thieves any info.
Can they get out of their spawn?
They don't have a choice in the matter. Insight's there for the drop. Some sites.
Look at that. No info. Scrap gets shit on. Oh my god.
Kleenex with the 3. The dagger. They're gone. The LA Thieves from gods to God save me. Wait. 0.3.
Oh my god.
The curse continues. Another 3-0. Our first seed team dips out top 4. And what an upset from Toronto Ultra.
And the Emperor made his decision. LA Thieves, the thumbs down. You get to die on Sunday. Tip it to the whole team of Ultra. Those guys showed up to play. The teamwork out of control. Kleenex is popping 3 pieces like it's nobody's business. Beans, he remembered the booze. Nobody's making noise now.
Homie's happy right now, dude.
They will be lying in wait in the losers final. The Thieves, a long.
That man is fucking smiles right now. This Ultra won.
Comes to a tremendous finish there at the hands of Ultra. GG's in the chat. Nameless looking like a genius on the desk. No one believed. He knew, though, the one scenario, the one possibility where they find the win, and that was it. Ultra came to play today. A 3-0 chance, a shock.
No, not a shock. I mean, listen, it's like 23 series in a row. It's a 3-0 or 3-1. So technically not a surprise, but not how we thought this was going to go down. But either way, I mean, again, for the Ultra players, taking care of business. They know the way the tournament is gone. They know you have to come out of the gates hot, and right from the first listening, Ultra all about their business. And Joe Deceives for MVP. I'd vote for him for president. And either way, one of the best series of his career.
Absolutely. Didn't have to get to the hard point, didn't get to the vault, didn't get a more 4. I mean, you said 5 at one point. I'm going to stop saying it because the curses are very real. But 115, 6-4, 3-0 Ultra. Man, what a performance. Well, that is that. Top 3 secured. They will be lying in wait in the losers bracket final, finding out who they're going to be playing. Of Surge taking on FaZe later today as well. That is going to be a fantastic match, and I am still a little surprised, folks. Wow, there's only one person we really want to hear from after a match like that. Guy is on stage with Joe Deceives.
Thank you so
bro.
much, Miles, and
I was hoping
Texas,
for a
make
banger,
some
not a
noise.
3-0.
Toronto Ultra, as they continue on to the losers finals. And I got Joe Deceives with me on the main stage. Joe, Silverback Joe, you was absolutely frying in that series. Was he popping off, Texas? How you feel after that?
I mean, I feel great. Obviously, you know, they were the first seed coming in, 7-0. I think they hadn't lost a series in about, I can't even remember. They're a great team, but we came out, steamrolled them. That's what I know we can do, and I'm expecting us to win this event.
There you go. I love the confidence out of you. And as you said, going up against that first seeded team, were you guys expecting a 3-0 to kick off the day like that?
I wasn't expecting a 3-0, but I knew we were very comfortable in that series. I mean, we've expanded our map pool a lot. It's been what we've been working on, so very excited.
Hey, man, it definitely showed there in that series, okay? Now, we're still waiting to see who you're going to play from the winner's side, but I know it must be amazing playing in this stadium on a championship Sunday in front of so many family and friends. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels insane. Obviously, last year I was here on Saturday. I wasn't here for Sunday.
Toronto tweeted, hey, LA Thieves, drop something. It's a picture of Joe.
Now, I know you got the family in the crowd. Where your moms at? You know, it's been a mom buff this whole weekend, okay? There you go. Shout out to the family over here on Joe, all right? I'm gonna let you get ready for this next series. I know you wanna watch it, and we wanna get to that winner's final, so that's gonna do it for us on the stage. One more time for Toronto Ultra. Nameless, take us away.
Thank you, Blaze, and thank you, Joe Deceives. I'm expecting us to win the event, is what he said after that victory, and wow, they look like they can do it, Alan.
Bro, if you're gonna be Chris for this segment, I'm gonna be you. Mind blown. Are we joking? I mean, to come out and to beat this Thieves team on what has been one of their best search and destroys at this point. They've been flawless on protocol control, and they didn't just beat them, they made them look silly.
Yeah.
That is terrifying stuff.
So we've been saying, Allie, all season long, we've been waiting for Beans to take a leap, and we've been waiting for Joe Deceives to take a step as well. And in this series, I think they've done it.
100%. I mean, Joe, I feel like took his step a little bit earlier than Beanston. We saw that at the beginning of the Stage 2 qualifiers, but I just, I didn't have the Toronto Ultra placing this well and playing this well at all. My mind has been completely changed. I feel like a lot of the communities has been as well, because this is a level of consistency we've seen from them this weekend after having such low expectations about their performances on LAN as well. Like, they were a solid online team. They kind of were outside of the top 4 conversation. Nobody really had them as a favorite coming into this weekend. They got sent down to elimination, and then they go 9 maps in a row, now make it 10, 11, 12 versus the favorite to send them down back home. Toronto Ultra looks unreal.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the best lose back runs we've seen in a while, right? Like, they haven't lost a map. They're going through extremely tough teams. You know, you talk about this matchup versus the Thieves. This is your #1 seed that they just made look so human.
And the thing about it is, like, you got to remember that 3-0 they lost to Cloud9 in the winners bracket could have been 3-0 the other way.
Yeah.
Like, this Toronto team's looking absolutely prime. I think the big marquee thing about this, though, was that not only did we see Joe Deceives dominate, they were able to shut down Hydra, which not a lot of teams have been able to do this stage. I mean, he was a walking 1.3, so the fact that he ended up with like a 0.8 is ridiculous.
Just Toronto and Boston have been able to shut down Hydra. So Thieves definitely need to improve when they go home. We know that they can be back on top. But let's jump into our scuff play of the game. It's a search and destroy. I mean, those last couple of rounds were just massive. You know, you have a 3v4 where Insight gets huge 2 kills, and then Joe Deceives
probably put up a good fight
from the rat corner.
And as you can tell, 4-4, right? Like, this round was everything. Joe finds them both on the cross. He's able to get both kills.
Like, they'll put up a fight, but I feel like FaZe will still win
round,
it.
the 183 fire into the kill. That was detrimental for Toronto Ultra to close this out. And it reminds me of that graphic we saw heading into this match. It lined up Hydra and Joe's stats, and it's like, we talk about players that, you know, can't really come to Hydra and the type of SMG that he is. I feel like we're spoiled this year. I feel like Joe, if he keeps this up, 100% in that conversation. Snoopy, even if he keeps it up, 100% in that conversation.
Couldn't agree more, especially with Joe Deceives. And this has been a wild bracket. Another 3-0. Let's pull it up. Alan, look at this bracket. When's the last time you've seen so many 3-0, 3-1s?
Never. I think that's the easy way to put that. This has been an astonishing series of events that have come through the last couple of days, and now we take our focus back up to the upper bracket. And I'm not gonna lie, as much as we would like to see maybe 5 come through, this Vancouver team is currently 2-0 in the head-to-head versus Atlanta, so there's a little bit of history, a little bit of revenge, a little bit of blood on the line.
Yeah, these teams know each other extremely well, but we got to go to break because we have our winners final. We're gonna get this crowd to stand up here. Atlanta FaZe versus the Vancouver Surge. Who will make it to the grand finals?
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Well, hello there. We are back and ready to kick it into the map 3. A hot contest so far. Yeah, it's hot in the building. It's hot in the series.
You got shorts on today.
You're hot. Yeah, I knew it was going to be warm today. I had a feeling, so I had to pull out the quads. Look at these things. You think anyone's blinded? I've been
see through them.
I've been hitting the Peloton though. There's some muscle there. I'm telling you, these things feel like a couple of rocks, man.
Okay.
I'm so sorry about that, everybody home. Hopefully, no one.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Had their vision affected by the bright lights of my quads.
Wait, hold up. Was he the greatest sniper of the
Oh my God. He was hella good. It all comes down to this. Nate shot running it down. He's trying to no-scope. Ricky trying to no-scope. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh my God. Didn't even hit him. Oh. GG. God, he got f***ing slammed. And it's face banks. Oh my God.
Marnie or top guy?
Wait, I think they're probably working, eh?
Yeah, they have Deddy, by the way.
Nice. Sheesh, bro.
Good
Hold that.
Sheesh.
Bro, my POV that.
All right. I look at it. It's guaranteed. Well, actually, that's well. Talk about things that are easy to do. If you're having the knife holding, that's unstoppable.
Travel cut. Purpose up cut and shot up.
Oh, we can't travel this? Well, that's right there. At least let him middle.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I think that this side. Nate hit one a couple times and stunned mid cut.
What am I doing, bro?
One guy's in mid cut.
The 2025 Vancouver Surge Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm for when you have a bone to pick. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Welcome back to Major 2. It's not Chris Puckett, it's actually Miles. Chris is out for a moment, but we've got ourselves a fantastic winners bracket matchup to get through, folks. Vancouver Surge and Atlanta FaZe are going to be going toe-to-toe for a spot in the grand finals. I'm joined by the best in the business. I got Chance, Alicat, and Nameless. And guys, what a tournament it's been. Chance, how was our last series for you?
It was fast, man. Just like this entire tournament, nothing but 3-0s and 3-1s. And I don't know, we're respecting everybody's time, I guess, but can I get a game 5, man?
Yeah, Riley's trolling on the other side while the intro was going.
You know, so far these guys have played twice recently online. Neither one was a game 5.
Yeah, well, and that's exactly what we want to get to next. FaZe, man.
I don't think so. I think it's just the fact that it's FaZe.
I mean, what has been going wrong for the FaZe boys in this particular matchup?
I mean, well, when you look at this matchup, like for Atlanta FaZe,
Yeah, I guess to try to keep like the FaZe and Optic banter going.
Come down to the very end. And for Surge, outside of LA Thieves, they've been the best HP team that we've had. I mean, through our minor and our Stage 2 qualifier, Neptune has come in and completely overhauled this team. So it's going to be an extremely tough matchup. And when you look at the matchups, the Search and Destroys have went the way of Surge as well. So there's no lockup mode for Atlanta FaZe in this series.
And just to answer the question more directly, what has been going on for FaZe is Nasty. Nasty has been obliterating them. I think he has a 1.33 overall, specifically against Atlanta. It's rare for players to go positive against Atlanta FaZe. Like, you're lucky to drop more than a 1.01. A 1.3 is crazy.
It's
Nasty
ridiculous.
has feasted in this matchup, and I know when he talked about it, Miles, he was just saying, like, I know how they're going to play. They're a very structured and organized team. It makes his job easier.
And outside of Nasty, are there any other things that Surge are just doing so right against one of the best in the league?
They're just able to take a respawn. Their search and destroy has been kind of unreal lately. This is what we kind of expected from this team, but same with their respawn has literally overhauled. They went from middle of the pack to literally like top 3 across the board. So for Vancouver Surge, their biggest issue right now is going to be shutting down Simp. Simp has been playing unreal this weekend, so we're gonna need the 0-4 that we've gotten in the past couple of days. But you're talking about a Vancouver Surge that went from bottom 2 hardpoint team in stage 1 to stage 2, jumping all the way up to top 2. So if they can keep that hardpoint this weekend, we're looking for a good match.
Maps and modes are nearly ready, folks. And from a player's perspective, you've been there before. Online qualifiers go great. You get to LAN. It's even better. How do you feel?
I mean, you feel extremely good, right? You've been breezing through this tournament so far. You've also had like some close maps, so you're battle tested. But there is something about playing a different beast like Atlanta FaZe. You play that top dog. I mean, Atlanta FaZe hasn't lost a series in their last 11 matches on LAN, dating back to EWC, right? So this would be an incredible win if you're the Surge.
Well, we'll see if they can get the win. Here, folks, is the stage set and ready to rock and roll on maps and modes. Vault, red card protocol, red card protocol. You can read at home as well. But Chance, what does this really mean for our teams?
It means we're squaring up and just going back at some of the same maps again. The Vault hardpoint, they play it every single time.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm watching Neptune consistently drop 40s, but against FaZe, it just hasn't mattered. And the protocol control as well. Like, I like Vancouver on it. I just like FaZe more.
I mean, yeah, they've split the protocol control. They've played it both times in their series. And then the Vault hardpoints, FaZe have won them, but one came down to time and one was like a 20-point victory, right? So it's always absolutely insane. This series should be special.
This is both teams' best maps across the board. They literally mirror each other perfectly. You look inside of Vancouver, 9-6 on Vault. There's a lot of repetition there, but you go to their S&Ds. It's their top 2 S&Ds. It's one of their best controls. Please, please, a game 5. I am begging. We are set up for success right now.
All right, quick picks. I'm going to do this one for Chris. I'm going to go Vancouver Surge. I think they pull it out. I think FaZe are a great team, but there's something rumbling in my gut. Chance, where are you going?
Death Taxes, FaZe, and finals. No questions.
I mean, yeah, but not yet. My top 3 hosts going with you, Vancouver Surge.
I'm going Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah,
they won the
FaZe.
last 2 Major 2s. At every Major 2 in CDL history, they've been in the grand final. They're going to make it here.
Well, good news, folks. Picks are done. Our winners bracket final starts right now.
Well, they're 5 seconds away from taking down FaZe.
Yeah, this has been a terrific series. Draza gonna get dropped. 0-4 now onto 12. Celium falls and Surge do it again. They are the real deal. They take out FaZe.
This is a disgusting attack.
They don't know if he's going to jump in the window, go on a route. He is just hesitating, taking his time, messing with C9. 9 in a row, 11 in a row.
This man is the reincarnation of God as he wins another 12 streak to close it out.
1, 2, third, done, dead. Vancouver Surge take aim.
Didn't seem to cost him a bunch of time, but it hurt him.
Speed kill number 44. Deal lined him up, got him down.
I think they are a solid team right now, but I think we're looking lights out right now.
All right, Texas, it's time to get this winners final started. You ready to get it going? The first squad coming to the stage has been ready for this rematch. Get ready to make some noise for the bad boys of Atlanta FaZe! Celium, Simp, Abizi, and Draza.
Yeah.
This team knows what it takes to come out and get a win, but they will love to come out here and take down the Seattle Surge. Ready for whatever, Atlanta FaZe is locked in.
Atlanta FaZe always gets the last laugh, and they've lost to Surge 2 times in a row now. It's been a tough matchup. The Tiny Terror's looking to make a statement. Let's get this started.
All right, and I'm ready to bring out their opponents, okay? Coming to flood the stage, here comes Vancouver Surge! 0-4, Abuza, Nasty, and Neptune. The it's time to find out if lightning's gonna strike a third time. Seattle, Vancouver Surge, ready to get it done.
A roster made up of players that have been forgotten, underrated, not taken for what they truly are. 04 has been an unreal beast this weekend. Neptune has turned this team to on the edge, to making it to Sundays. Nasty loves this matchup. He's rocking a 1.3 versus Atlanta FaZe, and Abuza's gonna bring that energy. If there's any upset that could happen on that stage right now, it could be in this matchup. It's time to get it started, Blaze.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Allie, but now it's time to head into the series. Texas, make some noise for your casters. It's Merc and Maven.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Hello, everybody.
After like
Listen, buddy,
fucking thieves losing and shit, everyone's just reversing their thoughts on us losing yesterday. It's like maybe we're not that bad at all.
For me in this series, like you've seen the 480p scump when it's nasty, it's hilarious and all, but like in this series, he's been 4K.
Like I'm just seeing everybody that's like an Optic fan just saying the same thing. I guess we're not dog shit.
We had the privilege of casting both of these two, so we really were kind of the beginning of this resurgence for Surge.
Yeah, I mean, it was the first match in the Stage 2 qualifier, right? The addition of Neptune. Immediately, they're able to win that 3-1, and we're like, whoa, what is going on here? We get a rematch.
Is it not? Like,
yeah, we had a rematch a couple of weeks later at the minor, round number 2, right? FaZe has the bye. Surge beats them again in that game 5. And that is really the key. They have not lost a Search and Destroy versus FaZe team.
and this has just been, I mean, when you talk about the run for FaZe, like they have just been on this crazy streak, whether you talk about the Major 2 wins, when you talk about going for a 3rd event win in a row, when you talk about the LAN series victories that they had, I mean, their only speed bumps have really been Surge over the these past couple months. They've been lights out against everybody else. Why do I say lights out? Because we talk about these hard points, the FaZe boys, it's gonna be a 20 to 50 point game. They've been very tight hard points.
Yeah, and across both those series, map number 1 both times was Vault. FaZe able to win both of those could be a key to this series, because you look at this map list, I mean, listen, for Surge overall, once we get to maps 2 through 5, like, you are 13-2 since adding Neptune, but there you can see 7 wins in a row. The margin, though, only plus 26 at the Major, undefeated. See if they can get it done again.
It's not often over these past, 5-6 years of the CDL where we're talking about FaZe that they're winning success, like their winning conditioning being hard point, but here we are. Will Surge be good enough? But let's do it. Winners bracket final time. Surge or FaZe guaranteed a spot in that grand final. It's a different kind of pressure. You know, you're on one side for FaZe, you're trying to cement this legacy you have, further this legacy of maybe the greatest team of all time. And for Surge, this is 4 guys looking for their first LAN win. You could not be more different in this matchup.
Yeah, I think we just saw with the last series, right? LA Thieves know, people know, winning is difficult. Doing it consistently on these Sundays. Draza there off to a 2-0 start, and maybe a big deal there, because the last couple of series with Draza, he's had some of these slower starts. Could be a key maybe to shut down Nasty. Both those players running that extra SMG on a map like Vault. And well, there we go, 4-0, starting to get loud.
Yeah, I think Draza comes into this team to help change the culture here for these guys on Sunday. We know they've been running through a tournament sometimes. The hiccup comes on Sunday. They've been called the Silver Surfers. Yes, it's been impressive. You've been to a lot of finals, but can you actually close it out? Draza comes in to help them with that. So far, so good. Is Draza up to 5-1? But yeah, one of these matchups goes to time, right? So don't be too shocked. Keep an eye on that play clock throughout it, but we'll focus on your first big P2. FaZe been such a strong rotate team, but kind of get blown out of the water here early. The break is looming.
Yeah, well, they just get choked out. I mean, you had Nasty just pretty much hold that heady, and he has the crossfire. So FaZe, they cannot get pushed towards palm trees, out towards Cat. It's a couple of early kills. It's now 3 more for Surge, and well, that's going to be all 4 dead. You have them spawning in the back, 28 seconds left. You will take that. Now, what do FaZe want to do? We fight and scrap? Are we rotating towards Art? It looks like Simp, he is gone. The rest of the players maybe going to stay for a bit, but a great break there on this P2 from Surge.
Beautiful break, and then the next wave leads to all the time. Cell's going to get a couple, maybe alleviate pressure, allow kind of Simp to get freedom on the other side and get the early rotation, try to keep P4 side during the course of this P3, but he's going to have some pressure starting to brew now as leaving the old par point will be Surge. Neptune on 4 straight. Great start from 04, who has been a different beast here on land when you talk about the respawns. Sympho going to get picked. It's a big gunfight win for Nasty, so keep an eye on him. Likely going to flip spawns. That's exactly what's going to happen. He'll spawn 2 of his teammates out R. That's one of those big gunfight wins. Nasty's been crucial in this matchup.
Yeah, it's a big middle of the map setup, though, from FaZe, and pretty much what they're saying is we're just going to take this time, right? This is normally where Surge is so strong. It's just taking time at P3, then playing around the break. 04, though, couple of headshots coming to play. Spawns flip once again. So you get around 20 seconds. Now both teams fighting for control.
Yeah, I mean, everyone wants to have left side control early, but more often than not, we're going to flip a couple of times before we actually get to P4.
I'm streaming on YouTube.
15 or so points between them. Nothing too crazy. FaZe just trying to keep Surge out of the point, make sure they can't do what they do so well, like you talked about, and just soaking up some free time.
I have Scump like in my ears.
Hard point. With 5 seconds left, these are the big gunfights now. Next hard point, ready to pop.
Have it low enough to where I don't play the game twice.
And that's going to be 2 players spawning out now for Atlanta FaZe. They're trying to rally back, but the numbers are here for Vancouver Surge. Off to the races we go. A chance maybe to hit the gap, but the fire already going to be there from the ARs of Surge. And when the big gunfights went down, it's Surge winning them all.
And that's just what it is. Surge, no, they just need to find kills with 5 to 10 seconds left, right? They have a 3 versus 2. 04 is able to get on through, break the spawns, but now can they hold on? 04, what a start from him. 12 and 4. Now just soaked it up this time. You have a BZ working the flank. Well, you might be waiting for him. Nasty's gonna get taken down. Maybe a chance here for FaZe behind a BZ's too.
And man, we have been critical of 04 at times, just with his online play and consistency and respawns, but also talked about where they're playing online, how hard it can be for them from Vancouver. But get him to land, bro. He has been a monster. 13 and 4, still ripping and roaring. Break comes in for FaZe, and they'll get some of this time to try and keep it a little more competitive. But as close as it is, you feel good if you're Surge. You got a pretty solid lead with some really great breaks. If you're FaZe, you're probably thinking just a couple of mistakes and we're in a much better spot.
Yeah, just early holds, right?
Yeah,
early holds at P2 for FaZe, and then the hill doesn't pop yet, but you just die at the wrong time if you're FaZe on that P4 rotation. But yeah, 14 to 5 and 04. Honestly, he struggled individually in this matchup versus FaZe, right? He would love to play better versus them, and he's doing it right now on a Sunday.
Oh, he is. It is not the names you saw in the online matchups popping off for Surge, but the fact is somebody is popping off, and now it's the whole team popping off. FaZe going to get spawned out and cut down.
He's just finding everybody right now.
Building this lead on Vault. Things looking so good for Surge. You got to imagine FaZe are going to get something going at some point. Can you deal with that run from them if you're Surge? That time might be now. There's a big wave, 20 seconds remaining, so you do have time to get out of your Surge. Trying to get pushed up as number 5 and Cell to kind of cut the reinforcements. Make it not an easy rotation over towards.
Yeah, this is this change with Neptune.
You got a significant lead. You're up about 60. You're feeling good. 04 is leading the way. I want to hear the comms from Vancouver Surge.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. This is what we needed for years. Yeah.
Nice, one on time.
Yeah.
One on time, okay?
That's what like Scump and Zuma and they were like talking about when it comes to the bottom teams, like they kind of like wait too late to make roster changes. Yeah. Even the announcers say like minors are actually perfect, or actually, or like they're like now perfect timings to decide, because it's like a. Yeah.
Line cut on you. Line cut, 1 HP. 1 HP line cut, under you. Yo, team was under you. Nice, okay. Yeah, mid on. Yeah, this one next to go on, Yeah, one's in the back of the thing. Yeah, well, mine. Yo, close in lights. Close in lights.
He's definitely trying to get this time.
Okay, lay down on the step. Yeah, stay down. Nice, stay down. Stay down, mid up. I need flip. Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Make sure we control mid.
I'm watching my left.
Yeah, I'm getting cat. Right there. It's still kind of open.
Okay. Top good, I can't drop. One shit, top good. Don't die. Yeah.
Yo, it was cat.
Yeah, I try. give me a sec. I watch it, I'm doing for line, okay? No, left open. Line.
Two running up taxi, two running up taxi.
I watch left. Yeah, I've left. Two on left, one on left. Two on the left.
Still a tight one. The play clock going to be in consideration again with just over 2 minutes to go, but a fresh P4 has popped. Vancouver Surge in position. Pressure on FaZe now to break.
Yeah, this might be the game. I mean, you talk about this 20-point lead, but this could be, 80 or 90 after this hill. You heard it in the listening. Don't die. He was able to spawn up safely after getting taken down. And well, all 4 players are here, but well, FaZe feels like at some point they're going to get on through. They have 2 players in the hill. Someone's going to go on the pitch. That is Simp.
Shutting Simp and Draza down.
Especially off that start from Draza that we saw earlier, but Abizi and Cell going off.
Yeah, Draza was like 5-1, now 11-20. They put him in a body bag, but yeah, you have 2 players having a slow start. You're getting outslayed. Cell's carrying you a bit, but you're still in striking distance, only down 20. Surge have got to try and take advantage of some of these situations in the slow start from FaZe. Can they walk away with the map 1? They couldn't do it the first 2 times they played. Maybe they can do it here, but they're lining up in front for Simp, and maybe this 4 spree will get him going. We know yesterday he was slow, then he was a cheetah as he came alive with a 12 spree to call the game at the tail end of that red car versus C9. Not seen anything like that yet out of him, but maybe that'll get him heated up, and with this early time, maybe we got a lead change looming. FaZe starting to roar.
Yeah, and again, just that play clock, you would have to imagine. I mean, no one's even close to 200 quite yet.
It might be. We'll see if it becomes interesting.
Yeah, it might just come down to that P2. Last time, FaZe did such a better job with the early onslaught from Surge. That's how they got back into this game. It's going to be a couple of dead now for FaZe. Surge on the hill, just chipping away.
Chipping away is right. Taking a route around the back will be Abizi. We'll see if they're able to pick this up. They go to pick it up, and they pick it up perfectly. Nice job by Neptune. Got the internal timing, shuts down the route, and continue to get this time. It's been fantastic time here at P1. You'll likely have an early setup for FaZe at P2 again, but it's not going to be a clean one. Not going to be a clean one, and maybe not a setup whatsoever. You get all the kills here in Vancouver Surge. Spawning out Narnia is going to be Atlanta FaZe. They're all the way out in Art and trying to cross. Neptune's got the angle, and he's shutting them down. The ARs, the subs, everybody doing it right for Vancouver Surge, and you're in a fantastic spot to close out this map.
Yeah, I mean, Neptune, he's just got both weapons, so he's just switching it up. Simp finally able to take him down. You're going to need a break. Abizi was able to earn a Hellstorm. So we're going to try to just flood on through towards the front. What does he connect with? There's going to be the first. The call out to Nasty, but Nasty takes down 2. Again, so good versus FaZe throughout the year. Can 04 hang on? Trying to find 29.
Oh my God.
5 in a row from 04. He's got over 2 minutes on the hill as well. The man is doing it all.
04, an absolute monster. But yeah, the streak gets one. After that, though, it's all Nasty in 04. And you've got near a perfect hold here at the point you've got to scramble towards this if you're FaZe, because you're getting towards a winning condition. You're at 220 if you're Vancouver Surge. And this has been unbelievable, but taking a look there, you saw the map 1s over stage 2. It has been all FaZe, but they are in trouble right now.
Yeah, 10-0 in map 1s, a key to their stage 2, but it's looking a little bit differently. We saw from 04, he has a Hellstorm to work with. P4 and P3 in position will be Nasty, so he's just controlling this, and you can just take your time. This is what we talked about, 219. Every single moment you are on that hill, the pressure is over to FaZe.
Absolutely, and they're able to get into it for now. And but look at this setup you've now got. How far you've got them spawning out. This has been picture-perfect hard point over the last minute or 2 for Vancouver Surge, and you were so close from calling game. FaZe at least able to pick the player out of the hard point, maybe alleviate some of the pressure from a score standpoint, but now dipping their toes will be Neptune. Trying to get some nades onto him. The cover fire is there, though, for 04. He's picking up cuts as well, but not able to win the fight. 14 points now needed. You need something insane to go right for you right now if you are FaZe. Because down 80, play clock becoming an issue as well with just over a minute. How the hell are you going to get this done, Joe?
Yeah, well, and they're also going to call in a Hellstorm. I actually love this to secure this rotation. Nobody's really watching Art, though, so number 7's going to be on through. There's a BZ up top, so Neptune's going to chow with it, and that's been the difference. There's been a lot of AR presence, and I think maybe that is, you know, why Draza is struggling, but they're in the hill now. FaZe have to break on through.
Here comes the big break opportunity. A couple players maybe getting through or not. Abuza trying to dip, dive, and snap as he's getting swarmed, but you win the fight again, and that will seal it. Surge striking first and finally able to take the map 1 vault.
Man, what a map from 04. 36 in 20, over 4,000 damage. 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the hill.
He's
he has been self-critical. And well, he is bringing it so far on Championship Sunday.
He absolutely is. I mean, for the most part, you have, what, 10 to 20 points separating these teams in the realm of 30 through, like, the mid-game. But, man, once they started to pull away, you had that perfect P2 hold. It really gets going at the P1 before that. It is just excellence there, and Draws, after starting out strong, just puts up a dud. He's going to have to turn it around big time because you're getting it out of everybody on Surge. Like, I know 04 has a big one, but, like, everyone's producing right now. Everyone's there in the damage. And it is a 1-0 edge now for Vancouver Surge, and they are feeling good.
Well, and I mean, you're thinking about this is sort of the map that you've struggled with versus this team, right? In the two series, you have lost both of the vaults. Elsewhere, you have been fantastic.
Yeah, I know they had to beat them at 5 the one time, but the other time they lost this, they rip off 3 right after that. So now you're in the driver's seat even more than you already are. I mean, I think for a lot of people, you know, FaZe are probably the favorite here, just based on the fact they've won the last major, they won EWC, this core roster, they're number 1 team, yes, so on and so forth. But in this particular matchup as of late, it has been all Surge, and now they've got to have even more confidence after the map 1 victory. We'll take a look at some of the highlights here before we get into the search and destroy. But man, 04 was wheeling and dealing early.
Well, it's just like when they're finding their kills, it really is on the side of Surge. They're finding it right before the hills are going to pop. They flip this spawn
So apparently Scump is actually calling a Vancouver FaZe grand final.
The second time through. And you can just tell it puts FaZe in such an uncomfortable position when they're just earning all of this time. This is when Neptune, yeah, he's going to find it. You see Nasty working up the minimap, flips it. As you said, they were spawning in Narnia with 10 seconds left at P1.
They were, and like the strength of this FaZe team in Hardpoint has been rotating and holding. It has not been breaking. No, break was what we said for years with them, but that has not been the recipe for success for this team in Hardpoint. And they were put in a position where, yeah, you not only had to break, but like you didn't have like spawns anywhere close. You didn't have easy opportunities to flood the hardpoint. You were getting, I mean, those setups were incredible. I mean, right before that P2 was insane. You had them spawning hard. It's like, okay, great. Good luck. Yes, and Neptune's getting shots into you off the spawn. Like, that was like the perfect setup there. We said for a long time, it felt like this team, we're talking about Surge, they were a bit ahead in Hardpoint. You saw some of the reasons there. Like, they can be so good at taking advantage of situations. Now on the other side of this, you know, FaZe, you know, you have such a good stretch there when you talk about their Hardpoint. The thing that they kept talking about, we've mentioned it a million times, we're beating a dead horse at this point, but it was search and destroy, search and destroy, search and destroy. They didn't have the best qualifier, but they said they were trying to improve. That was the main focus for them. See.
Yeah, it's how they won Major 1, right? In that best of 7, they won 3 of them, but this is a team they've struggled with. 0-3 in Search and Destroy. They've tried Red Card, so we're going to get that again, but yeah, they've lost it 6-4. We'll see if there's some adjustments. Again, you know, tournaments are always a little bit differently. The night before, a lot of preparation from the coaches. What strats do they like to run? But on the Surge side, I mean, you have not lost this yet with Neptune.
No, you haven't. I mean, that's probably the thing that shifts the most between online and stuff with the Surge play, right? Like, for the most part, nothing's going to change that much when you talk about Hardpoint, except, well, to a degree, like, if you have different players in your team going off, I'm sure it changes some stuff for a team, but strats-wise, you're going to see stuff at Majors. Maybe you'll get creative online, but you're going to see everybody really pulling out all the stops and search and destroy on land, and FaZe are going to need it now. Draza, a guy so filled with confidence, and he'll play behind that swagger. He puts up a dud in the map 1, he'll be trying to bounce back, but, and you know, like, with FaZe, even though they've won the last 2 events, like, going back to last year, I'm still sure, like, some days have to be in their minds. Just with all the second places, with all the top 3s.
Forever.
You lose a map, it's still going to be in your head a bit, even though you've won so much. But for the remaining teams, we take a look at the S&D, KD leaders, and what do you know? Tiny Terrace at the top, and they're going to need every bit of that. You got Cell rounding it out as well.
Yeah, and then 04 at number 3, right? In 04 as a player on Red Card especially, where we have casted him, and it feels like double digits or 2. He is a guy that's going to try to find openings, try to find those flank routes, put a lot of presence inside a ticket on this map, and we'll see if the timings go his way.
Yeah, this is where we last kind of talked about casting the FaZe side, like a BZ. Usually you see him sub out, aggression, flying at you, finding first bloods. Like, he was mostly like AR out, kind of the guy watching like the push through, watching the flank routes. He was playing some different spots. We'll see about, you know, you just think like you'd see him out hedges, right? Like, that's where you typically see him, like hedges and lobby looking to make plays. But usually, defensively, he'll be kind of playing sneaky on the site. And then a lot of their offenses, yeah, like AR out, just waiting for like that camera push through.
Yeah, you switch up your default a little bit. Maybe if he's uncomfortable, you know, working towards an A bomb site, just, yeah, let him watch the flank, and that's what you're going to see right here. He's going to right over towards Hammer with that AR.
Well, right over to camera and right into a nade, but he is able to get out of that. Little stun check to see if they push behind it, but No pressure coming. Little game of dodgeball early on as no one's got trophies to use, but they're building towards them. FaZe trying to connect on their utility deep as they work out towards A. Still have a BZ deep. Trying to read things on maybe the wrap through.
You're just playing retake at this point. I mean, you're going to have Abuza watching across. That's the info, but he's going to play his life. Now look at the rest of the Surge members. They're going to start to rotate on over. Here comes a lot of mid-pressure, but bomb being planted.
You get it in, but they're going to swarm on this quick. Did Simp get out of this alive? They're trying to lock him in. It looks like he's been able to back up and at least put the bomb heavy for now. The nade will connect. It's going to do some damage. Simp somehow still staying up, though. Abizi able to get one onto a 4, so still getting first bloods despite the change in positioning. Abuza trying to bring it back. Cell going to drop one. And one by one they fall. FaZe able to strike first. Abizi doing his job, kind of playing the push through man, and Simp getting bombed down, and great job staying alive.
Yeah, I don't know how he stays alive.
No, once that nade hit, I'm thinking there's going to be fire from somewhere.
Yeah, it's almost like that grenade smoke helps him out, but yeah, he's just able to play his life. The team shot is in there towards the end of that round, but that's sort of your first offensive default, right, if you're FaZe. I mean, you and I know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So you get a victory there, and that's always a good thing, because now you can make some adjustments off of that, try to read the map. 0-4, he tried to go on towards the flank, but Abizi was able to pick him up.
Yeah, I mean, you knowing something's a little different than me. You see something once and remember. I need to see something about 20 times before I understand it's a default, but that's why I have you. But now let's see what Surge are able to muster up. It'll be Nasty, kind of playing towards that position where we saw Abizi, and kind of a similar workup like we saw on the other side of it. The nades will hit, but no picks actually in.
Abizi's going quick.
0-4 trying to hit a rainbow, but that's going to be eaten up by a trophy. Abizi will be quick, but it's the other side that hits the nade of the Tiny Terror. Simple get that opener with the first blood. Abizi finds the timing. He's able to pick up Nasty. He's probably like, I know the spots you're playing. I play the same exact position. I'm just a little better at it.
Yeah, Nasty was trying to rotate back, maybe catch him on the flank, but Abizi was so quick there. He just goes. Maybe because the nades connect, right? So they know sort of the push is going to stop. Slows things down, and Abizi, the comms from him are just like, stay up. That's when you saw Simp. Just play bottom stage, wait for him. He's able to find a couple of kills and close out the round.
Yeah, we saw this, last for FaZe in the Rocker matchup. And like, that wasn't, I don't want to compare really Rocker and their form currently to Surge, but where they found success was like, they ended up getting frustrated, just kind of hitting stuff, right? Like, they could not find any openings on the map. Anytime it was sort of your default setup, FaZe were absolutely obliterating them. They finally, it was like, they ended up winning 3 rounds, but it was like defensive, just hits, offensive hits, just flying at stuff like through lobby.
3 or 4 through mid.
Yeah. And I'm not sure Surge have to do that yet, but felt like FaZe got under Rocker's skin. Just not leaving really any openings to allow the playmakers to find anything like your 0-4s of the world.
And here's the switch up, right? So Abizi has sub out. So I'm thinking maybe if they get bomb planted, they're potentially push through A. So something a little bit different from the FaZe side. You are going to have Celium on the flank. A great nade from Abizi to back down Abuza now. Can you work this objective?
Oh, nice little counter nade, though, to make sure there's no more pressure. Second nade not able to hit, though. Maybe finish him off. 2 are going to hit, I think, onto draws, but he just barely stays alive with 14 HP.
All the Surge are here.
They're grouped up. Simp can't get across. Abizi, though, able to trade one out, but not in the best position. He'll get dropped. Good tracking there from draws as we get into this 2 versus 2. A 4 and Abuza versus Cell and draws. We take a breath here for a moment, or do we? Draws is just going to chow and win the fight. Nice slide out to the bomb, Heady, and then Cell wins the last one. FaZe remaining perfect. Yeah, I thought they were chilling for a moment, regrouping, but second draws got back to full health. He's like, I'm taking this fight. And that's what I love. He's going to play with confidence, even if he got smacked around the map 1.
Yeah, no for Abuza. The reason they take that so slow is they have no idea where Cell is. So you have to worry about your Windows flank. They're not exactly sure where MC is on the map. He hasn't shown any presence yet. And since there was such a quick rotation, all 4 members of Surge were there. They're just sort of waiting in the 2 versus 2. Draza, though, with a big confidence gunfight, you would have to think, to make it a 1 versus 2. Now they're up 3-0.
Confidence gunfight. Absolutely what that was. I know you had the bomb Heady there, but still. He didn't have to chow that way. He did, though. And this is what we're kind of talking about before. I mean, he had a great map 1, but he can be the literal hard carry in Search and Destroy. Is he able to start finding some openings for this team? What a playmaker he can be. His mark in S&D felt the second he came into the league.
So he's got to be careful here. He's the lone man on an island. You see the other 3 players. Celium's going to rotate quick. Door's gonna open up, and while Celium just gets there in time. If 04 goes earlier, try catches a easy, but now everyone is here on a quick rotate.
Yep, we're all grouped up, and now we're getting ready to party. 04 wants to go. Cell gonna get tagged, but the crossfire is there. Simp able to shut down 2. It's falling apart quickly. Here for Surge. Abusa just can't find the angle. What a delicate dance it can be. Over towards B. A crazy win from Neptune, but that's all you're going to get. FaZe remaining perfect, and so far it's looking like all we heard, all qualifier, all the focus on search and destroy, it's paying off right now.
Yeah, and when you sort of slow down, if you're 04 and you're in that spot, I mean, listen, it's tough to just run through a door and try to take a one-on-one when you're down 03. But as soon as the timings kind of make sense to FaZe, all 4 players then rotate. That is what they want. It's when they get caught off guard where they're surprised. But yeah, as soon as they see nothing outside, Celium's going to rotate. He's going to help out Abizi. 04 tries to make the play just a little bit too slow.
Yeah, it's just tough. I mean, obviously, we can see everything on the map. We know how it's being played out, but like...
The players have timings.
Yes, you have timings, and sometimes, you know, you just have to take a gamble. Call that they don't have a stack there early on.
Oh, wow.
You've had some very different
powerful
looks.
glutes right there.
Yeah, it really is. You've had some very different looks here. Offensively. For Atlanta FaZe. Quick on the flank, though. I think finding an opening is going to be number 4. Neptune does get through. He's going to be able to tag one from behind. Cell, I think, should trade that out pretty quickly, but will it be too late? It'll be way too late. It's a little bit windy. He's going to get cut down, chased down. Surge, deal with it. Yeah, I'd have to watch it back again to see how Neptune kind of got through, but it looked like it was early pressure kind of from Draza and Abizi as they were working up towards camera.
Yeah, Neptune
Cell should have been the guy kind of dealing with that. He just found an opening.
Yeah, he finds the opening. It can be tough on the flank sometimes. You got to watch a lot of different angles, but again, just sort of switching up the timings, and I think he does there. So quick on the flank, they're caught off guard, and they just get smoked.
Yeah, and that for the FaZe side, something you can't allow to happen because that just literally shuts your round down pretty much instantly once somebody gets through. But you're right, you have to, you got to watch multiple locations on the wrap through. Neptune ends up getting 3. Dissects that round, and finally something positive to think about for Surge in the search and destroy. Car out though. Playing for info on the FaZe side. They're able to deal with that. Does some damage to 04, but we're trying to lock them in, but that's going to make it harder. Cell's going to drop. That's going to make you in Abizi have to rotate quickly here, I would think. Because they are picking them apart. Great two-man game towards the back side of it. Abizi will get over and able to finish up 1, but that's all you allow him to do. Great aggression here out of Surge, and honestly, that opening pick onto the back line and Cell just opens up everything for you.
Yeah, and then 04 able to play his life, right? And just sort of wait for his teammates to get there. So you're thinking maybe Draza has a kill. Maybe to force a 2-on-2 or at least another trade, but doesn't happen, so Simp left in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, and you'd love to maybe have an AR to pick one and give you an opening. With a sub, it's going to be so hard to do, and it's getting harder second by second. Probably more opportunities to take a sub fight from this angle. But he's not going to get one. Nearly a little turn and burn, but it wouldn't have mattered much. Back-to-back rounds now for Surge. Starting to make some adjustments. And it seems like they're starting to play with a little more pace and just make things happen before the rotation comes in for FaZe.
Yeah, that's kind of 2 rounds on Celium, right? 1 on the flank, just gets bad timing with Neptune, and then right there gets first blooded, a guy who, well, we normally don't see that, right? He loves to just play his life, be so difficult to take down.
That's his gimmick, wants to be the hardest kill in the league. There, though, they make it look easy, and, well, you win back-to-back rounds, and a big part of this is Neptune. He's now on 5 straight. He gets, what, 3 2 rounds ago, 2 in this one. He has been just a breath of fresh air, a superstar, a lightning plug, whatever you want to call it for this Surge team. He has been everything and more. And it seems like even now, when he's not having his best game, it stepped everything else up for the rest of the team.
Yep.
So easy back to that spot kind of from round 1, but this time sub in hand, yeah?
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to catch someone maybe on an early flank. Neptune just sort of hanging out around P1. So let's think they were
just
starting to go over towards A, then maybe wrap back towards B. Don't catch anyone on the flank, so now they're going to go.
You should get the comms over. It's like, when does Neptune go? What is the timing going to be like for Neptune?
Yeah,
and also wrapping deep will be 04.
If you counter this by pushing their side, that could be the play call.
Tired of seeing people dump their face in fucking ice water, bro.
Not quite yet. Now they know what they have to do, but you're getting different looks. Draws, though, left in a 1 versus 3. Finds the first. Already so quick.
My motherfuckers never did a morning routine before, dude. Why are you doing that?
Great adjustments from the Surge side. Should have a Hellstorm, and you're pretty darn close if you're Neptune.
7 straight. 3
Stop
rounds
following
in a
trends.
row.
You're not going to look like the
Bubble
black
up. There's
guy, all right?
Nothing positive to write home about if you were Surge through the first 4. But now you rip off 3 straight, and suddenly the team feeling the pressure.
Put your face in ice water doesn't mean you're going to look like
The
him.
Atlanta FaZe. What a stretch here from Neptune. Yeah, we'll see if he can get the streak and win.
Yeah, work hard to get that kind of muscle
I don't know
tone.
if it's just because they won the round 1. They think Abizi's going to work the flank or be there, so he's going to be playing that side of the map. Let's just stack A, but that hasn't been the play call from Surge. They've worked the flank a lot, and Abizi's gotten caught in some tough positions around that middle staircase on offense.
Yeah, it's almost like through the first 4 rounds, yeah, they thought they were going to get Surge to do some things that they're not doing. Well, now if you're FaZe, you could really use one. Surge close to tying this thing up. Neptune has become the unkillable. They're working up to execute over towards B. The one time they did try this, it didn't work out. They were a little bit hesitant. It was 0-4 leading the way. Well, 0-4 is not going to be there to lead the way this time.
But FaZe lose both Ultra and FaZe will
supposed to be a
get
fake, so
double
0-4
chance
cannot die
to
there,
play.
right? You have bomb all the way in spawn, flank towards A.
And
Now
their
number
thumbs,
6 and 7
both
just gonna play
teams'
for
thumbs
info.
will be harder
They'll
to
play a
pin who
retake
wins.
either site.
This is where you're FaZe. You don't want to give away a freebie. Nasty trying to take his time and look for an opening. Wins a wild one, but the trade is there. Neptune tries to collapse. Not going to be able to make any magic happen. His streak will come to an end. I don't think any streak could be earned for him either. Bomb carrier and Abuza, the deep man, last one up, and he just barely gets away with his life. He's like, screw it. Let's plant this and know where they're at. Let's try and clutch up in a 1 versus 3. And listen, it is winnable. It's just not going to be easy. Here they come.
Just nothing.
Absolutely nothing. You're playing a little bit of a guessing game there. All 3 going to push through the backside of it, and you get shut down. Big one there for FaZe. You needed it. Things were starting to unravel as Surge was making adjustments.
Yeah, and you see the effects of these first bloods, right? Like you're trying to throw a fake with 0-4 and Neptune over towards B, force a rotate, but he gets picked, and like that play just, well, it goes away quickly.
Yeah, more than likely.
First blood-wise, what, 4-4? I think between the squads right now. You could really use a stretch of those or another Hercules-like effort out of Neptune if you're going to bring this one back. There's a round away from tying up the series now. We'll be FaZe, and if you think about the map 3 and you talk about Proto, it's what? One team's 3-0'd the other the 2 times they played. So who the hell knows what's going to happen there? Because 3-0s aren't even that common on that map, much less within like a week of playing to do it again. Just the other team. It's kind of the same, but we'll see. The Neptune car out. And we'll see how FaZe then play behind this. Like it 0-4. Kind of working up through lobby.
A lot of space taken by that number 1. Let's see what happens here. Do they check that corner?
I mean, this is Abizi's kind of back to that default round 1 where he'll be the guy to deal with that. 0-4 just trying to use any cues, any comms to find that opening. It's going to be him versus Abizi eventually. We'll see when that develops, but Simp is going to get put in a body bag. Neptune gets back to his playmaking. That's going to shift Abizi over. Does he pick it up, though? Is he able to read on the other side as well? He got one. And kind of picks it up, but it's a little bit too late. 0-4 finds the timing, gets the kill. And it's Neptune first blood that leads to all of that being able to happen.
Yeah, it just adjusts the setup, right? Abizi then has to worry about the middle of the map. So flank is open. 0-4 knows that. All of a sudden, you're selling him in a 1 versus 3. This guy has some crazy ones, is able to find Abuza, has the bomb, should be able to get there in time.
Yeah, they'll probably just chase him down and catch him. Can he get it down and actually get to a spot to do anything?
Toes.
Not going to happen. Well, his really only chance to win the round there. But yeah, Neptune with the lobby chow. Abizi nearly makes the insane play. The help through mid, then the read back to the push through, but the angle and timing there for 0-4. He's got sub in hand. He's got that sub advantage, and he takes it.
Yeah, it's just a 2-man game between 0-4 and Neptune. Right, they talked about it when they made this roster change happen. They just worked off each other so well, but yeah, 0-4 knows Abizi has to adjust then. And he's just got the sub in hand, able to win that gunfight.
Oh yeah, I mean, he didn't move an inch until that. That's what you're waiting for. So we go all the way. Haven't found success on this push yet. Oh, might catch him easy though. He's trying to get out. He's going to scurry away. Now Celis here on the rotate. Two, we're going to push through though. It doesn't look like they're going to group up in the back, so you're going to have numbers here for a while if you're Surge. You can take the plant, just force the retake.
Abuza got shot at, but didn't expect Simp. The players on the flank just getting picked apart. So now do you push on through?
Exactly, it's like you have numbers. Do you just push through this or you just take your plant? For now they're staying gun up. They don't want there to be an awkward timing.
So now they're too late though. All 4 members of FaZe are here.
Still doable for Surge to hold. Nade's gonna do damage, and that might seal the game. The double nade's gonna go in. Gunfight win from Draws. Last player up is gonna be Nasty, and they are hunting him down. Position given up and nowhere to hide. Can't win the fight on the bomb site, and despite a crazy run there in the mid game from Surge, it's FaZe with the Search and Destroy victory. They're gonna win this tournament. Despite how good their hard point is, you know it's going to be in the back of their Search and Destroy.
We don't get a lot of sort of, I don't know, in this title, the Search and Destroy, there's a lot of mid-game adjustments between both those teams.
That was one of like the legitimately fun Search and Destroys.
Yeah, Red Card is like maybe one of the few maps, that and Hacienda, that we have where it's not just sort of these 4-on-4 retakes, instant chaos, and that was a great one to watch.
No, it really, really was. That was fun, and yeah, it's 1-1 now, and we go to Proto, and Proto.
Yeah, they're gas.
I still think it's insane. Like yes, a lot of times that's one that'll go to around 5, sometimes around 4. It's not that many 3-0s. Just the fact they did it to each other, I got no clue. Who do you favor in that?
I don't know if I favor either.
Well, what was your stat you told me before this in the back half of the series? It was like 2 map losses for Surge.
Yeah, 13-2.
For what, the last 3 or last 4? Last 4. Okay, well, 13-3 now.
I mean, Protocol, when this team formed, like that's where they dominated, right? Was this Protocol controlled like pretty much the entire map, every 100%. Single game mode.
Well, that was your big thing. When I said they were the real deal, you're like, I need to see someone take Proto away. Take Proto away and let's see how good they are. Well, you don't take Proto away here. You're gonna get a good amount of Proto with the control and the Search and Destroy. But we're tied up 1-1. We continue to go deeper. I assume this was a series that had potential to go 4-5 just based on the last couple of times they play, but we'll see if that's the case. We're yet to have a map 5 on the weekend. Maybe this will be the one, but to break down the first 2, let's kick it to the desk before we get to the control.
Thank you very much, Maven. No, it's still Miles. Sorry, folks. That's right. Chris is watching. Hope you're good, Chris. We miss you, buddy, but we don't miss another 3-0. That's right. We're going to get a map 4 at the very least. Friends, Chance, give me the hard point.
I mean, 0-4 pretty much dominated the entire time. I think like Surge, especially on Vault, whether it be control or hardpoint, they have everything dialed in. They're a very mechanical team. They literally had the P4 rotation on lock every single time, so they're just able to play a very comfortable game.
Talk map 2 as well. Of course, Search and Destroy goes the way of FaZe. Thank God. But here we go. Look at the highlights again, folks. And a lot of great stuff here, Ali. We saw endless plays.
Endless. I would rewatch this S&D a couple times over. Other than the first 3 rounds for Atlanta FaZe, I mean, that's where they run away with it, right? You give them that opening 3 rounds, incredibly dominant from the side of Atlanta FaZe, and the adjustments from the side of Vancouver Surge, though, were amazing. It's just unfortunate in that round number 4, 0-4, he gets in the secret, right? Like, you get that push-up, you got that information, and he decides to be the engage for some reason. He flies in first. I feel like we should have gone outer first side on B, try to make some noise and allow him to then slide in. He gets blooded right away, and that puts them kind of in a box if you're Vancouver Surge. And then the following rounds, great plays all around, but it was just a little bit too late.
Yeah, you know, think about Vancouver in this map, like the defense was phenomenal. They had some, you know, great blind counters. They all pushed through B. You know, you get that first blood, and then you're able to just overwhelm them. And then the next round, you see like the staggered push up through mid with Neptune. It was really just the offenses that were so difficult for them. Every team that tries to go B against Atlanta FaZe, you either run into a BZ and he gets the first blood, which we saw towards the end of that on 0-4, and then when they tried to go B at the very end, you're leaving a guy in spawn to play the pinch, which, you know, it's kind of a default. A lot of teams do that. Abuza gets killed and you don't decide to push through. Atlanta FaZe are just so good at recognizing once you're in B, where everybody's at, what your objective is going to be, and they just execute at such a high level.
And I think Miles and Chance said it perfectly. Like, of course, in that round, Atlanta FaZe is the only team that would still have their frags at that point for that B retake. I mean, just perfect timing those nades out of both of them to open up that site. I mean, Atlanta FaZe, Search and Destroy was a worry point for me, but clearly they're handed toe-to-toe.
They needed it.
They needed it.
Absolutely. Well, there we go. We got a control after this one, but before that, we have our scuffed play of the game. And if I were at home, I'd be like, yo, Alexa, play the kill by 30 seconds to Mars, because it's a montage, baby. It's all 0-4 from map 1, Chance.
I mean, absolutely, God, like this guy's belly flopping around the map as well, picking up pieces. And like Neptune has been the key for them on the Vault hardpoint. He's the one going toe-to-toe against Atlanta FaZe, and where he had a bit of a slow game, 04 picked him up and then some, and this is 04's what, second year competing, like his 7th LAN he's ever played at. He's a very fresh face, and the fact that he's making montages against the Tears is incredible work
like this
for a dominant win.
And this is the map he's dropping 40 bombs on too. Like, I'm shocked we're letting Hardpoint into the series still. This guy's been unreal.
It was a key map victory, right? You lose the search and destroy, and for Ball, Hardpoint in both of the series, Atlanta FaZe had taken it, so they needed that desperately.
Needed it, they got it, but FaZe bounced back. So we go into the control tied up. But we're not going into the control just yet, folks. That's right, plenty more tournaments coming your way. We're going to Boca Raton next, Major 3. But Major 4, we're going to DreamHack, folks. That's right, there is a lot going on. And again, this is taking place May 23rd to the 25th, back here in Dallas. Tickets are on sale now, dreamhack.com/Dallas/CDL. Challenger passes are available as well. And DreamHack just looks absolutely amazing. There's a lot of other games taking place, and there's all sorts going on.
Have you guys ever been to a DreamHack? No, you guys?
Yeah, I have.
It is absolutely amazing.
It's so fun. It's like a carnival for gaming, dude. People are cosplaying. There's different tournaments going on. They have like bring your own PC areas. It's unreal.
Well,
it's a good time.
Can't wait. We'll see you guys there as well. But for now, it's time to get back into the game. It's back over to our casters. It's American Meat.
Thank you so much, Miles. You're very, very wonderful and handsome. Who do you think Miles would cosplay as if he entered a cosplay competition? I would say like Johnny Bravo with the hair.
Yeah, but he doesn't have long hair.
That's true. He could dye it, though.
Could.
Probably look good. Probably real good. I've always wanted to be in a cosplay competition, but the focus back to the winners bracket final.
You can play Jump Like Ball, guys, for sure.
I know what you want to say. Just don't say it yet.
What do you mean?
I can play any ball guy. You were thinking of one in particular when I get all the time.
Oh.
But no, we get ready to go deeper into this. The Proto.
Is he a plumber?
He's had a lot of things, Joe. He's had a lot of different jobs, from my understanding. But FaZe, you bounce back with a big victory there. Maybe alleviate some of the pressure you're feeling after dropping a map that you expected to win. You take a look at the superstar ARs and control at Major 2. Cell been back to work. When he is in his bag, statistically, it feels like there is no one that can touch him.
No, I mean, like, I don't even know how to like compare it, but his numbers are always insane. We're just like used to this.
When I was looking back over some of the years and stuff, I was just looking through some like historical stuff, and I was looking at Vanguard, and like we were talking in Vanguard, like at the time it was like, what's going on with Cell? Like, bro, they're losing hard points by 100, and he's like double positive. Like, what's going on? Like, is he kill whoring? What is happening? But then you look back at it, and like the stats of the other guys, like they're off years. And it's like he might be the only reason they got all those second places. Like,
maybe.
But yeah, I'm sure there's a give and take to it, but. Yeah, he's had some years, some tournaments where it is truly remarkable the numbers he can put up.
Yeah, I mean, he is. He was like the one guy in map number 1 who was piecing up. Thought maybe he could get it done, but he loves protocol control. We just saw it there, 1.34 at the major. You know exactly where he's going to be, watching the flame from top 3 inside the Grandma's house. But on the other side, it's Surge, and they played a lot of Vault, a lot of hot seat because. They are 4-1 throughout stage 2 on this map. Their only loss, well, is to FaZe.
Well, the last time we saw FaZe, though, and what the Cloud9 match, they did not look good. They got slammed. They absolutely got slammed. Like, Crimp and Mac were just in those cheeks round after round. They could get nothing going. Well, let's see if they study the VOD. Look for improvements here as they'll be off to the offensive side of it, and Draws is able to get a pick early. So is a BZ. Can't chain that into 2, because that might have been a great opener. You take out all the players outside of the window player. That, yeah, melee hits, maybe that goes differently, but not able to connect. Trying to find an opening is nasty, but that opening is shut down.
Yeah, one thing we always talk about with FaZe is sort of them just getting into like that setup, right? One player on A, one player pushed up, and what Cloud9 did so well is they didn't really let them out into that position very often, but the AR is able to find 3, Sim's gonna find the 4th, start to work this A objective, and there the arrows start to push on forward.
Yeah, you gotta think if Draws starts to pick it up after the double neg map 1, the respawn maybe look a little bit different for them, but slowly progressing this, Cell trying to maybe take too high of ground and he'll get shut down, but you hear the trophies absolutely eating on the map. You don't quite finish this point off, you feel it's just a matter of time before it's done, but Nasty trying to kind of thin the lines. You're down 4 lives. Surge still trying to keep this in the fight. But some good objective progress already for FaZe. Now you're trying to pinch this on both sides of it.
Yeah, now you're just kind of waiting on a BZ here.
Yeah, what does he opt to do? This isn't usually the side we'll see him working through if you're on A. 2 of his teammates drop. Cell's the only one that's able to get 1. Abizi wants to catch the timing before teammates come off spawn, but it's able to funnel that into his teammate Andraza.
But it's his round, his first kill that sort of gets them out of this position and back onto the 8 point. He's able to find 04, then have to worry about him. Abuza, 04, they're both able to find kills, but the 8 point going to be done. A minute added to the clock. It's going to be Celium inside of ammo, just controlling that staircase. Draza still trying to find kills in the middle of the map, and well, he does it with the pistol.
Does it with the pistol, and you're retaining kind of this life advantage. You're up 5, and you have all the time in the world to take this down to lives. Can you get a clean wave? If you can get like a beautiful 4 down here, if you're Surge, this becomes so much more winnable.
I mean, that is like a...
What the hell is that?
Insane shots, that's what that is. I was gonna say, you were like an iron away from a BZ, maybe getting a 2-piece and being on B, but Simp plays his life, hits the headshots, now pauses the clock. The one player though in Abuza is all the way through on the flank.
I mean, you see people pick with an AR off the PC heady sometimes. Not usually like that, but after that, it is all Surge. That is exactly what you needed. All 4 dead. Abuza also pushed up the map. You still have time to work with. The time might not be the case. It's going to be a lives thing here. What can Neptune do? Can he get 2? He does. Neptune with a brilliant play to even up at 5 versus 5. He's like, I'm the hell out of here. What a play from Neptune. Don't overstay your welcome. It's like, it's my buddy 04's turn. Let's see what he can get done.
Sets up 04, one backs away, the other moves forward. Jump shot on Celium's forehead. It was a 5 life advantage for FaZe, now a 4 versus 3.
We're not done yet. We are not done yet, but the subs maybe giving Surge the round. They got to go, though. Simp's going to get dropped. Now going to be on Abizi and Draza to try and do this. Draza's going to get a pick. His position now given up. Under 10 seconds to go. They have to find the kills or work the objective. Draza taking the right fight, just not going to be gun up. Abizi, he's just going to send his body at it, and he'll get shut down. Some big clutches there, but Neptune, I mean, he does everything. The fact that he's able to win 2, get away, keep them guessing, and then just the perfect route and timing for 04, that little 2-man game ends up being everything to get the round victory.
And it's really the set of kills before this, right? Because
that's true.
That was behind
Sim. Yeah,
you had all the map control in the world if you were FaZe, but then you get a couple of kills from Nasty. The Neptune 04 able to do this in the base of FaZe, but yeah, you had a clean 4 dead to set these plays up.
I thought they were going to have the clean 4 dead right before Simp won that gunfight because they were in a pretty good position. I was like, oh, there's your moment. But then he won that. You give FaZe another chance to kind of layer the map. But I think, like 30 seconds before that, I was like, you really need a 4 dead? Because there was just, you had like a minute 40 and a 5 life advantage after you got A. That's one you're going to want back if you're FaZe. But really, it's just down to the playmaking from Surge.
Yeah, those were ones like, they just didn't lose online.
Those type of rounds?
Yeah, those rounds like that.
Abizi working one side, 04 working the other. They're trying to shut him down, but well, now you got more things to worry about than that. I mean, Abizi's the only one that's really finding a kill. He'll finally get dropped. Sip will bring 1 back, but he's traded out. This is going to be bodies and trophies now onto the A objective. Neptune, he gets back to dancing. Nearly incredible movement there to take this second fight, but man, when he's moving, he is a fun POV to watch.
I thought he was about to hit that slide, catch that second player. It's really just the AR slowing the map down on both sides, like finding the picks, opening up the routes for the SMGs. 04, he's going to get on B. They also have some pressure on the B point. Oh, I thought the timing was going to go his way, but Celium just hits all headshots.
Yeah, no, that was straight heavies. He got nuked. Yeah, just ARs on either side for now. Flooding it through with kills. Little a lot on A. Tap B as well. That's a snap from Abuza, and now an opening out mid. You do have a BZ kind of hunting around their house, and he's actually able to pick them off at A. So he staggers us even more, and with 30 seconds left, that's a big one. Can he win the second fight? He's not able to do it. So Abuza's actually able to win that fight. This is your big chance for Surge, but the fact that the BZ's are so long, who's next? It's going to be Simp on the other side of it, so you're starting to thin the masses.
You just see how important like 1 kill is, right? When you have these setups from both of these squads. Allows your teammates to get to a better position, pick somebody up off spawn, and that's what we've seen throughout these rounds.
What do they get total ticks for the FaZe attack? It was just 3, right? Nothing on to B? Okay. So 1 here, can you develop this into anything more? It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. His 3 gets shut down. Abuza not able to get towards his last guy up. So as good as the Surge answer in defense was, that's a lights out defense from FaZe. I mean, I think the Surge win's almost more impressive considering the circumstances, but
I mean, both teams have had great rebounds, right? Because you've had clean 3 to 4 deads.
That's true. That's true.
Sort of the attacking team in your base. But yeah, I mean, it was Abizi finding that one onto Abuza. Got them out of it.
There were probably, we didn't see his POV during it, but I think there were, even in the early part of that round, like there were 3 different scenarios where you're like probably 2, 3 dead, and then Abizi gets 1 or 2 as he's just roguing around. If he doesn't, you know what that can turn into. You're suddenly getting trapped in. Or you're just left on an island if your teammates don't get any kills, which they eventually did. But he's a big part of why they're able to get out. Tied up 1-1. Story of defense so far. 3-1 tick advantage to Atlanta FaZe. And yeah, you're just hoping if you can get the same kind of production early on, you're closing out this round this time if you're FaZe.
Yeah, that's it. Sort of once we get into our setups, are we more effective in our execution? A couple of kills going to go their way. That's going to send Simp on forward. Or keeps Draza on the point with Celium in his favorite spot on the map.
Simp just putting in work from this A side elbow. Their progress is working again. I mean, it's been everything they want and more on A. Now you get a chance to really kind of transition this across.
And they should know where everybody is, right? Sim just cuts across the middle of the map. Sees one. They should know where the last one is in number 4. That's going to be Neptune. He's the one player. But A is done. Sim's on 5 in a row. They're transitioning towards B. Celium is just trying to find Neptune. That's got to be the time right now. Where is this guy?
Yeah, they're looking for him everywhere. Simp is still on his terror, by the way. He's up to 7 straight. He has been plucking them apart over the last 90 seconds. Finally, his streak's going to come to an end, but you're up 10 lives already. There's 2 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock because you've had a body on the point basically at every single moment. Now, as good as the comeback and response was in round 1 for Surge, this would be absurd. It's not happening. Not happening.
Good round.
You somehow
Good round.
stop that from happening, but there's just no opportunity. That's about as good of an offensive round as you're going to see on Protocol.
No, that is perfection.
Literal
That's what
perfection.
That is. Like, just right from the get-go, they win the break. They get Simp pushed on up, and, well, he does what he does better than anybody else.
We were talking about this last night. Like, I don't feel like Simp goes on as many like 5+ sprees as a lot of players. Like, he doesn't always go on those. It just feels like when he does, he like calls game around.
Yeah,
like
double digits.
And it literally ends it. Big one from Simp, big one from FaZe. Now up 2-1. Perfect offense, and while they had a lights out defense last time, only gave up a tick. Really nothing to work with if you were Surge. What needs to change for Surge now in this offensive attack?
Well, I think they kind of have to do what FaZe did early, right? It's just sort of win your breakoffs, but that's not going to happen, and hopefully get done with that 8 point. But it's Cell with 5 in a row. You also have Draza in the middle of the map trying to deal with Abuza. 04 is going to pick that up. So you recover again after losing the break. Now they have to execute if you are Surge.
Okay, yeah, you lose the break kind of, and then you get every kill after that. You lose the first 2 or 3 players, and then you're just getting every single kill. This is what you needed. Can you finish off A as efficiently as FaZe just did? Second tick of progress done. Neptune still hunting and eating. They got to shut him down. Only on a 2 spree, but still influencing things, and they're able to finally close him out. But A does get done. The difference here, though, FaZe gets some kills in this moment. We're going to transition between points where like FaZe got them all on offense as well.
Yeah, nice little 2-man game it was from Celium and Abizi to get them out, and that allows Simp, guess what, to get pushed on forward, find 2 players off a spawn. They do find them. But yeah, minute 50, you're up a couple of lives, and you pretty much know where everybody is, but Abizi's going to find 3. He is just running at him.
Yeah, and that's a big 4 down, because now
22 and 18,
that 2-minute
Abizi.
advantage you had, that kind of goes out the window. How long is it going to take for you to get out of here clean? How long does it take? It was at 2 minutes, now you're 4 dead again. How long are you in the meat grinder? You've got Simp and Abizi, probably the 2 deadliest to do it from this spot, both alive and applying pressure and just doing a great job just staying up, not over-challenging. 04, though, they line up awkwardly, and he's able to get both.
That's a big 2, because look where Celium is. He's a helicopter. He cannot really help out Draza. So Draza's able to find 2, slows down the reinforcements, allows Simp and Abizi to come off a spawn and find the other 2.
No. Okay, yeah, that's a heat check, I think, to shout.
No, that's I'm top middle. I might as well send it.
Yeah, no, I guess that's true. Only 8 lives remaining as you try desperately to push this to a final round. Surge gonna have one more chance at this. They're finding some of the clutch kills. Draza, though, taking his time up spiral. And then he stops taking his time, and the second he starts sprinting, he meets his maker. During that stretch, though, Cell gets 2, Cell gets 3, Cell gets 4. No respawns remaining. Last life for everybody on Vancouver Surge. Nasty's out of it. And it seems nearly impossible now. All on 04 and Neptune. And this is a much better phase protocol control we saw from yesterday versus Cloud9. Simp shooting bodies as he's had one hell of a map, and that will seal it. Draza, a tough map 1, but now the confidence maybe starting to work a little bit. You're up 2-1 in this best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, they just played their game. I was a little bit worried after round 1 because that's how they lost to Cloud9. It was like they just weren't taking advantage of the situations they were able to gain in the middle of the map like they were doing online. Well, really throughout the entire year on protocol. But they rebounded so well.
That round 3 offense was like perfection. Yeah. Like perfection on protocol. And now you've got the 2-1 lead. You're getting ready to go into a map 4 with a chance to close it out for Surge. One of the best hardpoint teams in the game. That'll be your condition to get it to a map 5. And then you get to a map 5, you are one hell of a protocol Surge team. I mean, I always think back, like we talk about Cloud9 being a really good one as well. We know how good they can be. I'll still think back to the game 5 where they 6-1 them. They smashed them on protocol Surge. Like Vancouver can be very, very good, but we got to get there before we talk too much about the map 4 and the map 5. Stats-wise, anything that pops off the page.
I mean, maybe you just kind of look at like offensive kills, right? Nasty, not a great game from him on that front. On the other side, it's just a balanced effort. Like it really is on the phase side. Everybody right around 3,000 damage, all 20 plus. But yeah, Simpjo's on that nasty spree, and just the offense, that round 3 offense, just so darn
clinical. The definition of clinical. We'll take a look at some of the highlights, but FaZe are a map away from another grand final. A chance at death, taxes, and FaZe in a grand final. It's felt like that really since the inception of the CDL. Well, the inception of Simp into the Call of Duty esports. Neptune had some moments, had some brilliant ones, just wasn't quite enough. And it just feels like, I mean, the ARs are so important, I think, in getting the SMGs to their spots and allowing them to make plays, and also getting like a kill or 2 while that SMG player is maybe on an island. But once you get those players to those spots, they are who take over the game. It's going to be your 04, your Neptune, your BZ, your Simp. And well, one side got the better of it in this.
Yeah, and I think you had your chances if you were Surge, right? Even with that round 1 victory, then even spread throughout the rest of the rounds, well, outside of round number 3. Like there were rebounds, there were times where you had 3 or 4 dead. They just did not take advantage of it enough on the Surge side. But, if we do have a rematch, this is probably gonna be a map that comes back again. We see this final, so yeah, just something to talk about if you're Surge.
Yeah, no, I'm sure we'll see it in the final, but I love the stage setup, players just shouting back and forth at each other. It's been led to some incredible clips as the trash talk continues to grow over the weekend. But all right, now to red card, and I don't know, like I feel like every time we watch FaZe on this, it's like not the prettiest of wins, but I mean last night was pure cinema. With the 12 spree from Simp to kind of call map, that was insane. Granted, they were tied. It was close throughout most of it until that.
Just that second P1 or second P1 where they really like kind of won that game. Simp then goes on that crazy spree to close it out. But yeah, on the side of Surge, you're undefeated with this new roster on this map. You don't play it very often, but again, just such a good hardpoint team overall.
How many reps is it?
What, 2-0?
How many wins? 2-0? Okay.
Just animated bullets. On the other side for FaZe, you're 3-0 throughout stage 2, but I would imagine the plus minus is 10.
No, probably. And you probably would have played more of that if you weren't working on your Hacienda so much of your FaZe, because you end up having 5 or 6 reps of that over the course of the qualifier and the online minor. But stats from the guys on the Surge side is you're going to need a huge performance here if you get it to a map 5. You're able to beat this team in a map 5 once. No opportunity to close it out in 4. What a story it has been for Neptune. What a story it is for this team. Like I said, you couldn't have more different conversation when you talk about where they are at in their careers, what type of legacies you have. One team further cementing, one team just trying to get that first win for all their players. It's awesome to see Surge here. It is. We didn't know who it was going to be. Like, we didn't know, especially, I mean, we thought it was going to be like your Optic. We thought it was going to be your Ultra. It's like a top 3 team, but right now, it's this Surge lineup.
Yeah, I think throughout stage 2, like there was just question marks, and then the minor just
erased them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They could play with the best. I mean, if it wasn't for the change in a best of 7, for the minor final. Like they win
right,
that.
they won it 5, right?
Yeah, they were up 3-2. So they can beat the best of the best, but they're going to have to do it in another hard point.
I forgot about that. Their hard point has been good, so good. But they've got to get it done to get to the protocol search. Here we go, map 4, winners bracket final. FaZe win this, they're guaranteed a final berth. Other teams gonna have to run it back through losers. Get through a very hot Toronto Ultra who's not dropped a map on the losers side of it. Eyes are gonna be on Neptune. I mean, just like how we saw Simp yesterday on this map, he's gonna be a guy running laps sometimes. We'll have the timings to just an absolute point. And can pick you apart, but this has been a nice start from Surge. He's getting some early time here. 04. He had 2 minutes in the hard point, 40 plus in the map 1, right back to work around the objective.
Well, you'd probably find the final 20. Honestly, if it's not for that Abizi play, you're controlling the outside with Abuza and Nasty with the ARs. But Abizi starting to feel himself a bit, up to 3 in a row, get some of that objective time. They're going to get set up for P2. But 04 going on a pinch here. What is the timing like? Because he can honestly ruin this setup for FaZe.
Yeah, I think his pinch might be the reason you end up spawning out. If you're Cell. He's trying to pick it apart. They deal with the one, but that's it. Yeah, it picks it apart. Now it is all Surge inside of the point. What a start this has been. Chance to pin FaZe in as Neptune is beaming and piecing, taking out the tiny tear. Beautiful stuff there from Neptune. 04, I thought the shots looked perfect, but he can't quite take that one. But you've only got 10 points if you're FaZe through a hard point and a half.
Again, it's when these breaks happen from Surge. We saw it in the map 1. We see it here again at the P2. 20 seconds left though. FaZe just trying to take down Neptune. Both teams spawning on the low side of the map, trying to just get the scrap time and then foot race across towards P3.
Neptune still here. Still here. There has been no opening for FaZe. They'll take this final bit of time. 2 spawning out so far though. So the foot race obviously gonna be won by Surge, but the one player kind of up front will be Simp for Atlanta FaZe. So 4's POV for now to see what he's gonna be able to do. Eyes are gonna be on to Simp. Nade's gonna be on to Simp. He's just trying to finesse up top.
Nade missed.
Nade missed. Cell will get it though, but numbers, I thought you try to recenter if you're a 4 and Celia makes you pay. So now with the close spawn in the back for Atlanta FaZe, you have a chance to flood in this.
I mean, Celia continues to win gunfights. He is the reason they're going to put some pressure on this hill. He's going to get him out of this. The problem is, though, all of FaZe still spawning inside a garage. Draza trying to do what he can. 04's just out of bullets. Doesn't matter. Has the pistol. And while you are set up for P3 and P4.
No, this is, I mean, you've been ahead every step of the way. I mean, maybe the only saving grace if you're FaZe, you're only down 30.
You've had some scrap time.
Yeah, it feels like it could be way worse because there's another brilliant moment from Surge. Sabuza gets up to 11 and 4. He's still dipping and diving. Pre-fires on point, but the nade and the gunning going to be a little bit too much. That would have been an insane stretch, though, from Abuza. 04 is going to carry a 3 spree, though, as we head out towards stage. This is one where FaZe can be so strong, but it's a very good early setup from Surge. Draza. Nice finesse there for Draws with 9 HP. He gets a little bit of help as well, but I thought he was dead to rights. Nasty.
That is the hard part, right, with P4, just the cross. Everyone has the ARs out. It's like even if you get some space around the middle stairs, you don't know if you're going to get to the hill. And this was what's so tough here for Surge, or for FaZe, is like this Surge map pool, they are such a strong red card Hacienda hardpoint team. We could be going to the distance for the first time.
Oh, it's feeling that way. Up big. Trying to catch somebody to BZ, not able to do it. The crossfire in from 04, and that is a perfect hold when you already had a sizable lead. It's just growing now, nearly up 100.
BZ had 3 kills at P1.
And now up to 4. Well, it's kind of like, I mean, draws in the map 1, right? Like, start out 5-1. I looked at you during a listen, and I'm like, how's he have 8 or whatever it was? So many hard points later. You have got to get a good hold. You've got to shift things massively if you're FaZe. You want to close out the map here because it is not looking good.
No, it's another one where they're in a position.
Nice
well, I thought maybe there was going to be a break, but Cell Abizi bail them out of it.
Can they turn this into time? They could be one of the better teams on camera when they get their setup. But as you lose a BZ, the numbers start to thin. A team kill does come in, but Draws is able to get 2 as well, so puts him in position. But you're down in a massive hole. Yes, you're up in the series. Yes, you're guaranteed a map 5, but currently down about 80. Let's hear the comms out from FaZe.
What's smiling?
There's 2 on hold, bro. I'll hold our pinch. Pinch me deep, pinch deep. He's going Eskies. One's Eskies. Yeah, one's Eskies.
Top class weak. Top class and 1v flowers.
I'm flowers. I don't see him.
What's our top class though?
What's the time? Head! Shit on! They're dead. They're all flying deep. I'm getting in fucking kills. P3 net. One shot P3. 2v3 going hedge. One's going hedge, one's going bust. We're making a comeback right here. Yeah. I'm holding ticket. I take it. Yeah, stay on time. I take it. Watch out on time. 2 on time. Mid time. Weak. Oh, nice.
One more mid door.
One more there.
He's like left Marcus.
Listen, mid door. One shot.
Yeah, I'm gonna play through all
Yo, nasty stage. Tell me.
Hey, what's close minute?
Help me. That's all I hear from cells. Help me.
Close on 4. Weak. Our head shelling.
I got one. Help me.
Yeah, one's there mid. Abuza there mid.
Let me say it again. I need help.
Flowers.
I'm playing our side.
Archer's nasty.
Archer's nasty. I'm putting ours. 04 on time. 04 weak on time. I suck him. He's dead on time.
I'll tell you what, you kind of heard the phase comms, like we come back right now. This is where we make our run. From that point though forward, you don't win a gunfight. They just get slammed. And where you had everything you wanted, like you think about the P1 and the P2, you had spawns, you had the comeback, you saw it on the map. Things just fall apart.
Well,
that is the
they
play
just
from
could
Surge.
not take down the ARs on the outside. I mean, normally what we talk about with Celium, he could not find that gunfight onto Nasty, and then Abuza was there to help him out. Abuza, by the way, stepping it up, 25 kills, leading the lobby. They're up 120 points. They are such a good hardpoint team.
So good. We'll see if there are any more opportunities for FaZe to battle back into this. I mean, you talk about yesterday, like Simp had that slow start in the map and then erupted. He was what? He was like 7-14, then he goes 35-10 or something. But the way Surge are playing, I don't know if the opening for that is going to come because they're not allowing FaZe to get into the setup that they want whatsoever. Entire clip into a car. Finally, as the dust settles, FaZe are going to get numbers. What kind of time can you turn this into? Can you pen them in the back and soak up all this? Because maybe the comeback starts here.
Yeah, these gunfights look fun. They look like a ton of fun on the outer side, but you can see what they want to do, right? Everybody's pulling out ARs. They want to get pushed out outer towards this bus, then maybe flip the spawns, but FaZe, they continue to hold a good chunk of time here. Already 30 seconds. They have P4 spawns. Can they finally hold on a rotation? This has been the key for Surge. This is where they're finding breaks right before the hills pop.
You think of last time through, I mean, it's an early setup for Surge's stage, and they just dominate it. If you do that here, if you're FaZe, we suddenly have ourselves a game because that was a very, very good hold at third. Let's get to stage. Early setup here for FaZe. Now is the rallying cry for them to actually mount this comeback. Maybe Surge starting to feel the pressure. Split spawn going to come in as they try to pinch and collapse on this. Are you going to be able to pick it up? You've already got 2 dead. Simp's got to go huge. He's only able to get 1. Abizi going to be the last guy up. Spawner's coming in, but it seems like the break is here for Surge, and it could be a massive one. A team kill actually does come through, so you're not going to have that many bodies here if you're Surge. But the fact is, you get in the hard point, you clear them out. It's a scrappy gunfight down inside of the point. It's a pistol, able to win it.
Like, I'm the captain now.
He's so weak though. He is ultimately traded out, but your Surge, you make sure. Listen, this was not a perfect sequence from FaZe. The big thing. Yeah, they chipped away that lead a bit, but it could have been a 20-point game.
Yeah, probably a 40-point swing instead. But yeah, they put so much pressure on it. I mean, the split spawns come through, and it just creates chaos. But I mean, you have Simp and Abizi, but both with 14 really struggling. They were chipping away, but still, yeah, it's a 70-point game. Can they find a ton of time here at P5? Not easy to do whatsoever.
No, it is not, but timing there for Simp, read there for Simp, but it's Gunny from Nasty. That'll shut it down. The ARs, though, get it done around the point. Second by second, you come back into this. It's become far more competitive than it was, but still, you feel like the hardpoint's been so good from Surge that eventually they're going to find a big break and a big hold to close this game out. Sim's still here, though. His multi-kill may be the difference to keep them battling inside of this point, but he's so weak that Abuza does trade it out. And again, it's like just a good job from Surge, just making sure you don't get a bunch of time if you're phased. Allow them to close the gap a little bit. Don't allow them to close it down to like 20.
Yeah, that last player is always so weak on the hill, so they're just getting traded.
Yeah,
There's one player in 04 just kind of lurking, maybe just sort of waiting for someone to make a play. You get around 20 seconds or so if you are phased, so just chipping away. Can they get into this P1 setup? This is where they are normally so strong.
This has been their bread and butter, at least over the course of this weekend. Oh, that is just disgusting there from BD. He's going to be frustrated, but at least you snap back and deal with it. Nice little lurk play there from 04. That's going to get them now into the hard point. Trying to chow out and get the angles of Easy, not able to do it. Neptune, a boost of the two-man game, shutting it down, and this could seal the game. Just enough time here to win it. Just enough time here to win it, and maybe finally a magical game 5 here at the Major. We've had none. Second by second, we get closer. A big break opportunity for FaZe to try and extend this, or at least maybe see another hard point. With another tick, yeah, you can no longer win it now if you're Surge, but still, you're just so damn close. This is going to be some insanity from FaZe if you pull this off.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to think of the next couple of hills that are coming up in P2 and P3.
Yeah,
You're going to find 5 seconds,
you
4 seconds. They find the kills. They're on the hill. Abuza 39, trying to find number 40. Doesn't happen, but Surge sent us to a game 5. Finally! They exist.
Yeah, wow. All weekend long, we have been blanked. It's been 3-0 after 3-0 with a spattering of 3-1s. Finally, a map 5. And these guys are familiar with it. Last time they go to it, Surge are able to take it in 5. Can they do it here? Because they're getting to one of their great maps in Protocol Surge. One of the best teams in the game at it, Surge. I think the favorite to close this out and head into a final.
Yeah, I mean, 4-1 throughout stage 2 with this roster. On the other
Protocol
side of FaZe,
Search.
it's been a strong map throughout the year, but throughout this stage 1 and 2, it just feels like, I don't know, they haven't been able to find that form we normally see in this Search or Destroy. But it's major time. We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
What adjustments do they make from online to land?
Well, I mean, for FaZe, you're like, hey, last Sunday at a major, all we did was win Search. We won a major. Maybe they're going to do it here too, with a little bit of control wins in as well. But what a great job from Surge. I mean, you even heard the listening from FaZe, like, hey, this is our run. This is when we do it. They just never allowed them to rally. Never allowed them to rally. A big part of that of Booze. I mean, not only does he have 39, but almost 5K damage. Look at his damage compared to the rest of the lobby. Those ARs were popping off, and probably a big part of why Simp and Easy gets silenced. Those openings aren't there for them. The map controls go into Surge so massively. You rarely won the rotation battle and had early setups, and that has been the recipe for success for FaZe. How often did they have their ideal setup in hardpoint?
Not often. I mean, you saw it one time at that P4, but you split that time, right? You got them at least off the hill. And then the P1s, that's where, if you were FaZe, that's where you're finding so much time setting that up. You just lost the gunfights outer time every single time we got there, right? And that was Abuza in Nasty, and those ARs.
This Surge team is disgusting. It has been awesome to see their development over the course of this qualifier, and now the run here. They do it, get top 2. You talk about the minor, a chance for top 2 here. I mean, you already guaranteed top 3, obviously, but now a map away from the guaranteed top 2 and maybe getting a first victory for these guys. If you're wondering if the main stage was going to be, I don't know, worrisome at all for them, not like they're brand new players. I mean, they have experience, but Sunday's a little bit different. Sunday make a run to a final a little bit different.
Yeah, it is, but I just think if you watch these guys, you know how fundamentally well they've been playing, and they brought that to the stage.
Yeah, that's right. When the guns aren't hot, maybe the nerves are hitting. What carries you? It's fundamentals, and the fundies are on point for Surge. We have our first map 5 of the weekend. Quick break, then we get after it.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
cross.
I got one. Two weak. One more. Weak.
Well, RC's team made it to grand finals for challenges.
There's two.
We can refill your secret in a second. I got one more back door. I know your secret. Secret. Back door. One shot. Holy Eric. Last one. Nice, Eric. Good story, man.
You can't kill me. What the frick? I was true.
Here come the Thieves. They cannot allow this to slip now. And there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Ken finds the second 1v1. And it's Clayster looking for the last. And they put it out. 10 seconds. 10 points. The comeback of the CDL year. Can they do it? The Thieves are moving. But they are moving into the kill feed. And Legion have just made the greatest comeback in Hardpoint you will ever see.
Scrap follows up with another one. It's all going to be on to Brezzy now to make the play, and he can't do it. This is dominant from Ultra. Scrap just stood up, celebrated, took off his headset. You got another round, bud.
He's locked. He said, my bad.
All right, hey, chat, watch this. All right, we gotta go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
FaZe fans, the hype squad in the front row, they make it to nearly every single event. That poor guy that hit the deck today outside the venue, is he here?
Saw that. That was tough.
Hey! What is that poor guy ate
it's
concrete
Tayden.
for breakfast. Tough one.
Tayden, Connor. Yeah, I think that was at the Boston major, if I'm not wrong.
Alley.
Oh my god. Oh my god! The paternity
Paternity test is in. I am the father.
That might be it, folks. That is all she wrote.
Thieves went home.
3-0 on Control.
Unbelievable stuff.
And we're going to game 5 with Surge and FaZe right now.
This map were lost for so long. The improvements they made never.
Oh yeah, we're going game 5, dog. Of course, it's a good series.
Vehicle didn't know either. Heretic started celebrating, and there's still game to be played.
There's 2 seconds gone. Wow, it's happening. It's not over yet.
The 2025 Atlanta FaZe team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm.
Ultra 3-0 Thieves. So they're
at the in-game shop.
Oh yeah, because Surge actually got. Well, they actually beat FaZe in the qualifiers. So they have FaZe's number.
One of your bread and butter search and destroy.
So what?
This is a team that their hardpoint's been so good when they have lapped. Sometimes it's been losing at like a 2-3.
Yeah, they still have a chance at losers. They go play Ultra if they lose.
But in this particular matchup, they've been dominating.
And if Surge lose, then they go play Ultra too. But whoever loses both plays Ultra next. Yeah.
But now the question mark is this protocol, because throughout the qualifier online was not great for FaZe whatsoever. Just a lot of sort of low hits that didn't really work on their attacks, where on the other side for Surge, very creative, love to work top middle. Watch out for 04, who loves to find those timings.
No pun intended.
Work that B-bomb site. This should be an interesting one, and finally it is done.
That's insane. 24 straight series out of map 5. It finally comes to an end as we get it in our winners bracket final. I hope we were due for a banger of a Sunday, considering the rest of the tournament.
All right, baby.
The first match, I'm like, okay, I don't know what to expect, but
none but A-bombs.
These two teams have gone toe-to-toe, looking to beat them 3 times in a row. And really the only team to beat them over the last couple of months is Surge. Can they do it on the Proto? The FaZe defense going to come out swinging as everybody challenging there at A, but now we'll back up and reposition.
That was so much info though. Neptune spots 3, but it's almost like a bait.
Damn! Look at the back trail that FaZe does. Holy shit!
To hopefully force them to go to B, and they are here.
Surge have been
basically like a bait and switch.
When it comes to B. Abuza
Dross
doesn't spot him. Neptune gets traded out instantly though. You do have a heli presence now though. Now on the route, that's gonna be number 1 in 04.
This is what he loves.
Does he find the timing? Does he find the route? He's gonna spot Cell deep. Did Cell see him?
Cells pinch.
He shouldered it. He spotted him, but it's not going to matter. Hits him down to 31. 04 with the patience and the play. Numbers over to Surge. 3 versus 2.
Oh, BZ.
Now you have to wait for Nasty. I think Abizi gets some awful timing, but Simp is there. Now it's all down to Nasty versus Abizi. You have the AR. You have the advantage. 20 seconds to go. Nasty looking for the gunfight versus Abizi.
Oh.
Oh, I thought he had it, but Abizi and Simp clutch up late in it. And I don't think I've seen a round like that in every pro golf cast.
Yeah, I got some shots here.
And I think a couple of those shots from Nasty went through whatever that stuff, that tarp.
yeah. Part of this helicopter, 100%. But Abizi, the timing a little bit awkward when he first gets there, but he's going to be the one that can clutch up and just, 100%. Nasty, that helicopter was eating some bullets. Abizi gets the shots over the top. Wins it, but that is a wild round one. I mean, kind of the fake and setup from FaZe.
Yeah, and then the adjustments on the Surge side, right? You set up 04. And I love it from Abizi and Simp. Well, maybe not this round. Boozer gonna find the first blood. They went so quick where Nasty was kind of out of the play until it was a 1v1.
Right, no way you can wallbang that.
But not gonna get there, so this becomes so much harder.
The fucking elevator, yeah.
Just hoping you can get a
he banged it to the angle where you stand at to look like at the elevator. I don't know if the shots hit, but I just saw they were banging that wall.
You have a player down there. Simp's just gonna hit it. I thought he had that gunfight one, but he leaves Neptune 1 bullet. Cell leaves a player 1 bullet. And there's just not an opening anywhere. You get pinched in and choked out. I mean, you've probably done 800 damage this round of your FaZe, but you haven't got a kill. Finally, Draws gets 1, but not going to matter. You've been picked apart and dropped. You don't have bomb here to deal with. You have under 30 seconds to go. Just don't allow anything crazy to happen, obviously. Nice nade there to kind of stop it, but Draws is like, I'm still going to chow.
Yeah, you have no over challenge from the Surge side. Everybody just playing their life. Great movement on both sides. There was a chance there. Maybe if Simp wins that first one on a Neptune, things are a little bit differently, but it doesn't happen.
I thought he got the perfect timing and slide onto that, but Neptune wins a big one. That and then what, Cell on the player up top of the window. He can't finish it. Great job playing your lives, winning some key gunfights. Surge now tie it up, and they're thinking, man, we should have won that round 1 as well. So we definitely saw a different look kind of from FaZe when you think about the offense and what they were, or sorry, the defense, what they were trying to do. Curious what they're going to do this time around. They showed such a presence down at A. This time it's like they're just hitting outer A. Kind of peeking and sending it.
Yeah, big door hit, and then they're just making sure nobody can work near this P2. But locking down A, and it's a very slow offense here from Surge.
Trying to spot for some info. 4's like, oh, lordy, let me get the hell out of there. Yeah, please don't peek. And, you know, you're kind of worried maybe there's a second player there, and you're going to over peek on the FaZe side and get dropped. A 4, though, maybe finding an opening, just taking the route. Up through top, Cell's back down. Looks like he's ready to take that fight.
Bomb is here as well.
Straight out of Easy. Cell's there, but that's the multi-kill that maybe turns the tide. That's when Cell's got to win, but it's a sub up in your face and a 4 making plays. Nearly caught early on, but he continues to go. The slide out, I thought he had that, but 4 not able to win the fight. Nasty now trying to hunt it down. Draws, just hides. Lurch, Nasty finally able to get the angle and take it. It's all going to be on Simp now. 1 versus 2 to clutch.
There's a detonate as well on the jump down.
He goes, he gets the kill, and he gets out. Bomb does get planted, though. Simp. Nasty.
He thinks he's still
1v1.
low.
Yeah, he thinks he went low.
Nasty's got an AR.
He spotted him, I think. He spotted him. Tags in, Nasty's in trouble. He lost the 1v1 to Abizi, and now Simp puts him down. Another 1v1 clutch for FaZe, and it's got him up 2-1.
Yeah, that's the risk of the B-bomb site, right? It is so difficult to cover the person on the bomb. They throw a detonate at sidewalk. He waits for it to blow up, just able to catch him.
And that's just like, I mean, it's tough gunfights for Nasty, right? In the sense, you just have a sub kind of moving, grooving at you, trying to cut the distance. but some winnable rounds for Surge.
Well, especially with the 0-4 double, right? You destroy Celium with the SMG. You have numbers advantage. Simp doesn't help draws out because they have no idea that bomb is down. They don't know where bomb is going. He's basically saying, hey, if they rotate A, it's on me. That doesn't happen, but he clutches the round.
Well, sometimes when they take this route, this is what happens. I swear, it's just a tomfoolery when they try to take it. They're able to hit one nade, though, and somehow they walk away with this okay, despite the fact that the trophy kill early in it, you have another trophy to cover you inside. So down to another crazy round, 2 versus 2. Booze and Nasty. Selling draws. We take a breath.
This is tough. This is double AR, right? On the FaZe side.
There you go, scoop something. Oh, sweet jump dive. He's gonna hit down to 61. Maybe they try to collapse off of this, but not yet. And bomb not planted either.
And they know they're split.
Kind of dead knight out front so he can hold one lane. Obviously with the bomb getting planted, you can't hold too much more. Draws gets info, believe on the player from Spiral. That's gonna be Nasty working his way down. Draws is able to find a sub now, so this becomes a little more advantageous.
We see Abuza. That was a question. Where was Abuza? They find him now.
He thinks he tucks in the corner, but he's able to snap out and chow. The call on his weak. It's another 1 versus 1, and it's another FaZe
Ace pays off
win.
when you run SMGs.
All the clutch rounds just seemingly going their way. It feels like eventually they're not going to take one of these one-on-ones, but again,
especially when he's doing 2v2s a lot.
It's been Simp, it's been Draws.
Like draws on those 2v2s very well.
And it was all 4 ARs, and that was what I was worried about. Who was left on the Surge side? Did someone have a sub? The answer was no. And then Draws able to find one, so he takes the aggression to them, wins the first one, catches that player. Spiral, the trade is there from Abuza, but you're just going to lose that gunfight to the Jackal every time.
I don't know. I didn't hear it.
Two-man game, kind of from both sides. Just a little bit more in the tank to come out on top of your FaZe. And Draws, maybe not the best series, but he's having a good one here. 4 straight from Draws. Does he end up with the ace? Well, it was crazy because the trophy kill. No, he did because the nade kill was his, so the ace for Draws. Honestly, I kind of forgot because the circus that was the beginning of that round. Easy hunting and getting caught top mid, but Cell able to get a kill, but this quick plant is going to lead to pressure for FaZe. They got to try and retake this. Get the car in, spot for info, getting damage in. You want to push off of that, but the nades slow down Simps. They can't fly behind the car. Now only 20 seconds to go. You got to go swinging. From top middle, it's Neptune. He takes the route. He's able to get both, and you shut down the retake. Good answer there from Surge.
No, I think you're right. I think if that car hits, they go. But there was a nade, a Semtex to stop Simp. Allows Neptune then to get into this position.
Oh, 100%. That nade doesn't hit Simp and they just go.
You might catch both.
Maybe, and that's probably a Neptune to clutch type scenario, but the fact that Simp kind of has to hold there after the nade. Because the car, I mean, it gets damaged into 1, maybe 2. And I think that's the play call, like hit the car and go. Just good utility out of Surge to make sure that doesn't happen. All the 1v1s FaZe wins, anything else Surge win. You got to think we can't have that many more 1v1s, so maybe edge the Surge.
Yeah, remember, we've had 4 searches between these two teams. Every single one has been a 6-4 or 6-5.
I like the battle. Abizi's been caught a couple of times, but this time he'll be the one to get the first blood. It's a wild one, and 04 gets it. Traded out, though, as the Butcher gets to it. Cell will get the stab on. Now,
he's got to get the bomb, though.
3 versus 2.
Abizi gonna make it a 3 versus 1.
I mean, Abizi's literally had 3 first deaths and 2 first bloods. I mean, that's kind of Abizi on Proto, I guess, but.
It's Abizi, period.
Okay, good point, good point, good point. Nasty trying to go, maybe catch a timing. It's not going to happen. Finally, you get a round victory if you're facing. It's not through a crazy 1 versus 1. I thought maybe, I think there's been a couple opportunities where after the first blood, you get a quick trade, or you get a quick kill kind of on the grapple there to take out Simp, but it's been Cell a few times. There's always been at least that person there for the trade, just to keep numbers in the 3 versus 2.
Yeah, and that's just on 04, right? He's just thinking there's just one in there. Can zip back up, maybe just play his life. But of course, it's selling him with a knife.
4-2 now. See what Surge try to do with this offense. Neptune's going to be the guy popping and peeking, usually down low, and he nearly gets laced. Get me out of there, please.
Well, early pressure means what? We're going to wrap towards B. Number 8 in Draza is going to be the first one. Nobody else is really there, and well, it's on Draza to stay alive. Doesn't. He gets picked.
So this is pretty similar to that round 1. Just the rotation not as quick from FaZe and the attack fast from Surge.
And as soon as you lose that first player on defense, it's so difficult to hold this. So Abizi tries to fly on through and pretty much stop the plant, maybe make it a winnable round. Doesn't happen. You're so fast from Surge over towards B after the info from Neptune. Simp left in a 1 versus 3. Gets hunted down.
Yeah, just get rid of him. Don't allow any crazy plays. Beautiful there from Surge. But I thought that was sort of the show 3 or 4 bottom. Quick wrap back to B for FaZe again. I think it kind of was, but maybe they thought the same thing was happening. Surge was like, all right, let's just get up and get bombed down immediately. Don't allow them to wrap back. And yeah, like you said, get that first pick. Obviously thins the defense and make things so difficult. Once you're not worried about backstats, you have a player heli, like, obviously, good luck. And finally, it's just not a 1v1 with Nasty against a sub from that position. And like you also said, yeah, these teams in Search, it's either around 10 or around 11. It feels we're guaranteed. We're headed that way again. Their challenge, damaging all over the place, but nobody going to fall outside of Abizi. At first, I thought everyone going to walk away from that. A nade's going to hit, and suddenly it's a massive advantage, and maybe we're going to have ourselves a tie game. Simp got a dip because the nade hits. Cell and Simp 2 versus 4. Dominance in the early round again here from Surge.
Yeah, I think it was a nice sort of creative opening there from FaZe. It just, they didn't find the kill on the Nasty. They just want to back him down, but then Abuza has a crossfire in, and Neptune just quickly adjusts to find that kill on the player pushing big door.
Simp was kind of waiting for the 0-4 route, but at some point, you know, you just got to go. They're aware of where he is, and they deal with him perfectly. Only way that falls apart is maybe Simp walks away with 2, but you saw all 3 players kind of focus on him taking the backside. They leave it open, they trap him in, and Cell last up. Here we go, 4-4 now. Another great round from Surge.
And now it's just this question, how do we defend this B side? Are you going to give up A, just play a 4-on-4 retake?
Yeah, A-bomb's always the first
thing to
watch out for.
Car just didn't, still didn't work out. FaZe have to make adjustments on defense.
Now you're definitely thinking, we're Surge God. I mean, just the 1v1, we won this map already.
At least one of it. If we won one of them, we'd be a 5-3.
Yeah, 5-3's looking a lot better, but they kind of started to make a run. Remember in the map 2, strung together some rounds, but that's when FaZe bounced back. Can you kind of do what you did in the hard point? Like, don't give them those moments. Don't give them those rounds where they get going again. Just shut them down. It's been lights out for 2 in a row. Looking to do it again here, but yeah, different defense from FaZe. Not really showing anything. At A, outside, looks like Cell. He's tucked away, and Abuza picks it up. Simp is caught and drop. What a play there from Abuza.
Well, I was going to say, I imagine they're going to check this because Nasty plays that like every single round. It is a common spot for Surge, but 0-4, he ends up throwing those numbers away. So 3 versus 3 bomb, though. Where is it going to end up going? What is the timing like for Draws again on this position? He is able to snap. Is there a trade from Abizi? I don't think so.
Not going to happen. Neptune keeps on moving. Numbers to Surge again.
Window. He cannot go out towards the front door. They do not know where Cell is. And well, they're going to catch him. They're going to catch him on the rotate. Again, these adjustments, man. What, you were down 4-2, 3 rounds in a row from Surge.
What a pickup from Abuza in the early round. And then I thought, yeah, maybe 0-4 squanders one, but the rest of the lads step up. Neptune on the main stage, up to double digits in a map 5. This sub-duo has been so fun to watch. Round 10, advantage Surge. After 3 straight rounds, they can seal it here. Winner in a grand final. Loser to battle Toronto for a chance at the final. 5 straight for Abuza, 4 straight for Neptune. Like, this has been, like, they've been dominating the last 3 rounds. It has not been close. The adjustments have been better from Surge. They're slowly working their way up. Car out now. Able to rip that, so Car out of the play. Put a little bit of info, at least on the FaZe setup.
I mean, nobody is, what, you have one player spiral? Nobody is A-side, so it's, everybody's here for Surge.
They hit the nades and Chow. That's going to be the play call to go. Draza gets the pick in the back, and that might be the opening. They're going to go ahead and get bomb planted quickly. Can you get the player up off bomb to fight this? You still have Cell, top house, deep. You have to absolutely rip the player in heli to further your chances to get this. But the first advantage you've really had for FaZe in 4 rounds. Trophy there for coverage too, otherwise it might have been a nice one. Sip able to get 1, Sip able to get 2. He steps up, Streaks coming to an end, and we're going all the way. From no game 5 to a game 5, round 11. Here we go.
That boy Monty.
Well, we'll see who's attacking, but again, just that first player on B defensively cannot get taken down. One time it was Draza, this time Draza able to get that first blood. Immediate plant, Sim plays his life.
Here we go, finally!
The Surge got everybody standing up in Scum Stream.
Offense for FaZe.
Is this going to just be a good old-fashioned A-hit? No. Okay.
Imagine. Let's send it.
They're not even watching the stream. They're just watching it from the crowd.
On the crossover top middle. Cell trying to get in fire to get him out. They're thinking they can isolate one. They've got Neptune at the box. The help is going to be from bottom. And they're able to catch him. There's the first blood. Of course, it's a BZ. 4v3 numbers now. Over to Atlanta FaZe. And I love the transition over there. You're thinking work top middle. Oh, there it dropped down. Is it trade there? It's not. What a play for 04. But you're able to sandwich it. Cell finds the angle. Numbers back to FaZe.
Bombs down.
They're just working A, right? 04 was the only player. Nasty was B side. Abuza was, well, he was up top. You have 2 trophies, so much protection. How do you do this?
Nasty.
Where's number 5?
You gotta rip somebody.
For the map.
Oh,
here we go.
Okay.
Tags in, but not able to rip him. Finds a sub though.
That'll help.
Could change it. Tries to go vertical. It's all on Nasty. Gets 1, but we're done. He's clutched up in the round 11, and they've got a team with another final. Perhaps a third Major 2 victory lying in wait.
Wow.
It's a beautiful round 11. Really what they do is they hit a BZ top middle.
That was a banger.
The plan is to go out plat. But what is always so tough about that is that player top window, right? That's a
Look at Tatum flicking everybody off.
They are able to get him weak. He has to back away. That's when those 2 players can go. They're able to catch Neptune. Then you pretty much choke
Hey,
out
that boy Hades.
numbers. The A bomb site's open.
Doesn't really feel like you're choking out that side from plat very often, right? Like,
no. Yeah, but that's because all the pressure from a BZ top mid, the nade right onto Abuza's feet, has to back him away.
Wow, what a series, what a map. Ray talking it through with the guys like, hey, this is a young team.
You went to war.
A new team. Yeah, you went to war. I mean, you think about the final you had versus Thieves in the minor, the series against FaZe. Like, listen, you are a contender now. You're not out of the tournament, but you are a contender.
Well, that's
now,
just
man.
it. It's like we're playing next, lock back in.
Exactly,
all right?
exactly.
You know, focus on the next match versus Ultra. But their hard point is so darn good. It's again this 2-3-5, and on the FaZe side, it's like, can you win a hard point on the Sundays?
But that, like, it's so funny because, you know, we talked so much about their hard point. Their hard point's been so good. I'm putting that like in quotation marks. It's been so good, but you've like barely been winning them. Winning is winning, but sometimes those close ones become losses on land. And then as much as we focus on the hard point, as much as we as commentators in the desk focus on how great their respawn has been, all they have said is search, 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 search. And well, what? You get it done in 2-3-5. You win both searches. What a series that was. We were owed 1 and we're not done yet. Championship Sunday continues, and we've got big draws on the main stage.
What is that?
Draws flexing on them yet again. Atlanta FaZe goes back to the grand finals. Draza, what an insane matchup. Our first round 11 throughout the entire weekend, game 5. What was it like going out through those last few rounds?
I mean, it was feeling great. No, it's all good. Fuck them, we're good. It was feeling great. I got the blood 4-5, I think, to go 5-5. Tyler called the slow play, 5-5. He's seen the guy trap boat, and then we just made plays, because that's what we do. 2 fucking icy.
2 icy indeed. Good call there by Tyler. Now, being back here in Texas, playing on a championship Sunday, playing in front of, you know, these fans with your team, how's that making you feel
I'm
right
staring
now?
at the
it feels
fucking
great, man. I love
camera.
my team. I think our composure and just how we believe in ourselves and us as teammates is just another level, and I love these guys, and I'm excited to get another chip with them.
There you go, and how's it gonna feel to go back-to-back here, okay? It's been a while since we've seen that back-to-back from FaZe.
Yeah, we're going for the fucking three-peat, so I can't wait to play.
You heard I'm going for the three-peat, okay? That's gonna do it for me and Draws on the stage. Des, take us away.
We were owed it. We got it. What an outstanding Game 5, Round 11. Congrats to FaZe. Another Grand Finals appearance for them. This is going to be something special indeed. Lower bracket, it's a Canadian classic, man. It's going to be an absolute throwdown. Welcome back to the desk. Miles, in place with Puckett here. Chance, Ali, and Nameless. Guys, where do we start with that series?
I just want to tip it to Vancouver. Like, obviously, it's a heartbreaking Game 5, Round 11 loss, but, like, they made the one roster change in Neptune, and it seems like everything is, like, falling into place. They are a micro step right now away from being an elite team. They're going against the best. Now they're in a situation of, like, don't let Sim clutch a 1v2 in everything else they have dialed in.
Yeah, I mean, just an awesome round 11 out of Atlanta FaZe as well. Like, there's not much you can do if you're Vancouver. FaZe had showed so many looks. So, like, okay, we've went down low bottom A. We've pushed through mid, went towards B. So this last round, what do you think Vancouver's thinking in their head? Like, okay, we got to push through Lighthouse, maybe set up a pinch. Well, what do? You trap Neptune instantly if you're Atlanta FaZe. And that's just a team that's just been together for so long if you're Atlanta. You've been in these moments time and time again. I have no doubt that Surge will bounce back.
Absolutely. Well, they got to get through Toronto. Before that, though, we take a look at the highlights from that one. Ali, anything that stood out to you? Any more memorable moments?
100%. Both the S&Ds in this series I would rewatch over and over again. For Vancouver Surge, the adjustments came in a lot sooner this time in the Game 5. It was just incredibly clutch out of Atlanta FaZe in that round 11. Vancouver Surge, they stopped basically prioritizing the bomb plant through the middle of this series on their attacks. They started instead playing this kind of mid push-up, working these picks, and Atlanta FaZe didn't really know what to do with it, which allowed a lot of lanes to be left open for Vancouver Surge. It left a lot of area for Neptune to find a couple of kills, but then Atlanta FaZe comes in with the adjustments. They're like, all right, fine, you guys are not going to start stacking any of these points anymore. We're also going to sit back and start playing for these picks as well in our attacks. And then that final round, they get that opening first blood. They're able to get that bomb down. And Atlanta FaZe, I mean, there's not much you can do once that bomb goes down to computers and you're a man up onside Vancouver Surge. It's just an almost impossible retake.
I mean, yeah, and you think of, like, the context of this map, like a couple of the B pushes for Surge, like, they just lose a 1v2 to Simp.
Yeah,
lost a huge 1v1 early that Abizi ended up winning on Nasty. Just so tough. I mean, you're one round away from winning that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
I
just
think that's grand
I would not be
finals.
surprised if you see it again in our grand final.
100%.
Best of
Start
7.
once again, Surge. They will play again in a moment against a red-hot Toronto Ultra. See if they can turn that fire and fuel a very, very exciting match ahead, folks, before we get to that grand final. Bingo update, though. That's right, boys and girls. We've dodged the 250-249 point, but we did get a Game 5 round 11. So that means, folks nearby, you'll get a wristband. I'm going to just throw these wildly into the crowd, and hopefully you over there, you get a band. You get a band. Watch out for your face. Oh, good job. That guy got 2. That's insane. All right.
Need way more of those.
Good throws, guys.
I got one more. I got one more. I got one more. I got one more.
Cat. Alley cat. Alley cat.
I'm going deep.
You know what's crazy? It's good for him. Now you have to get
I might have lost a, I might have lost a ring. I might have lost a ring.
Well, that is in fact a bingo, and this is our bracket as well. The tournament is nearly done here at Major 2. Surge Ultra is throw down there in the lower bracket. And of course, FaZe sitting in the grand finals. Finally get to put their feet up for a moment, and but what a tournament it's been.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of people on this desk called that. No, never doubt.
Never doubt.
Yeah, but I mean, you look down at the bottom side of that bracket, and what a run out of the Toronto Ultra. They've been waiting. You know, they watched those search and destroys. They're feeling good about their preparation coming into this one. It's a Canadian battle.
Oh, quick update across the board, folks. Not only do we have the major tournament taking place here, we also have the challenges. We have an update from that. Grand finals taking place there as well. Some very familiar names. Mission Magpies are taking on Omit GG. So it's a Benjamin Bance versus Arcites throwback right now. The pit has been roaring. Nameless, you were down there last night.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just, passion is at its highest when you're in the pit. You can see all the trash talk. It just brings me back to my old days, just standing up, getting hyped, making your opponent feel it. We're down to the finals.
Dude, I was there last night. They were going at like 2 a.m. It was like Game 5 all the way to, I believe, around 10, around 11, and I couldn't believe the energy still coming out of the pit. As soon as it was won, I saw they were all in their feet screaming at each other. There's nothing like the passion pit.
It's the heartbeat of COD.
Nothing like it.
The beating heart and soul of Call of Duty is the passion pit. It is challenges and nothing but love for those guys. Of course, Omit GG are up by 1. If you want to catch that, it is available online, but you also go down to the hotel and check it out as well. But that is that, folks. We also got tweets, because let's face it, folks, everyone's always chirping. Zinni went down there, stepped in the pit for the first time in ages today, and it all came flooding back. We never forget where we came from, and we never forget that Path to Pro is the lifeblood of what we do. Wow, we actually had all that lined up before we saw the tweet, which is great. It's because it's true, boys and girls. Well, that is it. We're going to a quick break. On the other side of this one, we throw down a Canadian classic. Vancouver Surge take on Toronto Ultra for a spot in the grand finals. This is the CDL.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through. Blast like a cannon.
This weekend, we will find out which the largest portion of that $1 million prize pool. And find out which team will take the largest portion of that $1 million prize pool and etch their names into Call of Duty history forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, live from Las Vegas, the World Series of Warzone Global Final.
No, he's mid-desk, laying down mid-desk. The long desk, snaking the long desk.
Nice play. Good
Let's go, Clay. Let's go, Clay.
So ran at him, bro.
Yeah, you should have with the Vaz for sure.
All good.
Absolutely loving the Rio addition to the asset. And you get into the Karachi SD just so
Record
that you and Karma and crew at the top are feeling safe with 3 rings. Karma, Grim 6, and Clay all with 3. Eggs, JCap, Apathy, and Arsities, as well as Symphona Peasy with 2. And that list should stay the same.
We're safe for now. Nobody's catching us this champ, so I'm happy about that. We do have quite a few world champions up on that stage. We got 4 of them up there. I had to bust the rings out. I had to bring them out back to their natural habitat. They were forged in arenas like this at Call of Duty Champs.
Cerca del... El otro tiene que estar por el under, creo.
Going Ellie, going Ellie.
No en el Ellie, Let's go, eso es, joder. Bueno, Javi, coño. Madre mía.
Nice try, man.
Oh.
I calmed it, dude. I said, like, wait for that.
I know you, man. I know you.
Now, as hot as the game may seem, I know one thing that won't be that crazy, and that's the comms of Toronto Ultra.
We kill
him? The 2025 Vancouver Surge Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm for when you have a bone to pick. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Possibly. They're a little bit harder than probably Ultras. I'm pretty sure.
Idly ho, neighborinos, and welcome back to Major 2. We're almost done. We've almost made it all the way. We've still got a couple of games to get through. That's right, lower bracket final on its way. The Canadian Classic, Vancouver Surge taking on Toronto Ultra. And it is going to be an absolute delight. Once again, Miles, Chance, Ali, and Nameless here on the desk. Chris, see you soon. Hope all's well. But yeah, absolutely excited to get into this one. And again, plenty of games still to play. We saw an absolute bang in round 11. I don't believe it, guys. All the way to a game 5. That was great. But we have to set our eyes forward now. Not only are we excited about this event, excited about the next few, but excited about the big one at the end of the year. Champs 2025 CEO Champs tickets are available right now. June 26th through 29th. We're going to Waterloo, we're going to the Old, and it's going to be absolutely fantastic, folks. Again, powered by our friends at Bell. Tickets are available at torontoultra.gg. Champs is always an incredibly special time. I mean, where we had it here last year, it was an absolute bang. We had it in LA a few times, and a bit of Vegas time as well. And now we get to throw down up north with our friends, the King. It's going to be a real delight. Again, grab your tickets now. Tickets at torontoultra.gg.
I can't wait to go to Kitchener.
Can't wait to get up to Kitchener. You guys are going to road trip, aren't you?
Dude, we might road trip. Chance is going to be our driver, all production, all of us. We're going to get like a big bus, and it's going to be a vibe.
It's going to be awesome.
But not all of us can come, that's right. Only the top 8 teams are going to be joining us. So the bottom 4, as of right now, I mean, that's a tough one. Well, our top 3 teams that you can see, FaZe, Ultra, and Surge, they're going to be the only teams remaining here in the tournament. And after this one, we'll say goodbye to one end.
Yeah, the Canadian Classic, as we're dubbing it right now, it's going to be an absolute banger. Obviously, Toronto, they have stepped it up a lot in this tournament, especially in hardpoint. They're like a positive 83 differential, just blowing everybody out of the water. I'm excited to see how they stack up against Vancouver, though, because they have had troubles against some of the top teams.
Absolutely. Vancouver, Charles, that hardpoint is no joke, bro.
I feel like the maps that they're good at, they have really dialed in. The Vault controls a couple different hard points. They played nearly flawlessly. We watched a Vault hard point where they had every single P4 rotation. and the guys are always on point. They have it down to a T. That being said, it's a big stage for like 3 of these players. It's their first time in the top 3, their first time in this type of like high impact environment. And on the flip side for Ultra, I mean, they got some vets on the squad.
They do. I mean, Ultra, they've been looking great all tournament long. I mean, they drop quite early on in the lower bracket, and then they make a bit of a run. Ali, what are some of the strengths and weaknesses for the newer fans to see when you think about a team like Toronto Ultra?
When you think about a team like Toronto Ultra, surprisingly enough, it's in the Search and Destroy, which is funny because it's almost like Surge and Toronto flipped, where like you look at the Toronto Ultra squad and you're like, oh, these guys are going to be nasty at Respawn. You look at Surge, you're like, oh, these guys are going to be nasty at S&D.
Okay,
well, it's the other way around, and it's been off the back
tweets at Tatum, and then he's like, how many chins was that on screen?
An absolute menace, in case we haven't said it enough this weekend. It has been very strong in that game mode, as well as their control has really been lighting it up this weekend as well.
Yeah, you know, for Toronto, they played Vancouver in our minor tournament online. They got 3-0, right? And effectively, Joe Deceives was shut down, like the worst series he's had all year, 49-67. It just wasn't great for him. Beans as well, not putting up his typical damage numbers. So for them, this matchup, extremely tough. And I think, you know, Ali talked a little bit about it just now. It's like Vancouver are just a gritty team. They're pretty good across all the modes, and, you know, they just have some maps that they're just hard to square up.
And it's going to be really hard in the hard points for this series, specifically for Toronto Ultra, because when it comes to within 30 points, they're either smoking teams or getting smoked. 2 and 7 within 30 points, hard points. Basically, that means that they're not really getting down to the wire. They're either getting a lead and holding it really well, or they're losing very early on and they're not able to put themselves back into the game. So those maps 1 and 4s are going to be everything.
Ali, I'm really glad you brought up that young Joe Deceives. We've been talking about him quite a lot. We've seen him play earlier today. Beans as well, a massive damage output there for the Toronto boys. And with damn good reason. This is the KD leaderboard so far. Again, the remaining teams here in the tournament, Joe Deceives are 1.24 chance.
And listen, man, they picked him up, and I saw the tweets coming in from the owner from Toronto saying, we're going to be better than LA Thieves next year.
That's a
How do you feel about that super team? Well, Thieves got rid of Joe, and today they regretted it. He picked them apart, making it known he's a superstar.
It's true. It's true. Can he keep the run going, though? Again, a very, very spicy matchup. And this one, for me, again, it's so fun. Both teams who have had kind of rocky starts to the year, they make massive team changes, or at least Surge do. And now, all of a sudden, they find themselves playing for top 3 on LAN. As a young player, man, what's this like? How nervous are you?
I mean, I think, you know, for Joe Deceives, we'll talk about him, he's soaking up the moment. I mean, between the end of last year coming into this one, like this guy teetering on the edge of being a superstar, I think he's done that so far throughout this tournament. And when you look at Vancouver, like Rambo Ray, this is like his ideal team. Everybody's bought into this system, and they just grinded it out, watching the VOD, and they're just... In these games, you can see, like, in the fine moments, they always clutch up. And that's like the trait, the #1 trait you want as a team when you get to a Sunday is in the final moments, can we make the right play?
Well, they didn't in the round 11. They got picked apart in that
Atlanta
moment.
phase.
True, but also
that's Atlanta phase.
It's a heartbreaking loss, and I think Rambo Ray has to be the guy to like bring the team together. We saw Labuza hands in head, absolutely just deflated, because it is a heartbreaking loss. You were so close to top 2, maybe winning the tournament with that advantage, but you missed that mark. And again, it crushes you. Finding the bounce back is an incredibly difficult thing to do.
But however, you can't let your head fall in your hands in a situation like this, right? Because you're going to have to go and play another match versus a Toronto Ultra that's been licking their lips all day waiting for this matchup. So for Vancouver Surge, bounce back has to be incredibly fast. And I know, and I like that you touched on the fact that they are clutch, because even though we did go to a Game 5 round 11, Chance wants to be a negative Nancy, when I watch these hard points, they are so good when it comes to understanding the situation that they are in when it comes to these closer hard points. Not only do they play fundamentally correct, but like a good example is on that vault. Like when Nasty is up top, right? 04 tries to go that early rotation on P3. His teammates die, and he turns around. He plays for his situation. I mean, those situationals kind of set them apart from the rest of the league.
I mean, and even in that Game 5 Search and Destroy, you're down 4-1 in that game, right? You bring it all the way back to where you're in a round 11, where some of the rounds, they're just going to get away from you, right? So I do think they are extremely clutch, but who are they going up against? CleanX and Insight, synonymous with the word.
Well, we've still got that game ahead of us, folks. But look at the bracket again, for a little step back and see how we got here, because this has been an up and down tournament. We've been talking enough about crazy 3-0s, not many Game 5s, but there have been some sensational upsets in the tournament already, Chance. And day 1, Breach bringing down Thieves was a big moment.
I mean, that's certainly the stamp that made us go, oh, maybe Thieves aren't just going to steamroll their way through stage 2, and that came to fruition. So, I mean, a great impact there. And I know when we looked at the overall standings, you had Cloud9 in 9th place. They had a big 3 over against against Ultra, and admittedly, they fall immediately after to the top 2 teams in the game, or at least what we thought, but I think that's a team that is very hungry and will shape up the champ standings.
One team I really didn't expect to go out the way that they did is Carolina Royal Ravens. I mean, they pull out a really unfortunate card in the fact that LA Thieves fall to Boston Breach. That probably wasn't expected, and then they have to play them that elimination round 2. But like, not even a map to be won from a team that all we praised about was consistency, top 4 placings, like being the veteran squad that you can't count out. So for me, I'm looking ahead for Major 3 qualifiers and seeing like what Carolina are we about to get.
You know what I'm looking ahead for, Miles? Roster mania. It's going to be electric after this event. You know, the next 2 stages, only 5 qualifier matches, right? So points matter a lot. We're going to see a lot of roster changes after this one.
I think we will. I think we will. Well, that's going to be a lot more fun for a segment for another day. However, for now, guys, I want to talk about the remaining 3 teams we have in the tournament. Let's talk MVP from each roster. As of right now, where we're at in the competition, Chance, who are you going with?
I mean, Simp is just the immediate gut check for me. Yeah. I feel like I've seen a lot of 3 pieces, a
Question
lot of
is
clutches,
who?
and just a man that is incredibly difficult to kill. So, I don't know. You pick your poison on the face players, but
Question
in
is
my
who?
mind, Simp has been that guy.
Ali, if you're going to go to, I'll give you Toronto. Who have you
Give
going
me
to get?
Toronto, I have to go Joe, 100%. From the stage and from LAN, you think Kleenex comes a little bit close. He's had a couple of outstanding performances, and should they win this matchup and he have a pop-off, they go to grand finals. You know how it goes, but for me right now, it's got to be Joe. He has been the saving grace for this Toronto Ultra squad.
And who is it for Surge?
It is so tough. I think you still can't decide. Like, for me, it's been between 04 and Neptune. 04 has just taken such a big step from online to LAN. But when you look at, like, the overhaul of this roster, you have to give so much credit to Neptune at the same time. I think, you know, with this next match, it'll be decided.
It'll be decided. He sat on the fence, folks.
I am. It's so tough.
It's so
I agree
tough
with it,
indeed.
though.
We're not just playing for pride. We're not just playing for points. We're also playing for cash, baby. That's right. Third place gets $50,000 all the way up to $150,000 for first place. But the real win here, again, not only the Benjamins, but it is the points. 100 points to our first place team, 75 and 60 for second and third respectively. This is a very, very scary time in the year. We're at the halfway mark.
Yeah.
We're starting to now see the teams who might not make it to champs, who might not make it to Kitchener.
I think all 3 of these teams are pretty much secure. They're just going to widen that margin. But yeah, when you look at that bubble, it is pretty tight, even 7 all the way down to 10. So all those teams have to lock in when we get home.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we can keep talking about this, guys. Again, this is the big story on the year. We're only at the halfway mark. Any teams you're really worried about that you think maybe should be in the running? Optic?
It's the obvious answer. Yeah, I mean, Optic are sitting on the bubble in the 7th seed, and they are not winning games. They might have to make more roster changes, and I know the fans in the venue sort of disappointed in their performance from this stage and this weekend, and the guys that are underneath them are Heretics and C9, and they are right on their heels.
It's just who do you get, right? Because Optic's not a team that typically goes and grabs challengers' talent, right? So it becomes this tough situation where you have to grab people who are underperforming on other teams that get dropped. So it'll be interesting for sure. I think you look at Rocker as well, another team potentially make a change. Paul's been underperforming. We've loved that team, especially Estriel. It seems like he's hitting his prime, and that's a team that's in 10th at 90 points, so they're still very much in it and one change away from maybe being a top 6 squad.
I loved that moment so much. As soon as you asked that, Miles, literally all 3 of us started smiling like we know the immediate answer, but also a good shout. LA Gorilla Mates, of course, they're sitting at 30 points right now. I feel like LAG, Minnesota Rocker, maybe some conversations need to happen there, but otherwise, I don't think there's too many other teams to be worried about. Boston Breach, after this weekend, I would have been worried about them. Now I'm not, seeing that they followed this into the qualifiers. Miami Heretics, they fell into a really unfortunate situation in this bracket, but I'm not worried about them moving forward. It's really just those couple 3.
Couple 3, just a little bit worried about. That's absolutely fine.
I mean, technically 4, but
I'm
we're not going to bring them up.
Wheeler the demo, man. Chance, it's about 170, right? The kind of cutoff point, the average for making it.
This year's probably going to be a little bit different, probably in like the 190, 200 point range.
Okay, I mean, that's still a scary number, but keep an eye on that. That's a milestone that we don't want to be hitting too hard going into the next few majors. But yeah, lots of changes are potentially on the way, and we can talk more on those nearly. I nearly let rip a wicked spoiler there for the next season, but I'm glad I didn't, boys and girls. That's right. I will be accepting Venmo for all kinds of spoilers throughout the weekend. You can find that, guys. How many games are we seeing here, team? How many more are we getting through in this next matchup?
You saying how many maps?
Yeah, maps.
Dude, we're going to a game 5. I'm sick and tired of the 3-0-3 ones. We're going to a game 5.
We're jinxing it at this point, though. Like, I feel like if we keep saying that we're going to go to a game 5, we keep getting the literal opposite. I'm going to try and reverse jinx it. We're only going to 3.
Proto, Vault, I think are the maps. I think I got a 3-0 in this one.
You can think about it all you want, and I will tell you with absolute certainty what our maps and modes are right now, bro. That's right. We're almost ready to go, folks. Thank you again for your patience. A double dose of Protocol, a Vault, and then 2 Haciendas to end this one out if we do go the distance. The Canadian Classic is about to be a rainy one at that before the sunshine of that Vault kicks in. Chance, anything off the top of the dome there? Any gut checks of what we're seeing early on?
Yeah, map 1 is massive. I feel like Vancouver have a distinct advantage on the Vault control. I feel like Toronto have the advantage on the Protocol S&D. So map 1 is going to be the one that sets you up long term. And because the theme has been 3-0s, 3-1, you need to win map 1.
The first 3 are 100% just a battle. These are some of the best across the board for both these teams. You get into that Hacienda hard point in that map 4, though. You look at Vancouver heading into today, they're like 6-1 on it. So they're playing a long game, and then that game 5, both of them are kind of mid Hacienda Search and Destroy. So it's going to be kind of like who had something in their back pocket and are looking to play it at the late end of the series.
Mr. Wheeler.
Yeah, actually might go 5. No, I look at the rest of it. It actually might go 5. I think we got a banger on our hands. I just can't wait to get started.
Well, absolutely. Well, guys, this is it. Last little hurdle before we get into the games. It's time for pick'ems. I was 1 round shy of a victory there in my role as intermediate host. For now, I don't know where I go here. Does Surge survive the fall? I'm going to keep riding my Toronto Ultra pick. I think they've got what it takes. I think they came in hot today, and I think they stay hot. Chance.
Monday through Saturday, I would have picked Vancouver Surge. It is Championship Sunday. All the pressure is on. I'm going Toronto Ultra.
I promise, guys, I don't hate Toronto Ultra. I just really like the Surge squad and their story. I'm going to stick with Vancouver. I want a rematch.
She's a Beans hater, guys.
No, I'm not.
I have the inside info. I got Toronto Ultra in this one. They haven't lost the map in losers bracket. I don't know if it starts now.
Boy, well, the game starts now. Blaze is on stage, ready to get things going. Take it away, my friend.
Thank you so much, Miles. Now, we got the desk picks, but let's get Texas picks, okay? Where my Vancouver fans in the building? Where the Ultra fans in the building? Oh, we're torn, but I'm excited for this coast-to-coast matchup and this Canadian battle for the real kings of the North. Coming out first, get ready for the Vancouver Surge! 04, Habuza, Nasty, and Neptune. It may seem like the storm has subsided, but we're just in the eye of it. Vancouver coming back to the stage to pick up where they left off.
Hands are extremely hot after a match like that versus Atlanta FaZe. You're talking a game 5, round 11 that you want nothing more than to spawn back into. Looking for revenge now in that grand final. They have to go through a team looking to join the top 4 conversation once again in the Toronto Ultra. Undefeated on the weekend so far in the elimination bracket, but they might meet their toughest comp right here in the Vancouver Surge. Let's bring them out, guy.
It's time to see if they can keep that streak going. Get ready, Texas, for the Toronto Ultra. Beans, Joe Deceives, Insight, and Klingnex. Ever since that first loss, they've been icing up and tearing everybody up all weekend. And they're looking to do it
for Sunday, yeah, I think so,
here
yeah.
on the other side. Let's go, Toronto Ultra.
Look at those Crocs. They're in sport mode. These boys are ready to rock and roll. Beans and Joe Deceives have been lighting it up in the losers bracket, and it's the Canadian Classic, so you know they want to stamp themselves as the best team up north. Time to get this going.
Time to get it going, Ed, to figure out who the real kings of the North. Texas, make some noise for your casters. It's Shift and Study.
Ooh, little Canadian clash here in the lower finals. As mentioned, Toronto has been red hot in the lower bracket, and you go up to their winners round match. Really could have been a 3-0 the other way. Vancouver, though, how do they survive this fall? It's all about the resiliency.
Yeah, that's literally what it comes down to, man. Thankfully, you got a coach like Rambo Ray, who's been in multiple situations like this as a player and also as a coach. So you have a little conversation, get the boys ready to lock back in for this series because they face such a tough L versus Atlanta. I think if you're Vancouver, obviously you've seen Toronto a couple times with this roster. You're 1-1 in that category, but the last matchup, it was a 2-3-5 that Toronto were able to walk away with and walk away with this series. So I know you're good at hard points if you're Vancouver. But the S&Ds, the way that Toronto have been playing so far this weekend, they're outstanding.
But how much of this series really relies on Vancouver coming out swinging in map number 1 after a heartbreaking map 5 round 11 loss? The drama, the emotion, all the adrenaline running through you, and then it escapes immediately. How do you just go back through the veto process, step back up to the stage, and really lock in to make sure you're getting this first break off correct?
It's going to be tough, man, because you got to keep in mind this team isn't really that experienced. You got a couple players who've been in the CDL for a year or two, and you're going up against a veteran squad on the side of Toronto Ultra. Kleenex has been in this situation multiple times, and this is the biggest thing I want to talk about. When you talk about Ultra, going into the weekend, we were talking about them being a 2-3-5 team. They have figured out their hard point through the losers bracket, have yet to lose a map. And right now, if they had this in the bag, they have everything.
Most impressively about this Toronto squad is not just their hold and their break percentage that you saw was ranking first, but in their opening series that they played versus the Thieves, they out-rotated LA in almost every single major hardpoint that they came by, which is, I think, really critical because this is the worst rotation-based team in the league in hardpoint. So they've got that figured out. You trust your hold percentage, and then you get things going.
It's a good time to figure it out, man. At the major, potentially to put yourself in a position to go to the grand finals and have a match versus Atlanta. The Battle of Canada. Who is going to be the king of the North? Joe Deceives on your screen. He has been absolutely lights out, without question, my MVP for this Ultra squad.
Same.
If he continues to play like this, Vancouver's hands are going to be full.
Indeed the case. Here is another little glimpse at the map set. 2 protocols, a vault, followed by 2 haciendas. Texas, let's make some noise. It's our lower bracket final. We got Toronto Ultra and the Vancouver Surge in the Canadian Classic. Let's get it on.
Trying to find an opening kill through the middle of the map. Vancouver already taking a little time away, but you can already see on your mini-map, Kleenex was thinking, I gotta work this pinch. His teammates play so patient, open towards Heli's side, allow Kleenex to be the deciding factor on that play. The break is good, and now they can soak up a lot of time.
And this is a tough transition, though, for Vancouver trying to get across the map, especially considering that the window control for Toronto had been really solid, but Nasty able to find a way at least to contest the time on 1. Teammates following around him, so it's really just down to how much Nasty can finesse. Stuns and nades coming over the top to try to assist him, and he's done well so far. Yeah, 0-4, Abuso able to clear off that backside staircase, and we're going to get Vancouver back in the lead.
Yeah, final 15 seconds they're going to be able to walk away with. Toronto Ultra going to be late off the rotation to new. You have an underground route being hit from Joe Deceives, but at the same time, 0-4 is doing it on the opposite end. Flank through top trips, give me number 2. Trying to find the third, has the info with the pistol, not able to get it. That's a good start there for Vancouver. 26 seconds off of P1. You're initially starting P2 as well.
And you shut down Ultra's first attempts at trying to, again, capitalize on rotation, which they were able to do versus the Thieves. So good bounce back here for Vancouver early. First 15 seconds go their way. Now down to Toronto. How do you try to set up this break attempt? Shot through mid-mapper working out nicely. Little climb up the ladder. Kleenex waits for a time to jump, and he gets kind of a lay of the land. Pops up, finds a kill, and now the pressure's on to 0-4. He responds to the first. As he get a look at the second? Not quite, but trades are good until finally we have a last battle over the staircase, which Vancouver are able to win.
Yeah, Vancouver just seemed like they had like 8 people on the map every single time. Also thinking, okay, we have the numbers. There's instantly a player from Vancouver in a position to find that trade. So still in control of the P2. Gonna find yourself up by 40. Ultra, no, we have the rotation to new. We can still apply the pressure towards old, potentially for the final 10. That's a clean 4. And now you can set up at new.
Yeah, this is a really bad spot for Vancouver. Spawns all the way deep behind P2. Essentially gonna have to play through old and then stretch across the map. And Beans is stopping that in its tracks. Kleenex following up, but it is 0-4 to at least reduce this setup just a touch. Toronto will still spawn good, but their hold up towards the front is gonna be tested.
Joe Deceives, though, picks up a big kill on the cut. Watches the overextension, but the pressure through bottom spiral. Netson is able to find the kill, so you're already making this mixy. Ultra spawn all the way across the map. You got the numbers if you're Surge. You're able to find the break. Just one more gunfight.
Just pistols, though, for the ARs for Toronto, trying to hang on to this ground. Joe Deceives able to find another after Kleenex had been tagged up heavily by the Vancouver Surge, still spawning close. But from the front, Ultra working their way in nicely here. Still 25 seconds to fight for, and split spawns starting to come through for Vancouver.
And now Vancouver in a sticky situation because 2 players are spawning all the way across the map. They don't want to give up this time for free. They're going to attempt the break, and it works out perfectly. A clean 4 dead. It's going to allow you to walk away with that final junk time. win the rotation over towards New and Toronto. No, we cannot just spiral it all the way down through the zip line. We got to find a different angle.
That kill for Insight actually has Vancouver really primed and ready for a hit that's coming through Spiral, but it's actually not there. It's all through the front doors. Insight sliding through, finds the first. No trade coming through. Trophy systems denying any possible utility. 0-4 trying to reinforce. Shut down by Kleenex. These are key gunfights to right over the top of the hard point, and it's all going the way of Toronto for now. Neptune stepping up with an AR. Trying to line up a couple more. Lots of damage coming through, but Toronto still hanging inside the hill for now.
The fact that Toronto were laid off this rotation, find the clutch kills at the right time to walk away so far with a majority of this P4 hill. That is absolute perfection. Able to stabilize now. Know where the pressure's coming in, but Neptune and 0-4, they open up with 2.
Insight trying to find timing on the slide through. Gets 1. Traded away, though. Back and forth we go. Pinstripe kill feed, but it will be Vancouver with the numbers for now. Beans looking to try to get something set up over through the front doors. And Vancouver are trying to spread out this hard point best they possibly can. Oh, that's really nice work from Beans to get through, find a little bit of damage. Does that allow Insight to finalize this last 10 seconds? Not quite. Good to see is also committed on the play. Will be shut down. We've got a tie game as we head back up top to 1.
Yeah, absolutely accept that if you are Toronto, because you thought you were going to be beat over towards this money hill, but at least go 50-50 on that, keeping a tie game. Now into the second half. Vancouver finding a couple kills on the right side, trying to isolate onto Beans in towards Grandma's. You're in control, and at the same time, you already have a boozer taking space away.
Joe looking to try to get something on the contest. No, shut down. Big moment here for Vancouver. They continue to just force Ultra to have to hit these weird routes because of Abuza's position in the windows. Splitting the spawns a little bit, but honestly for Ultra, they just aren't allowed to set anything up. Finally, a couple of kills come through. Pressure back over to the hard point onto Neptune. He gets a good read on the Insight, though, and slips away from Kleenex. Not quite able to find the kill, as Beans was there for support, and that will neutralize the time as Ultra try to slip in.
Yeah, spawns now flip. Ultra potentially going to walk away with this final 20, unless Abuza has something to say about it. The rest of Vancouver know that they have the numbers through top mid. We just got to fly on in, but we don't check the corner. You're able to find the kill, but instantly going to get traded. Ultra with a clean 4 dead. It's their turn now to set up at P2.
Yep, should be solid for them with a lot of members already not just leaning in towards the hard point, but a lot of focus up towards the top at ledge. 0-4 shutting down Kleenex down low. That creates an opportunity through field side. And honestly, yeah, that's just too easy, honestly, for Vancouver. Just walking forward, they find all their individual 1v1s. Neptune now zoning off the play over towards... Oh! Neptune for 2! 3 in a row for him. Vancouver have cracked the code to get in from the front.
And it's a perfect time to find that break, because there's a lot of time and you're still in control of the spawns. Ultra trapped towards the backside of tower. Stuns connecting. Bullets are not. Neptune is still alive. He's still dancing with them. 30 seconds here at P2. They're all rallying to the backside of tower.
Oh, the health is just so exquisite.
Bro.
Vancouver, Neptune not done yet. Oh, mercy. 134 to 105. Vancouver stole the rotation to news. We head into a surge listening.
They're all going underground.
I got 1, 2 more, 2 more on the ground.
I feel. They're stuck in the
One more.
Yeah, go.
I spawned out.
Stop. One on time now. Okay, back left on time.
I hit him once, bro.
Yeah, one is mid-dive.
One guys, they're going
one behind you. Take it down.
I'm going to pee on fast.
On top of the mid-gun.
Top mid-gun, Beans. Sidewalk inside. One shot back in.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to top this. Play hold, okay? We're gonna play.
I'm just coming to you.
Sidewalk. One is sidewalk. One is nice. One's gonna be mid-gun.
Go bar.
Sidewalk, that's you. I'll spoon back ammo. Let's go after that.
I'm on you. They can maps.
Yes.
Could be spot on me, okay? It could be spot, okay?
I can't get on the big
Yeah, I told Joker these two teams are going to be neck and neck the whole time because they're both playing well. Like both teams know how to play for trays. Both teams know how to play objectively. It's just gonna be a bang out hill after hill.
left.
I have left. Look,
That was like the calmest shit on ever heard.
You have maps? Yeah, I have maps.
Shit on!
We should share like this.
Not even any aggression with it. There was no in there.
Well, Vancouver's definitely fired up.
Yeah.
From the winners final, definitely
Little rainbow went over the head and shit.
Up now about 45
Shit on.
points. Big moment in this match for Ultra trying to bounce back.
Oh yeah, but Vancouver and those listening,
Yeah.
you can tell, like, they were still in sync even when the chaos was going down. Booza gives the combo, okay, we don't want to give up 25 seconds at P3, so we're contested. We also want a rotation over to 2. So you find yourself up by 40, but Benjamin Beans is starting to come alive. Lines up 3, goes for the 4. Yeah, and that's going to get the young man roaring.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow start for Beans, but that 4-piece absolutely allows Ultra to control the tempo around the top. That is really good idea here for Neptune. Calling the Hellstorm, try to reset things just a touch. Nasty able to find one behind that, but honestly speaking for Ultra, you've able to out-trade this. Keep the hard point neutral. This is not bad news as you try to now crack the code and hold on to the P2 side of the map.
Not an issue at all for Toronto Ultra, especially when they find all 4 kills in sync with the final 10 seconds here at P1. Vancouver are so far away from that P2, but last time around, it was way too easy from Surge, pushing their way through the front end to find an early break. A 20-point difference. Ultra have some time to make up. You just need a couple kills to go your way.
And being zoning mid-map like this, you have to keep your guns up down towards field if you are Ultra, and they have done that beautifully to this point. Beans for 2. Abuza, nice shot at long range, traded by Insight. And now the hit has to start to develop for Surge. One player up top, clean from Nasty. Now the hit starts to envelop this. Joe's by himself. How many can he find? The answer is absolutely nothing. So now Toronto, again, from the front, just immediately broken, and Neptune's back over to P2 once again.
Yeah, if you're the player on that hard point there, we don't really have to commit on that gunfight, because then you're forcing your teammates to reposition, and then something is open, and Vancouver are consistently always finding the opening, almost finding double there is Nasty. But the ARs right now from Vancouver are absolutely shooting. Yep. More than happy to walk away with this final 15. Ultra have the rotation to do, though.
By far one of the best individual maps we've seen from Abuza this major to this point. Can they find a way to turn that success into a win here in map number 1?
Once one's out.
Yep, sure does. So it's going to be a 4v3 over the top of the new time. Do Vancouver get a realization on this? Can they find the kills to actually dominate over the backside of this hill? Pistol out, Kleenex for 2.
Oh, Kleenex finds 2.
Not the last one left. One more member spawns in for Vancouver.
Oh, he finds 3.
The ground beautifully. Beans follows up, and now Ultra have numbers.
The tissue is always an issue. Gives his team another lifeline to find the break here. Now there's only one player from Vancouver still causing mayhem on the back end. It's going to be Nasty. But Toronto are just allowing him to stay there. We're soaked up all this time.
Joe was too far out of the play. He was over towards P1. So now all of a sudden Vancouver start to set up from the front. Insight try to repitch back in front of the front door. Shut down by Neptune. 224, 212. 23 seconds. You can't win here, but you can get darn close.
This is going down to P4.
Trying to keep flooding through this. One more effort maybe comes by Kleenex, but he's going to hold to make sure the rotation stays safe.
Ultra banking on this now. Need to put themselves in the best setup. All you need is 2 waves of kills, and this map number 1 is going to be yours. Vancouver is slowly on the approach, taking routes to find this break.
It's Nasty in particular, number 7 in white.
Yeah.
All the way around the back.
They're going to need 2 waves of kills.
What's the timing on this break attempt look like as Toronto is perfectly set up with trophy systems in wait? There's the first blood. Joe with the second. Once this pitch starts to develop, Nasty is not even a part of the play yet. He's still hanging out. Now he's trying to finally come through. He finds one, slips away, can't find much more, but the help isn't here. This is enough for Ultra to reset up again.
One more wave. One more wave is all Ultra need. You know where the pressure's coming from. Big door and Spiral. Have your guns up, have your attack. Be prepared.
Yep, trophies are all expired though at this point. Here comes the break for the front attack.
Oh my god.
3 dead. It's just down to Joe to see. Can he find the kills he needs? No,
oh shit. They got it.
Total, finding 3 for the break. No one from Ultra.
Wow. They got it in the second push.
Mr. McLeod. Always making impactful plays there in the hard points. The first attempt wasn't the best, but the second attempt was absolute perfection. And realistically, it all starts with Nasty being the last guy there and finding 1 kill.
Correct.
Because then you make it a 3v3 situation. Neptune knows, okay, they're going to have 1 player watching each side. If we can double teams 1 guy, find that opening kill, we have the numbers advantage, and then you slide on in and just play the trades. Thankfully, Neptune didn't have to trade because he found 3 in that final play. Vancouver has always been able to prepare in hard points better than Ultra. and they continue it here in this series.
And the no trophy systems being a part of that final hit is also really key. It looks like Stuns and Nades were finding some success landing. But you take a look down the scoreboard. Again, Abuza 35 and 31, by far one of his best individual maps. Nasty taking the real spotlight though on the scoreboard. 32 and 23 with over 2 minutes in the hard point. So he's really getting it done. 16 objective kills for Neptune as well. Trying to keep pace with what Joe Deceives was able to do. Another good map out of JD, but still not enough to get past his Vancouver hard point.
Yeah, it's just tough. Like when you see some of their setups, especially around that P1, you have Abuza who's pushed out towards trip towers, those trip windows, and him just staying alive on that staircase is forcing Ultra to either work on the ground or instantly try to sprint up towards Hella. Because we have Grandma Watch, we have the overextension through the right side of the B street. But there's subs in their hard points are unbelievable. They had a couple mishaps though, where Vancouver get a little bit too aggressive. You scam in towards P3, you heard Neptune in the comments. My bad. But still does not change the difference on the score. Vancouver, just a better hard point team. Toronto are the better search and destroy team. And now they need the S&D to bounce back.
Yeah, big time they do. I mean, again, just kind of as we look over the top of this entire series, we'll stay here for Protocol. This has not been a bad map for this version of the Vancouver roster, for what it's worth. They played it a lot when Neptune first joined the roster, but I think the thing that gets scary is the Hacienda hardpoint has not been good for you either if you're Toronto. So kind of talking about the last time these two teams had matched online, it was the 2-3-5. It almost feels like looking at this map set, it's going to have to be that again, especially considering that this map went the way of Vancouver, as we obviously saw. So definitely puts a lot of pressure here for Toronto to have to come out and win this next Search and Destroy.
Yeah, we had, what, 3 out of the 5 maps that they played in the previous series through the qualifiers went all the way to the distance. The only difference is there's no Volt Search and Destroy, there's no Hacienda Control. But the hard points are the same, the protocol S&D is the same. So if you're Vancouver, you know what they're going to do. You played them on. They beat you 6-2. It was a lot of success early on in those first bloods. Players getting isolated, trying to make individual hero plays. Can't afford that to be the case here if you are Vancouver.
I think a lot of this, you know, watching how Vancouver have played this Search and Destroy in particular, it has been a lot of resiliency and just kind of testing on what you're going to get out of your SMGs in particular. How much ground can they grab? And they're going to try to grab it very quickly, very often. And Toronto doesn't allow that to happen because they feel the map out before they make their commitment calls. So going to be one of those things we kind of keep our eye on as we dig a little bit in towards this Search and Destroy to see what the game plan is going to be right off the get-go, and then how it starts to mold, adjust, and adapt as both these two teams start to feel each other out.
Yeah, I feel like both of these teams have a lot of similarities on Protocol.
I agree.
Because it's like early drop down in towards the zip, gain the info, okay, we spot 2, let's start to work through the middle of the map. Same thing on both ends. Just the difference with Toronto is that they have that aggressive A push. Vancouver currently don't have that. They just like to waste a lot of time, allow 0-4 to hit a route, potentially through the open doors, peek it, find an opening kill, and then to play your numbers advantage. But Ultra, since you played them, you know exactly where he's going to throw it.
100%. We'll see what they try to bring to the table here because, again, this has been a regular map for both these two teams throughout this entire stage. And quite a number of playthroughs here at the Major as well, for that matter. So definitely plenty of film. Of course, the thing about this is, if you are Vancouver, you're just coming off of a recent series. So you're trying to talk through that right now, trying to remember and give yourself a little bit of that nostalgia back to one you guys had played from before. But here's also just a look in terms of how these two teams have found success through Search and Destroy. Both Neptune and Beans individually have been great this Major. But again, in particular, Neptune's been great in the first bloods, whereas Beans has been one of the guys last one left, trusted to play an island. And, well, he had a number of really major clutches when he was playing up against Thieves.
Yeah, the 1v2, 1v1, 1v1. That makes all 3 of his clutches just icy. Benjamin Beans, he loves to play Search and Destroy. Gonna need this guy to make the impactful plays. Vancouver just played this map as well, went all the way to around 11, and you're thinking, okay, if Nasty wins one of those one-on-ones, we could have walked away with it and been in the grand finals. But now the adjustments need to come in from 2 teams who have squared up on this map multiple times.
If you haven't had a chance to check out the new CDL skins on all these new Scuff controllers, make sure you scan that QR code, get over there, and get yourself one. Because, wow, they look great. But here is kind of a reflection of what we're talking about. The last 5 maps for the Search and Destroy of Toronto. We were really worried that this team was just going to be hard carrying by their Skyline Search and their Skyline Hardpoint. They were able to prove versus Thieves they didn't need it. Their map fluency is starting to come through, but here we go. It's going to be Vancouver on the opening offense. You're 1-0 up in the series, staying on Protocol for the control.
And I already love this initial play. Already love this play from Vancouver, because usually you're trying to drop your way down towards Zip, but try to take over towards Platt, and Insight was able to line up for the first blood. So now Vancouver forced to slow this round down. You have 04 trying to take a little bit of space through big door. He might have got through.
Yeah, and you should know if you're Vancouver that you're going to have Beans on an island watching over through field. That's often been the case. Can you try to find a way to isolate onto one of these two members? Joe seen down low. Nate actually connects onto 04, so he's in trouble. Semtex in the back. Not going to work out. Beans coming through, but Abuza finds two. And you know where Beans is. So you can take this bomb and re-wrap it back out if you want to.
But Insight is right beneath them. He's taking space away. He's hearing doors break. Neptune is trying to sniff him out. 30 seconds left to go. I'm rotating backside of tower. It's most likely going to go towards A.
Hardest part about this is getting in the front door in the first place. Beans watching. Shots out for the first. Doesn't connect. Neptune, wow, lots of damage. Can you follow up on that? Whoa, he slips back out. Follow up though from Bruce is good. Looking for the ace and the 1v2. 1v1 now with Beans off, and he goes for the plant at the exact wrong moment. Beans, perfect timing on the challenge. Clutches up again.
Yeah, it's a perfect timing on the challenge from Beans, but not the perfect timing on the challenge there for Neptune. You slide in, you get behind the computers. Probably went away for your teammate to try to assist him and isolate that one-on-two gunfight, but once he drops, Beans is able to get out of dodge, recover himself a little bit through spiral, then hit down a couple shots as well onto Abuza. Has him weak, commits on the gunfight, secures the first round there for Ultra.
They didn't need the first bloods versus Thieves. But again, talking about this Ultra team, they often do come out on top of the first bloods, and they're very good at converting when they do. Trophy system down here, over for the elevator push, but that stun lands. 04 in trouble, back down, and eventually dealt with by Joe Deceased. Follow-up elimination not there for Vancouver, as Neptune's trying to play through Spiral. He's challenged, but deals with one and a second. Wow, that's great from Travis. And now all of a sudden, it's just down to Insight 1v3.
Kleenex just never had an opportunity to regen his health there. Stuns and nades were connecting. So he tries to play for the trade, but Neptune makes him pay for it. Now Insight and a 1v3. Bomb down in towards the A bomb. Yeah, this is not gonna be easy.
No. Nasty's already shown a shoulder. You got a player playing on the backside of ropes. That will work out no problem. But what a two from Neptune, because it looked like Beans had him dead to rights. The follow-up also denied though.
And realistically, that round is not possible if Toronto have a couple trophies to work with. Because that was what Vancouver was trying to make up for with. Use your stuns, your nades. Don't allow players to regen. So you were able to connect with multiple tags. But the first gunfight clean. Kleenex is, Joe Deceased is absolutely one shot. And Nasty from a different angle finds that third. Back-to-back defenses here. Tied at 1.
Small differences of putting a trophy down in an elevator versus trying to put it closer into maps. Quick aggression here for Vancouver. Opening nade, though, that's going to change this play completely as Nasty's already down. Neptune stunned, will have to back away, and Toronto will take the space through elevator.
Abuza's taking a lot of space already away over towards his B site. Clear out towards Heli. No one from Ultra in a position to potentially contest this. He's telling the team, come on, guys, I'm here.
Yeah, problem was Beans was playing in arches this time, not around the backside at gun. 04 trying to use the SMG to isolate and find the trade. So now we get a 2v2 situation. Ultra have to kind of track back to this, and 04's found himself an AR.
Oh, yeah, this is perfect. Bomb's going to go down 04 in the perfect position to watch over his teammate and the bomb. Joe Deceased going to put down a couple shots. Positioning, giving up. Time's still ticking.
Oh, but Kleenex also had an AR as well. He finds 04 backside of the defensive spawn. No immediate trade from Neptune. Trying to find it. Opening shots decent from Kleenex. Neptune so slippery, but no, not able to find the shots in time. And that's enough for the defuse to come through for Toronto.
And it all starts with that angle from Kleenex onto 04.
Yeah.
I would love to see where he got that one from, but it's most likely from bottom ammo. Just whips out the AR. 04 is thinking, okay, I got the power spot. Kleenex, oh, that's you. You most likely have an SMG, but picks up the Amos, wins the one-on-one, and then gain info onto Neptune at the same time. Round goes to Ultra, 2-1.
See if there's going to be any sort of an change up here from Toronto, trying to just catch this Vancouver team a bit more off guard here. Especially considering how they reapproached the front door last time around. Do you change up and just try to continue to play for A and see if you can find a way to get this trophy in a better position? This time it is in a better position, and it connects onto the stun. Okay, so immediate response, inside up top. Whoa. Little battle off the ladder, and 04 somehow wins that versus Kleenex. Joe with the trade, still another member nearby as Neptune tries to contest, but no. Beans shuts him down this time in that 1v1, and it leaves it now just down to Abuza.
Bomb's gonna get planted. Beans has yet to be able to spot him. Abuza picks up the SMG. He has both tacks to work with.
Nate cooked. Trophy denies, and again. Abuza's just like, son of a gun. Makes this much more difficult, especially as he's been naded in response. And Ultra is holding. No reason to slide out and try to shell this. Whoa, clean shots into maybe another. Beans tagged up. Here comes Abuza trying to push back forward. Oh! Wow, does Allen, Texas love that?
Abuza had to stand about the chair for that one. Beans does not lose one-on-ones, especially when he finds himself in the power position, but Insight commits on the first gunfight. Without your teammate helping you, you pepper in a couple shots, you have them weak, and you have both guns for the occasion. Abuza with a massive 1v2 clutch. Ties the game.
Wow, Texas hates beans. So we do Texas toast down here, not beans on toast down here. Here we go, 2-2. And a little bit of lifeblood inserted into the lungs of Vancouver. But once again, Toronto, first blood, immediately traded. Kleenex on the response. We go 3v2.
04 potentially trying to play for this trade on the Kleenex, but now you have no info on where he went. The timing good enough, but the pistol even better there from Insight. Just had a 1v2 if you're Abuza. How about a 1v3?
And he's looking for beans. Try to get in the head. But has lost him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that one's going to live a little
Boom's
more.
got that
Still
fucking
a lot of
beam.
work to be done here, though, for the rest of this 1v2.
Yeah, because the bomb is all the way down at that A site. Both the SMGs, at least one and Insight, are camping it. 35 seconds to go. You hear that door crack in towards Grandma's. You know the approach is going to be through Zip, but he has a weak.
Gets the first, but
Ooh.
immediate help is there for
Good
Toronto.
play, though.
Heck of an effort, but not this time. Tell you what, though, there's no one else in the league that's going to shake off something like that better than Beans. He's just like, it's fine, whatever, go next.
Vancouver, though, keep on getting split setups on their offenses to where they're getting 2-2. Pushes better trades on the side of Ultra. Kleenex gets aggressive over towards Tower to put them in numbers advantage, and then once 04 tries to drop down and make up for it, Insight's pistol is shooting absolute nukes. So Ultra in the advantage again. Back on the attack. If I'm them, I'm going right back to that aggressive A push.
Yeah, why not? This time no trophy system, though, so Joe's just going to try to feel this out in exchange.
FaZe get 2 more wins. They beat Optic's 14 win streak from IW.
What?
He had to get his lick back right there onto Abuza. Walks right into the pre-aim. Now man advantage in favor of Ultra, but Neptune in a cruddy angle makes it a 3v3. He's dancing. How is he still alive? Finally, he's going to get taken care of. Ultra still in the man-up advantage.
04, though, going to be able to trash down onto Insight easy. So 2v2. Split, though, on this defensive side of his Vancouver, and Nasty is in trouble over towards Helly. 04 trying to help a couple of fadeaway shots, actually back down that challenge. And we'll reset. We'll go again. 04, good information, but the bomb's going to be applied today.
Oh, he's not going to commit on that angle either. You can already see what Beans is doing. He hits the zip line to go top trips window, so he has all the big door covered. If you're Kleenex, play your timings on the left and the right. Beans takes down 04, 1v2 for Nasty now.
And who does he want to try to isolate on first? The bomb planner or the player up top? He's going to find the bomb planner. Tagged up heavily, though. Has to try to reset this. Stun towards the front door, not going to land. Beans taking his time. Nate cooked up. Tossed around the back, does not hit. Nasty. How does he try to play it? Tries to commit for the defuse, and Beans will not be deterred. Another 1v1 for Beans.
Big clutch there from Beans. Pretty sure he's able to find 3 on the round. The pre-fire onto Abuza, the second one onto 04. And this time the 1v1 goes his way. You're thinking if you're Nasty there, like he just commits on a nade, that's probably what he's banking on to check this defuse.
Right.
And without it connecting there. He commits on it, but Beans is way too close. Able to take care of it.
Yeah, good call, Jay. Mind of a pro player.
Former. I'm old now.
You're still pretty good.
Yeah, I'm old.
Critical round here for Vancouver, down 2-4. And it's been a lot of these kind of split approaches, trying to find some finesse over towards Beans. Nothing this time. It's just the straight 4-man hit down low. Slide out for Neptune, followed by 0-4. First blood good, should lead to a plan.
Yeah, they were sick and tired of going 2-2 split. Let's all 4 hit something. You find the first blood, man advantage. You also find the second. Beans on 3 in a row. It's just going to get trapped over towards the big door. And the aggressive play there from Vancouver leads to a 4-up, 4 down. Clean round there to secure it. Now we go into the swing round.
And it's been a really good intel gathering from Seattle in these 2-2 split offenses where they know that Joe DeCeves is going to be playing down low, either through spiral or in that little mid-door cut based on the stun he throws. So even though they haven't committed to something like that, they still know what Toronto want to do defensively. And that first slide out with Neptune and 0-4 works out perfectly. You find the second SMG, and then after that point, the ARs for Ultra are just screwed.
Now if you're Ultra on the attack, I'm going right back into A.
Again, until they stop it.
Vancouver just sent 1 player in. They are using a stun to try to slow him down over towards the zip side. But this time, they're going to take all of it gun, and Beans is ready for it.
Yeah, inside right there with Mabuza trying to secure a trade on Beans, but not going to happen. Meanwhile, down low, Nasty holds on to some defensive pressure on the A side. Semtex out, but Joe DeCeves pushes right through it, finds the kill, and this should be good for another round for Ultra, pending some sort of disaster.
I don't know, this head glitch and whatever gun Mabuza has, he usually rips them off of it, but Ultra, too strong. Work your way in towards A. Find the kills to go your way. Then at a 1v3, every time you win those initial gunfights in towards that site, you basically set yourself up for a successful round. When you go 3 for 1 every single time, Ultra now are going to put themselves at game point.
Do you try to do something weird here if you're Toronto? Try to catch this Vancouver offense off guard. Do you try to double stack with the SMGs in a different way down low at A? Lots of questions. It looks like it's going to be some sort of a heavy-handed approach for both teams. Neptune just going to check. He sees CleanX. Not sure if he sees Joe as well. May not make much of a difference, though. 0-4 is getting some space over through sidewalk, and they know who's defending up top. Problem is, can they deal with Beans playing from the back sidewalk? A couple of pre-fire shots are in. 0-4 able to slip away. Now we have to approach towards B with the trophy in place.
Vancouver could just take their time here, because if you're Ultra, you're thinking, okay, they're eventually going to commit on this bomb plant. Do we try to shut them down, or do we play for the retake? You got Joe DeCeves working on the pinch, but he's playing it patient.
Yep. Nearby would be Nasty. They're looking for each other over towards Grandma's as the bomb is planted. That's going to put a little bit more pressure, though. On to Joe DeCeves to have to come back to this play. Here's the initial check. Insight wins the first. Neptune trying to feel things out around the backside. Nasty has found that long pinch place. Now he can come back to the play. Neptune still up top, trying to find the second. Whoa! How about that? And the post plant holds Vancouver staying alive.
Round by round. Vancouver are starting to make those mid-round adjustments. Gain the info, at least 2 players on the bottom side of A. You instantly work over to B. But I feel like every time I watch 0-4 in that scenario, he always plays it perfect. Like, he just throws a shoulder, clear out multiple spots. He is able to spot Beans. Then once he's weak, he's just able to get out. But then this is why you got Mr. McLeod on the other end. Gets the objective down, catches the timing to find the first kill onto Insight, and then the second. Basically secures it. Now into round 10.
This is such an immediate adjustment after Vancouver had shown their double hit defensively towards P1. Now all of a sudden Toronto's just going to hard stack for it, but Neptune's in position. I think he's got an AR here too. Pushes up, no, never mind, just a Jackal. Trade is coming through, but again, now the pressure has been known. Vancouver can start to modify their defense, and look at 0-4.
He's working his pinch, and Insight potentially could catch him. Back down and play it super safe. Both players from Vancouver are in a position to not allow that bomb to get planted.
Yeah, this is really just down to when does Abuza call for the defense to have to play forward. But Insight now knows that 0-4's playing from behind. Still loses the gunfight. Down to the 2v3 post plant. CleanX seen on the escape. Trying to find the isolation to 0-4. He finds it. Now it's just down to where are the last 2 defenders. And you know where they are. Both have taken shots. Abuza and Nasty trying to work their way back forward and towards the sites. Nasty's going to clear off sidewalk. But where's CleanX gone? Shots towards Beans, he finds the first. Down to the 1v1, not gonna have a chance at it. Ultra able to find the final, and Beans will say, don't you stand up and start talking to me before the series is over. We're tied at 1.
And that's one of those situations, if you're 0-4, you have them trapped on the site. You can waste a lot of time just holding a pre-aim. You got a submachine gun and an AR in your back pocket. But the timing on jumping out of the window allows Ultra to get on out. You still had no info on where Beans was playing. He finds that first kill, turns it into a one-on-one. But the positioning too strong there from Ultra once they get the bomb planted. It's like Vancouver in that search and destroy, just playing too antsy, trying to do a little bit too much. And unfortunately, it comes back to bite him.
Yeah, just a touch.
Yeah.
But again, first blood success rate for Toronto Ultra immense throughout this one. You can see it outside of just 3 rounds, and that advantage was capitalized nearly every time it felt like that we had it. A couple of the clutches as well came through, the 1v1s from Beans, a couple of them in that round. But really, the only one that really goes awry is the 1v2 that Abuza pulls off. So good efficiency for Toronto on the search and destroy, and this series is starting to develop in a way that feels very familiar to the last time these two teams had played. As mentioned, it was the 2-3-5 that Toronto were able to find last time these two teams had played. But the Vault Control leaves us with kind of a 2 Rams bashing heads, because it feels like it's an even battleground.
Oh yeah, that is going to be an absolute square, man. Whoever's going to win this control, realistically, in my opinion, wins this series. But I'm just so happy we see a map 4, brother. Finally.
Woo, look at us. No better time than Championship Sunday. We're back to the desk for their thoughts as we continue on to the series.
That's right, folks. A round of applause for Shift and Study. They
So
meet their
happy
day
for
rate
them.
now because they have to work an honest day's work. It's about time, fellas. Proud of you.
proud of you guys
Good
over
series, though. Good series. Exciting stuff. And again, we are going to go the distance now. Chance, of course, we saw the bounce back. It was in the cards. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm enjoying this. We got everybody chirping. We just saw Abuza have one of the most ridiculous clutches I've ever seen, certainly on the year. And the battle, like, this is classic Call of Duty. Talk your trash, let them know, stand up. Everybody's barking.
And it's only fitting that Beans leads the lobby after that, right? Like after he loses that 1v1 versus Abuza, it's takeover mode. But finally, Joe gets to sit back, 200 damage on the map. His teammates end up pulling him through this one, and just a clinical search and destroy from the side of Toronto Ultra. I mean, you got 7 first bloods, and just, it's so hard when you let them keep putting this bomb down over in computers. Dude, this retake is so difficult, especially when you're a man down.
Yeah, you know, if you're Toronto, you were just watching Surge play this map, right? So you're able to kind of adjust how you want to do it. And, you know, for Surge, all stage 2, #1 in opening duels. And this one, you lose that, 7-3. I even like the call at the very end there, like just the way Ultra played it, like still playing aggressive. You know you can maybe get Neptune if he tries to come out and get a pick. You trade him out, 3v3, perfect situation. Let's just wait for them to come to us. And, you know, for Surge, you just don't strike at the same time. Neptune goes for that kill. You have to be pushing through their underground, going top their building, pulling inside out of that position. You know, it's just the small moments in these games. But yeah, Toronto Ultra tying it up 1-1. Excited to see how this unfolds.
Chance, is it pure grit? Is it game plan? I mean, what is getting Ultra through these rounds?
Well, right now, I think it's a map-dependent thing. So to get them through these rounds, they just have the experience. They have all the confidence in the world on protocol. They've been there time and time again, and maybe the best team in the game at effectively working that B site. So they're constantly causing problems, and of course, their A hits are great. But I still think because Vancouver Surge won the protocol hardpoint, they actually might have the advantage in the series because I think they're the better Vault Control team. So I think Surge are still in a pretty fine spot, albeit Toronto are looking scary.
Well, let's talk about map 1. Again, we've finished up protocol now before we get into that control. And what made this hard process? Obviously, Surge coming in hot, fantastic record.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Surge, they just had a really good, on the second rotation, the P2, they trapped them all in the back. They're holding it down, right? And then when you're able to trap a team all the way back Lighthouse like that, if you get a big chunk of that time, you're likely going to have rotation over towards P3. That's when they got their big lead. They're able to hold on to that lead to the very end. And obviously, it's a close game, but it comes down to a wild break. Nasty has an awesome route, jumps from down top, as Abuza's throwing stuns and nades inside to buy him some space, and he just gets a huge entry.
And even before that, not before that, excuse me, after that, you head into this P4, and it's Nasty again. He's in the backside of things, and I was literally watching this, and I was like, Nasty, please don't overtowel, please don't overchill, just make noise. Wait for your teammate to flood through the front, and that's what he did, which allowed them an extra 20-second cushion to then move into this computer hills, where, shout out to Neptune, man, Opor was having a really slow start. Both of them kind of come back here in the last couple of these hills to put themselves in a position to take that map 1.
Well, GG, shout out Neptune, man. That's going to be that
Tied up 1-1 going into the half, and that's where we find ourselves. Again, a quick update for you just joining us. FaZe win the winners bracket final, and they will be enjoying a bit of a rest now, sitting in that final. Surge Ultra, the winner of this series, will join them as our teams have made it back to the stage. Our coaches are in position.
Oh yeah.
Look at that
Undertaker music, bro.
The Emperor feeling
The
good.
aura's crazy. Aura diff.
I mean, that is a fantastic matchup. And again, what do we think of the Crocs, guys? What do we think of the footwear? Bean's feeling very cozy up there, right, Ali?
I'm kind of jealous. I kind of want some, actually. I haven't had Crocs in years, dude.
Chance?
Dude, I don't know about the Crocs. I'm just excited to see the sophomore doing Abuza in 04 get after it. Abuza, I mean, he was playing for Wowo Bobs 2 years ago. 04 was hanging out in Florida. Now they're on a championship Sunday, chomping at the bit for a dub.
Trying to get to the finals. Well, we're going to hand it back over to my boys, Shift and Stud, for that next game of Control. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you, friends. Yeah, this is going to be an intense one. I do kind of agree with Chance that just kind of looking at how the controls have gone, there is a slight favor to Vancouver, but coming out and looking like that and how they played earlier today, you can't write off this Toronto team whatsoever.
Not at all. The only thing that scares me about this Vault Control is that they have barely played it in the last couple of times that they spawned in. It's been a majority of protocols, a majority of Hosties. The only team that they squared up with on Vault is Optic, which are probably the worst Vault Control team that we've ever seen. And then you got opposite side. No, they're really bad. And then you got LAG as well, where they just walked away with 2 clean 3-0s. But on the opposite side for Surge, they have 7 reps with this roster. And when you have so many reps, you are 4-3. You know exactly what you need to work on, what is working for you. But when I just think about how the ARs were able to perform in that map, number 1, Inside and Beans are going to have their hands full because Vault is all about those long-distance gunfights.
Absolutely agree. And on top of that, there's been a really good kind of baton passing between Neptune and 04 in Control, let alone on this map in Control. So definitely one of the reasons why we kind of lean one side over the other. But who knows on Championship Sunday? The stage is big, the lights are bright, and of course both teams have been very solid when it comes to Control at this major in particular. The only loss that Toronto had was of course versus Cloud9, and that was a round 5 affair. So could not be tighter. See if they can find a way to step up once more here, find a way to keep that record polished and get us into a hostage hard point where, again, just to kind of frame it up as a foreshadowing, we do favor Vancouver there as well. So this still feels like a map that Toronto really need to have.
They're going to be the team to start off on the defensive side. Oh, I was waiting for Neptune to just hit the diving board. He always loves that route to go through top cat, but hitting something a little bit different this time. Works his way through underground, already on the pinch, finds the opening kill, finds 2. You go 3 for none, and now you can stack that point for some guaranteed segments.
Yes, you can. You know that Joe Deceived is playing over towards Connector as well after those straight couple of shots had come through. Neptune just kind of being a forward player here, and wow, this has been a flawless start off, legitimately. 30 plays 24. That A segment is going to be completed, and you're going to get 2 minutes and 12 seconds with Neptune already winning over towards B. Can we get a kill? Finally, yes, but the transition's underway.
Now, if you're Ultra, you are forced to now stabilize from your base. Thankfully, you're able to find those kills. Now, Vancouver going to slow down their approach, but Kleenex gets a little bit too aggressive there up through B Street. So now you have some in-map control. You have the numbers as well. You have a Boozer working the OE, but inside with some great shots, stabilizes it at a moment.
Yep, nasty. Ooh, that's stun really well placed. Finds Joe Deceives. A little pop-up over through the hole. Pushes him off, but there's 04 to follow. Okay. Mid-map's going to go the way of Vancouver. Followed up by Beans. Neptune trying to secure the trade and has help from Nasty. So numbers starting to come out here for Vancouver on their next approach to the B zone.
Yeah, and if you're Insight, can you have a couple people weak so you can send your submachine guns to clear out this B Street?
Timing is so good.
You're super tight in your setup here in Vancouver. Are trying to go for the trades while at the same time 04's on the pinch.
Yep, this is absolutely every time we see Vancouver on offense, they do this. Show you force from the front, allow someone to hit the pinch timing, and the overextension now develops into a successful route on towards B. 04 is still hanging, still fighting. Stun comes through. Joe Deceives traded out. 2 members on. Could be a third if Abuza decides to join them. And here they are, all 3 on. First hit of progress done.
First segment is locked. Ultra need to get themselves in towards point. You have Kleenex still finessing, just trying to contest. Thankfully, Insight from the top angle. Able to line up 2. Vancouver still up by 8 lives though, and 04 again on the pinch.
Yep, it's just continual pressure on this overextension. Nice shots. 04 able to put pressure onto Art and clean up one more defensive member to allow again Vancouver to just run in through the front, but this time it's not just into the zone, it's beyond it. Nasty on 4 in a row. Is there a chance he can develop the timing here? 04 falls, but they have no idea where Nasty is. Follow-up is good. 2 for 2 the exchange. The last defender's playing down low.
Yeah, just stay alive on point. Nasty's got your cross. He's on 5 in a row, but he's playing some unfortunate timings there. Thankfully, 04 is able to at least assist him off of the respawn. Second segment is locked. Ultra need a clutch on up here.
Indeed they do. Put 04 right there with him. Third tick of progress on the way. 04 dancing with death and eventually dealt with by Insight. But it's 12v4. It may not make much of a difference at this point. You still have 42 seconds left. You just have to find the kills.
If I'm Vancouver, I'm just pushing right up to the B street.
Yeah, why not?
We can afford to play the trade. We still got a lot of time to work with, but Neptune, again, working on the OE. It's time for you to have a little bit of fun. With the AR in hand, it's going to close out the round. And Vancouver are able to walk away with 5 seconds, but it's all about that break-off.
Correct.
The fact that they get 8 kills uncontested, extend time to about 2 minutes and 15 seconds to get those progressions at B, chef's kiss there.
I think the other part about this Vancouver team is they never lose that P1 mid-map control, and then they'll show you force at B Street, and then as soon as you start knowing that the player top art is shooting at B Street, someone hits that overextension around the back. It's just, you can't watch everything at once if you're that top AR player because of what Vancouver's showing you.
They're just consistently keeping you there.
Yeah.
They're backing down Insight from top bar. He's giving the comms, okay, there's multiple people here. So if you're the players coming off the respawn for Ultra, you're instantly trying to help him in that situation. Yep. So 04 just capitalizing on the openings. And that works out. Now they go on the defensive side, all pressure through the middle of the map.
Opening eliminations this time good for Ultra. Trophy Systems denying most of the utility, but will not stop Toronto from getting this first tick of progress as Kleenex tried to follow up with one more onto Nasty. That was a little bit too much, though. Go to Sieves, not having the greatest start to this map and will be shut down as Vancouver will reclaim the A zone and complete some of the progress on that second tick.
Oh my God, 04 finds a massive opening kill to keep ammo control in his team's favor. And now you're forcing all of Ultra to try to work through that pool side. It's gonna be more difficult to drop down from top cat, but a little bit of bait and switch is gonna work out to perfection. Kleenex just started regen it, but not quick enough. It's already 3 dead, and Ultra forced to reset.
Yeah, Vancouver's already pushing your spawns behind P2. 04, a little wiggle here. Trying to get a look at where Joe DeCease had gone off to, but Neptune's right there with him. So yeah, we're forcing Ultra to spawn down towards pool. And with 42 seconds on the clock, you've got to find a way to use this top catwalk control to jump in and find success on this zone. But Nasty's right there to find the opener. And 04 on 5 in a row. Not quite able to find the 6. Beans jumping into the point, though, will be dealt with. And the last word will be had by Abuza. Defense looking solid for Vancouver.
Yeah, Vancouver start off with the first kill. Trade. You got the last man standing on your side. Now 25 seconds left to play with. Ultra, last push. 04 picks up the kill on the OE. You're already in the man disadvantage, but we got to get in towards A.
Yeah, have to have it. And it's just not coming through. Just too many reduced number situations. Too many players getting tagged before they can even see the zone. Last 7 seconds. 04 shut down to the pinch through pool. Have to jump on in. Insight. Lots of tags already coming through. Dealt with. Can anyone touch? Answer is yes at 0.0, but the kill comes through, and Vancouver will have a solid defense.
This is way too easy right
yes,
now for Vancouver. Dominating the round number 1. You only allow 1 segment to get away from you on your defense. Now you're in a pretty good position to close out this map. It's just every single time we're switching POVs to someone on Vancouver, they are finding clutch kill after clutch kill. They are always finding their routes to work those pinches. If you're the Ultra players, you gotta be so annoyed right now.
Correct. I mean, this is what Vancouver does, though. It doesn't matter what map they play and control. They're going to do this to you. They're going to show you hard force and then just find some way to open up space on a pinch, hit an overextension. Someone's going to get lost. You're trying to work for that kill, and then all of a sudden the next SMG is right there with them. It's just they're so clean at playing at this really otherwise frenetic pace that you would see by the eye test. So it's working out nicely. 2-0 up. Back to the offense.
No way Neptune does the same exact route again.
Yep.
Right through pool, over towards B. This time a different route, and unfortunately he's going to get taken down. But now you're trying to make up for it here if you're Vancouver. Cannot afford to go 4 dead here. Just stay alive where you are. Hold your positions.
Yeah, Boost is going to get caught. Neptune able to keep the spawn safe for now. Follow up. No, overwhelmed. Too many members to deal with that B Street. 04 though, again, quick to get the trade. It's so fast. So much help comes through. And now another over towards B. No. So DeCease with the shutdown. But Neptune, again, keeps the spawn safe. It's just this continual back and forth that Vancouver are making sure they're not in the worst position possible.
Yeah, but Ultra so far in this round are trading a lot more effectively. Currently up by 3 lives. All the mid-map control is in your favor. Bro, Beans, your job is to simply stay alive here. Unfortunately, the team shots are able to take care of him. That draws the attention for a bunch of Ultra players. You open up that 8-point for Vancouver.
Good read here, though, from Neptune. Stun out, but no. Insight wins the gunfight. Nasty over the top. Being tagged from multiple points of angle. And leaves Abuza by himself. Trying to snap over to Insight, not going to work out. 0-4, trying to keep the play alive. 28 seconds on the clock, though, and Ultra's defense is just going to hunt this out. Push it forward. Do not allow a single tick for Vancouver to come through.
Yeah, don't allow these guys to continue to play their life as well. You got him weak. Try to send it in to close out that kill. Now on the pinch is Nasty. This go around. Final push here, final 10 seconds.
Wow.
Neptune is able to find a double. The last player is already off the respawn, so you at least got 2 seconds.
Yeah, you sure do. Got a long route developing for Joe. No one's watching for it at the moment. Does he find the right time to jump on in? There's the first. Not allowed to have the second. Pitch from the front, though, starts to come through at the same time. 8 seconds remaining. Nasty still looking for trades.
1v1.
Just down to the 1v1 over the top of the zone. Does Kleenex want to try to take this? EU versus EU, but Abuza is there for the save and got an extra 60 seconds, 12v11.
Perfect time to finesse if you are Vancouver, and now you have an opportunity to chain it over towards B. Abuza finds a double. The flank on the horizon here for Insight. He's working his way through bottom vault. No one's watching that angle. He already breaks them down. Now the rest of Ultra, time to strike.
Much better here from Ultra, all 4 down. They can now move rapidly across the map. 11v7, 45 seconds on the clock. 0-4 with an AR in hand. That means he likes to try to play on this overextension, but the problem is you have to deal with these players in your spawn. Good read on the inside. Oh, wow. Nice shots to Joe, but can't finish the kill, and a major advantage here for Ultra on this B setup.
And I love the way that Ultra are playing this defensive setup. Taking a lot of space away. Not giving anything to Vancouver so they can work with it. No more respawns on the side of Surge. 20 seconds left to go. Don't even know if they have a chance.
Well, 3v9. No one's watching B Street right here. It's going to be have to be success off the pinch. Kleenex gets pushed off. Hold on a second. They're going to stop the clock. If 0-4 can line up one, maybe there's a chance to still hold on to this, but the pressure just too much to amass. And Ultra will see another round of control.
And thankfully there, Surge secure those 3 segments at that 8-point. They guaranteed themselves defense.
No, he took Joe's by accident.
Because you find yourself up by 7. Right a break off there from Toronto.
He took Joe's by accident.
Better on the trades. Better in taking that map control away. Allows them to stay alive. Force that next round.
Oh, this is incredible too. Yeah, one player weak by the Semtex in the corner, but still. Heroic play from Vancouver to allow them to have that defensive advantage, like you already mentioned, if we do get to a 5th round. But Ultra, not only did their breakoff have to be better defensively, they need to find better success here on the offense as well. See what they decide to develop as we make our way over to A.
Break off this time. Joe Deceive taking a page out of Neptune's book. Gonna work right through underground. You also have a teammate pausing the game clock at A, so you're drawing all the attention from Vancouver on that side of the map, and now you can take heart.
The problem with this is Vancouver are just going to surround, deal with A, and then come eventually back to deal with the player at art. It's just, you can't take a playbook out of our own, or page of a playbook out of our own book, so. Perfect break off here for Vancouver, and now it's spawn control. Once again, starting to come through, and they're just saying, let Joe sit over towards BR. It's fine, we'll get him eventually.
Yeah, Joe's on 6 in a row, so trying to play for a couple more to earn himself that Hellstorm. Finds kill number 7. Play it patient if you're Neptune, but you know both of these players want to commit on this. Child, the stun is not going to connect. Slide, slippery slide. Neptune's able to get the better of him. Been a lot of time though. Already wiped the win. You got nothing done.
Well, you allow the defense to get pulled back a touch, so you're going to get the first tick at A, plus possibly more with 2 members still around the zone. Vancouver coming off spawn, looking largely to play off this pinch. Abuza at mid, shut down by Insight on B Street. This is going to be the A zone probably gone unless Neptune wants to try to give this a go. Looks like he's trying to, but no, the extra 60 seconds are here, and in the same breath, Ultra have reduced the life lead down to just 2.
Now Vancouver need to hold strong on their defensive setup for 1:40. They already have Nasty working on that deep pinch, taking away that pool overextension. Trade for trade. Just play your life if you are Nasty. Time continues to tick on down.
Kleenex trying to develop on a route. SMG in hand though, so he's not going to have the same luxury that we've seen from 0-4 in this position. The B Street's also been completely reduced as the ARs for Vancouver start to pop up. Here's the play from Kleenex. Able to catch one. Jodeci's following up. Neptune trying to get the cleanup work done, but only finds one. Now you've got numbers, and Ultra can get on the zone.
Trophies are down. Got two players working in through the bottom side of Vault. First segment being worked on, and the first kill goes Toronto's way, but here comes Nasty with the AR. Everybody else from Vancouver know we have the numbers. We can send it on. And Kleenex on the pinch, though. Lines up a double. Can he get more? Give me number 4.
Yep, you're going to get Nasty out of top art position. That is critical. So now you've got members still on the zone. First tick at B is going to be locked. Light Fleet now starting to develop for Ultra. Second tick being worked out. No pinch. It's just going to be Neptune flying forwards. Finds himself a sliver of cover. Now he's on the pop-up as Kleenex is taken down to 1 bullet. 0-4 with the cleanup. 10v9, 45 seconds, and we go again.
Neptune, man, makes so many big plays for this Vancouver squad. Doesn't even matter if Beans is trying to spawn kill the rest of the Ultra boys. I mean, the rest of the Surge squad. But there's 40 seconds still to go. You have one person on the point. Beans is just staying alive. This is so annoying. You need to take care of this guy.
You also got insight on your side door. So everything's starting to amass here for Ultra's pressure. Beans still here, finally dealt with. Now the focus has to go back over to the zone. Second tick of progress is here. Kleenex trying to hold close, but he's only got an AR. Just down to Jodeci's. 5v6 the life count. But the third tick of progress is becoming imminent. You've got to find a way to get him off. And Nasty will find the kill. Everything takes a pause as Ultra are really trying to value their lives.
Oh, but Beans is trying to play for the spawn kills. Unfortunately, that now leads to Ultra having no more respawns. 25 seconds to go, last push.
Just have to find a clean break onto this B point. Joe trying to work on the extension. Nothing there. Has to reset. Now you take your focus back over to the B street play. Number 6 in Abuza is the first one forward. Beans able to get on with the trophy system. But Abuza with the shutdown. Clean shots on the pop-up. Kleenex trying to get there. Tagged up for multiple points. You just have to find a way to stop the clock. 3 seconds on the clock. Joe trying to make his way in. Can't stay comfortable on the point. But the tick of progress is still coming through. They're still on. They're still on. No more. Can you save the day? Not quite, but Neptune finds the kill to 1v1.
Oh my God, bro!
And he's up out of his seat again.
Welcome back to the CDL. This guy is just making so many plays.
Holy shit, with a pinch left, dude.
He's the one to stamp it at the end of both of those games. Had multiple clutch plays. It all starts where he just dies out from top part and pops a 2 when Beans is instantly trying to play for those spawn kills.
Look at Nasty. He's like, fuck that god, bro.
Find the opening. Neptune knows I have to get on this point.
Oh, that was so close.
That's great. Second guy a little bit weak. I'll find the second kill.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you make it into a 1-on-1. And he is as confident.
Where are we going?
As
Protocol
ever.
again?
Vancouver able to take the control.
Oh, I see.
2 opening dominant rounds.
Yep.
Toronto started to come alive towards the later half, but Neptune said, nah, I got to shut that down. Let's go map 4.
Unbelievable stuff, man. He just continues to provide cinematic moments every single time he loads up. Unreal stuff. You also got to give shout outs to that little 1v1 between Abuza and Beans, too.
Oh, yeah.
That little pop-up. Because if Beans wins that, he's got good AR control. You've cleaned out really all of the Vancouver defense. And Joe feels comfortable to stay on the zone at that point. It's just all those little things amounting to massive moments. But it does start with just the absolute dominance that Vancouver's able to establish in the first 2 rounds of this.
And if you're Ultra, it's just some slow starts from your SMGs. You had 0-4 and Neptune always finding their openings, catching their timings on the pitches. But Kleenex and Joe really couldn't find that consistency. Jodeci started to come alive towards the middle half of this game, but Kleenex still struggling a bit. Now you're down 2-1. And this is a scary situation to be in if you are Ultra, man, because that next hard point, 1-4 overall, you don't really like to play Hacienda. And the reason why is because you find yourself almost dead last in the rotation win percentage. You got to be able to rotate, because this is a bread and butter HP for Vancouver.
Yeah, it really is. It's been a staple of really their entire run through stage 2 at this point. And the crazy thing about it is, like, when we look at teams that are solid on Hacienda, your Thieves, for instance, they're so good at manipulating spawns and finding ways to go from 2 to 3 in particular, finding good time on 4. But the thing that Vancouver, I think, does more than maybe anyone else is they win out the hard points, like, on 1. They find a way to, like, get back into games by finding good key time on Fountain. They do a great job at P4 as well. Again, it's just that fast, frenetic pace that just kind of keeps setups uncomfortable.
Yeah, and even when they slow it down, it also works, because the last time we saw them play Hacienda, there's times where the team is fully set up at P2. We know that we have to work around the back, but we're sending 2 players through lobby, and then the last guy slowly working his way around through fence line. That's the thing about this Vancouver squad when you watch them in HP, is that you might think someone is individually
is really trying to make a play, but no, it's more about the team effort.
There's someone replied to the clip of Neptune talking shit. Someone said, bro, just talk trash and Shakespeare.
It captivates me when we watch this Vancouver team in comparison to when we watch on maps like Protocol. You talk about like how the subs play with each other versus how the ARs play with each other. But on a map like Hacienda, I often feel like it's an AR playing with a sub. Like, let me clear your lane, you can push through it. Okay, you're good. I'm going to go somewhere else. Like, there's that backline, frontline duality that's come through. And again, it's really kind of surprised, I think, a lot of us that just adding Neptune to the mix has not just found success, but it's found success in a variety of ways across a multitude of maps. You kind of saw it right there in the graphic. Their hardpoint record has been exquisite, to put it plainly.
It's crazy how one player can make such a big impact on a roster.
Legitimately.
Because when Hixie was on the lineup, we couldn't really find kills. We were always playing from the back foot. But then you make that roster change, you get a fast player in SMG role. And Neptune has just been able to enable all of his teammates. This is the last time that they matched up in the Major 2 qualifiers. Went all the way to the distance. But this time it's a little bit different because with Vancouver taking that control, they are more than happy to spawn into another hard point.
Absolutely they are. So, like you mentioned, pressure now starts to really shift on towards the Toronto Ultra. Having to respond onto a map that they have not necessarily really, well, let's put it plainly, have not really been all that great on. But it has to come into the picture. This is Vancouver's bread and butter. Can they close it out here? Or is there just a little bit more ice left for this Toronto team in this long lower bracket run? It's been something that we've really not seen much of. You look back to like the LAGs and Vanguard. Might be the last time we saw someone from a lower round 1 matchup have a chance to get all the way back to a grand finals. But it has to go by way of making them through this Hacienda hard point. Here we go. Vancouver, Toronto. Let's get it on map number 4.
Potentially the final map of this series. Vancouver are thinking about that rematch versus Atlanta. Ultra, just trying to get through this map here. So we start off in towards the P1. Ultra on the preferred side for that P2. But 3 kills go in favor of Vancouver. Now we just soak up time.
How wildly different Vancouver played this break off compared to like your Cloud9s. They're not even bothering with the aggressive. We're just going to let you come to us, find every single kill. Neptune's actually running an AR, and that allows them to, again, get control over the hill. I swear, they are one of the best teams at finding P1 time maybe in the game right now. Insight over through connector, saw the feet of one, eventually able to track down onto a boost. That's already 19 seconds gone, and the spawn flip.
Yeah, spawn's already flipped, so now if you're Vancouver, you can potentially keep them off of it if you want, but just gonna back on up, play our full setup over towards the P2 side. Big opening kill onto inside on the OE. Neptune already finds a second, but Joey D is making up for it. Here to try to contest. Unfortunately, he falls, and Vancouver is still spawning close.
Yeah, set for Neptune, who's all the way out. He's going to make the play down through well side, so this is going to be Vancouver just having to focus on the front. Nasty gets 2. Inside, backside fences. A little bit of a dance with Abusa for now. Semtex over the top, but Abusa just does not lose those. And so now things start to stabilize. Toronto trying to find some timing to hit from the front. They're going to get 1 in, but Nasty shuts it down. A 6-1 start.
Man, that was a 1v3. Neptune's able to walk away with 2. My teammates are spawning right behind me. Yeah, we're instantly going to flood our way back in for this time. 30 seconds still to play with. Abusa unfortunately doesn't check both sides of the street there. And now Ultra with the first 2 kills going their way. Wow. They have an opportunity for a break.
Yeah, great damage from Nasty. Able to find 1 with the big chunk of another. Spawns are still in for Vancouver, so they're going to play through the old time of 18 seconds, and they immediately wipe it. Toronto not in a really good position to try to challenge this again, so they're going to get split spawned, and now you've already got Neptune on rotation. 04 is right there with him, and this is what we talk about. Toronto, the worst rotating game in the CDL, and this is what happens to them at times.
Just got to locate these players from Vancouver who have already gotten it out, but by the time you find them, 04 makes you pay for it. So rotation 1 again by Surge. Back spawn secured by Surge. 04
Toronto's rotating badly.
Unfortunately, timing doesn't go his way, but he's still going to be able to finesse, set up his teammates. Another 3 dead, all of Ultra spawning at well.
I mean, we just got to be more together on these break-off attempts if you're Ultra. You know, are we exiting? Are we still playing for old? It's just that miscommunication, that level of gray area just continues to punish them, and now Neptune is running around rampant. 3 in a row, 10 and 5, eventually shut down by Insight, but the first 30 seconds is already gone. Yes, you're going to get some high ground control, maybe an opportunity here for the back 24 as 04 tries to tally up where exactly this Ultra setup is. He's going to dive right on in, finding 1, opening the door for Neptune to try to follow up.
And Vancouver, no. Okay, we're already up by 60. Wow. This is a good time to fight for. We're going to be able to outnumber them, and then start to think about that rotation over towards New. Neptune is able to line up another double. Now you got 0-4 playing patient. You know at least one player from Ultra are going to try to set up on this pitch, but your teammates are going to open.
Timing. Not great for 0-4 right there. And if you're Ultra, you have to show us something right here, right now. Hit coming from multiple points of ingress. Neptune shut down for the first. Good damage onto a second. That's 3 dead. Last one to find is 0-4. He's in for the contestant now, just trying to play his life as long as simply possible. He finds 2 kills. You're going to have a numbers advantage here for Vancouver off this reset. But Joe deceives. Shuts that down. 3 in a row. Almost able to find the 4th, but enough damage for Insight to capitalize on the trade.
Effective trades there from Ultra. Able to withstand that pressure coming in from Vancouver. Oh, now everyone working their way from Lambo's side. You just contested, force them to overextend a little bit, and the 2 initial kills go your way. Now it's on Mr. Beans. Beat down good enough. Pistol up, running out of ammo.
Oh my God.
3. Ultra, hold on.
Oh, this is exactly what they needed as we swap
I
into a Toronto.
have no idea, bro.
I'm watching. I'm there for you. Nice shit. Missing
That was me. I get 2 and get killed off the 3rd one. Yeah.
He's already dark. Careful up top.
I get smoked off my pistol.
Missing Neptune. Could pinch our kitchen maybe? I already crossed top white. Is there con? Open deck, go on. Open. Yeah, tell me. Dead. Any rock. Yo, what's up? I have your I'm playing out. They can go con.
Careful dark, careful close.
I have close.
Yo, we challenge, yo.
Two here. Both wings. One more depth. Not going down. Nice. Last time. Nice shit. Arsa time. Nice shit. Get that time.
Go well. Go well.
Go well fast. Go. Stand. He's not trying. You're good.
One well, me. Stuck behind the well. Weak. Made it, Jimmy. I'm watching. He's low close left now.
Right side though.
Stuff as well.
Yo, zig, fire.
He's close enough, Jimmy. Back right.
Oh my God, 0-4.
I'll see you, bro. He's well.
Back lobby. Dead. One more. Back lobby and in lobby. Back section lobby. Back section lobby.
Oh, he slid a 6.
Small wall.
Neps on time. One back right.
I still keep up. Back yellow car. I spawned.
They're spawning out.
They're being kicked spots. Yellow car.
In the corner top.
Yellow car.
Nice shot. One on me. Both on time. We hit this?
I'm hitting.
3-0. The rest went through well, I think, you know.
It could already be.
Oh, they didn't, bro.
I'm gonna spawn out. They're gonna be rock. I spawn deep.
I'm looking at
I'm getting off. I'm just gonna sit it.
They're gonna be well.
I'm looking at L pinch for a sec.
Pod's open, Jimmy, okay?
I have a whole pinch, okay?
I'll check it anytime as well. You got fun.
I'm not yet.
Heck of a spree from Beans, but Vancouver still solid through P2. You hear them trying to set up this hold over towards the 3rd, but 0-4 has already cracked it again. An opening double plus eliminate the trophy system. Here come the subs.
Yeah, Ultra need to start to rotate, man. We can't give up these money hard points. And bank on breaks every single time, because that's where, when you get yourself back into the game, you give one up, and all of a sudden you're down by 40 again. Vancouver with the early break. Back spawn secured. All of Ultra trying to hit a couple routes through the front side.
Jeez.
Lines up a double. Instantly going to shut them down. Beans, unfortunately, is going to invest this, but no one's in the play.
No one's here. So he just tries to send it as fast as humanly possible to get to be a part of this break attack. Tabuza down low, actually shut down. Insight kind of catches him in no man's land. Nasty trying to be followed up on, but not quite able to capitalize on the eliminations. Back in for more contest and a little bit more scrap time here for Vancouver. 175 to 123. Now we focus rotation over the rock. This is where Ultra were good, and they're going to have to be better than that this time.
And you can already see Bean starts it off. Was a one-on-one gunfight. Gimme kill number 2. We have 3 players with the trophy system fully set up here at New. Vancouver are going to take their time. They know that this one break potentially can secure the entire series for them. Take the long route, you find
the iron.
You gotta go.
Oh, dude, the fucking iron to the red dot covered nasty. Holy shit.
Now getting arena with another Tabuza almost able to put the game away right there. But maybe one more chance here for Ultra. Trying to stack up.
Yeah, Nasty got lucky with that kill.
Travis McLeod in the way. There's the first. Not a follow-up on the second, though. Good trades coming through. Ultra tagged up and weak, though. Can't hit this yet.
Can't fully commit. 0-4 knows. Okay, let me just do a little pre-fire, make sure no one's close. They're going to slow it on down, and now their break attempt instantly gets shut on down. Vancouver
It's definitely going
all of a sudden
going
they're
back to
gonna be up by
back.
100.
FaZe versus
Toronto would
Surge.
really have loved that Hellstorm for this hill. But now you got a tall out of the climb to climb back in.
And they're split. They're so split focused. You have two members already working in rotation. 04 beats you there, almost able to put the game away in his own right. But 224 to 134. Comfortable horizons here for Vancouver. And Ultra are just spread trying to find 1v1 wins to get over to the time if you want.
Yeah, Vancouver are already thinking about that rematch versus Atlanta. Only need 26 more seconds and they can find you here at P1. Just need the kills to go your way, and that's a clean 4 dead. Ultra, you need to find a spark. 04 gonna use the Hellstorm to simply give the comp to his teammates on where the pressure is coming in.
There it is.
If you don't get these kills, this is GG.
Yeah, looks like a pretty celebratory Hellstorm at this moment. Leader's advantage is significant for Surge. They could just play for P2 if they want to. Make this really nasty for the Ultra. Someone's got to pop off right now if you're Toronto. And that might be at 4 down. Just one more member in the way that was nasty. As he drops, now all of a sudden Toronto can start to rotate.
And it's just on 04. He knows I need to play my life through the backside. But he only has an SMG. Toronto are gonna try to isolate, pressure from both angles. He knows where they're coming from. First kill good, second kill even better. That is going to do it.
Last attempt would have to be from the front. Nasty's the one holding on top of Lambo. 245 and counting. Beans able to find one. Here comes the final sprint forward as best as they possibly can. But it's all white in the kill feed. And Vancouver will get their rematch in the grand finals.
Just utter dominance there on that Hasi.
Damn.
A single rotation over towards P2 if you are Ultra. The only reason why you were sorted in this game is because Beans finds himself on 9 in a row over at that Rock Hill. But we knew going into this one.
Nah, you
Ultra
went the other way.
Not preferred to play Hasi in the HP. That's 1-5 on the season. You get a top 3 here. A couple things that you need to work on to potentially get better going forward. But Vancouver and just their hard point game, their teamwork allows them to prevail, bounce back off of a very tough loss.
Fuck you, Beans chance going.
Wow. This final scoreboard is going to tell a very wild story. It just every single time we watch Neptune load in, he has been unbelievable. And this performance on this map continues to just show us the potential, the ceiling, and what was always there. It's just you had to harness what was there. It was just a couple of moments. We saw him playing for Florida. He was just getting a little bit too lost, a little bit trying to, I got 4 people in front of me, I'm gonna run at them all.
Yeah.
Now he's got that little bit of restraint, a little bit of control, and it allows for him to absolutely take over.
And I just want to give a big shout out to Rambo Ray, man.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, that's the guy who taught me Call of Duty back in the day. He taught Skunk Call of Duty back in the day. The guy knows what it's like to mold a little bit of talent. But he knew Neptune had that in him. He just had to bring it out. The system is perfect for Vancouver. They are always playing for the win. No one is ever worried about the stats. And if they continue to play like this, that series versus FaZe
Mitt is your fucking open champion,
Steve. It's going to be a
Steve.
goodie in that grand final.
Jay, it's 31 and 18, 21 non-traded, and 18 objective kills.
Dude.
Those are likely the ones that were traded. So he's getting his entries, and he's causing rotational damage. It really is unbelievable. Another great map from 04 as well, by the way. 21 and 17, 16 of those non-traded. And that immediate switch, as soon as we got into that second set of hills, like we talked about, that P4, great for Toronto, but after that, not much to speak of. So it just kind of leads to a runaway that Vancouver is so good at punishing you, putting you into that snowball.
Yeah, Toronto just need to understand going forward. Like, if we're not rotating on a map like Hacienda, we're consistently playing from the back foot. We're forced to try to break these hills with about 20 to 25 seconds. And if we don't find those kills, now we're spawning all the way at old. It was the P2 that was the difference. The P4, one time good for Ultra. The next time the break attempt was so good for Vancouver, because when you find yourself up at 80 points, you can work on those long routes. You can play for those opening kills, and they find the break that leads to basically the game.
Well, that's going to complete our elimination final. We're going to go back to the desk for their final reaction thoughts, and of course, get us set up for the rematch in the grand finals.
Congratulations to Vancouver Surge, and if you've been following along throughout this stage, this is probably the best possible grand finals. Vancouver and Atlanta matching up very tightly, but in this showdown, Vancouver had the edge over Toronto. All of the desk was feeling Toronto, few people feeling Vancouver in the venue. How do you see this playing out?
Well, for the final, you're saying?
Or sorry, for the elimination final here.
Well, the elimination, I don't know. I mean, I was surprised by that, right? I got caught off guard. I wasn't having the expectations for Neptune to deliver those same kind of performances. His trash talk has been hilarious to look at, and the gameplay backs it up and then some. He plays like an absolute monster, and for Vancouver, I think you've just seen on different maps, they play the game so efficiently. The game plan is always on point. I didn't know if they'd be able to bring it together on land, and they have absolutely done so.
He does it so politely, Chance is chirping on the other side of the stage of like, oh, you got such bad timing, you should really work on that, and I just, you know what I'm saying. From the side of Vancouver Surge, it's just their hardpoint has been unbelievable. This is kind of where I would hold of like kind of what LA Thieves hardpoint looked like during the online stages of like the fundamentals are so good, but the situationals are just so much better as well. And obviously, when Neptune is frying like that, it makes the game so much easier for the rest of his team because they can just default.
Yeah, I mean, I think Surge did a real good job of like mitigating the damage whenever you got a pop-off play from a player on the side of Toronto Ultra. We saw it in the control in the final round, like Kleenex goes on a massive spree. They're just able to find the kills and trade it out. And then once again, Beans had some huge moments, namely near fences, where it's like he could have compounded that into so much time. And you see the reactions here at Neptune. Just the fruits of his labor paying off. Talking a little bit of trash to Beans, who does it himself.
I was looking at the numbers. You absolutely shut down the core of Toronto Ultra.
Yes.
Kleenex and Insight that last game, 30 kills, 54 deaths combined. How did Vancouver do that, or was this just Toronto running out of gas?
I mean, it was nonstop pace, and there was no opportunities. They were constantly playing off the back foot, never had the rotation, so the game was a lot simpler for Vancouver, and that just goes to show, even against an Atlanta FaZe, on like your Vault hardpoints, they always have the P4s. Every single key feature of any given map, they have that type of thing on lock.
They took the first hard point and they earned our scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at the new addition to the CDL for Vancouver. They bring in Neptune, and this isn't his first scuff play of the game. Take a look at map one, not just setting the tone in-game, but out of the game afterwards, Allie.
Yeah, his priorities are just really straight when it comes to this game. Like, they're all on the same page at the same time. And Neptune, I mean, the story is just unreal, right? You have a Vancouver Surge squad that is just teetering on the edge of greatness. You know, they're keeping so much of these games close, but they just didn't have that extra fire to push them over the finish line. They add Nep to the squad, I mean, night and day difference. First matchup, they beat Atlanta FaZe, and now they're making it to a Sunday grand final.
Yeah, it's what you and Chance kind of touched on. It's like the prioritization of like the money hills. And when you get those opportunities, they run with them. And you saw there in that clip, like Neptune on the P2, they're in the spawn blender. He gets a 5-piece, goes on a 5 streak to just secure them so much time and get a lead. And when that team has a lead, they're going to beat you down. We saw it versus Atlanta FaZe. We saw it in this one once again. Their hardpoint is on top.
I need to see a translation of what Neptune was saying after that game number one. He is the most confident, calm trash talker of all time. Let's take a look at your bracket, Chance.
You're not good, you're bad, I'm the best, and now I'm in the finals.
Bang.
Surge goes over Ultra 3-1. Now they find themselves in a rematch against Atlanta FaZe. It is not a best of 5 this time around. We're going to a best of 7 for the title of Major 2 champion. Allie, what's the big surprise of this weekend, though? As you take a look at this whole tournament, we had a whole lot of 3-0s and 3-1s.
We had a lot, Chris. There was many big surprises. Boston Breach making any scent of a run. Optic Texas, unfortunately, getting shut down very quickly after getting at least one win on the board. Toronto Ultra going undefeated, basically in the elimination bracket until they get to that losers finals versus Surge. Not only in games, but in map count as well was definitely a shock. I mean, you could just pick any. There's a couple.
We were worried. Was Toronto truly a top 4 team? Nameless, do you think they are after another top 3 finish here in Texas?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, they cleaned up a lot. I think Joe, Deceives, and Beans took a huge step. Beans just played his heart out in that series as well, and now in the standings, comfortable there at 210.
Vancouver with an opportunity to jump Carolina Royal Ravens. If they do so, they will bank $150,000 in the title of Major 2 champions. They got to take down the best team in the game, though, to get it. FaZe takes the stage when we come back.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
My barber insisted that I try out the look, and ever since, I've been feeling pretty good. We've been playing pretty good, so I feel like I kind of got to keep it. It might be a full goatee. You never really know.
Keep your barber, my guy. LA looks good on you.
No, spin controller.
Oh, yeah.
Low motor strain preset.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like,
Oh, give me all the headshots.
It's actually.
Nice, I have eight. Guarantee that kill. Oh my god!
Let's go. They got one tick on B.
Fucking suck, dude! Let's get it, bro. We gotta win this out.
Oh my gosh. Sub Clay?
Oh, we got Fame here. Fame, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. Happy to be here.
Fantastic interview as always from Fame. Wonderful lad.
Real as well. All down to the smoke play from up high. He's going for a joke. Johnny down. 1v1. And Real singing across the stage.
Whichever bomb site they choose to go to, 30 seconds on the clock, and well, if he's been seen, he will drop off the map.
Billy, lie.
But what the hell? What the hell is that?
Wait, that guy's bowling. Wait, he's watching bowling. Look. You see, he's watching bowling.
Yeah, what the fuck? I gotta throw, bro.
Wait, is he trolling? Wait, is he trolling?
Wait, he has to be trolling.
Wait, is he trolling? He's gotta be trolling, right? Wait, he's gotta be trolling, right?
No.
That's not right. That's an Easter egg from the CDL.
We did.
Hard point located.
Did I just get killed by a f***ing door?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this week's show. This weekend, we saw the top Call of Duty teams compete at the U.S. Championship held at Full Sail University. In a surprising turn of events, strictly business, the 9 seed came out of nowhere to dominate the bracket, defeating 9-time champions Complexity twice to secure the #1 seed at the Call of Duty World Championship.
If I leave, do you guys leave as well? Do you remember me from DMT?
No, I don't think so. Oh, if you're leader though, I don't know. Oh, I just got clotheslined by the No!
Jump! Get in!
You have to look up in first state, but not touch attack.
I'll be honest, that didn't cross my mind. I was trying to send it in, boys.
There's the check. Oh, I like it more. Spray me in the face.
We were hyping this up, right? It's the 4th matchup. Seeing you guys constantly in grand finals. You guys came out and made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been saying it online the whole time. Online respawns are different. No sound EQ. We're a way different team, and we just showed it right there. Also, people seem to forget who built that camp. I know how they play. I taught those kids how to play Call of Duty. So don't forget that. All right? Like, let's...
Skies dies, and then in a 3v4, effectively, New York Subliners slid on through.
Can't win it on the point. Scrap and the boys get it done.
Back on the f***ing desk, Clay. Back on the f***ing desk.
You're f***ing dog kid.
How did...
They're trying to attack me mid.
At their hill.
Mid. Draws on mid, guys. Oh my god. Mid. Them.
It's your boy Shotzi, man, with the ace. Little ace, man.
You're not. Texas looking like a different squad. You're not done. You're not done. You guys suck.
Yo, who the f*** are you yelling at? Who the f*** are you yelling at? You're going home again, buddy. You're going home. Look at me. Look at me.
Hydra did. That is that. Day 1, 3 p.
is just waiting. Out of here. Out of here.
We are back live in Texas one more time, the final match. It all comes down to this: who is walking away with the lion's share of our $500,000 prize pool, and of course, the 100 CDL points towards champs. Atlanta already claiming a championship. They did it at Minor 1. They did it at Major 1. Now looking to make it back-to-back-to-back championships on land in their way. It's a team of upstarts who are in their first grand finals for each of the 4, and it's the first time we see Vancouver in a grand final for 826 days.
Sheesh. That's insane, bro. The last time Vancouver or Seattle at the time, it was like when Pred and Sim on their rookie year came in and won. That's a long time.
Finally got themselves a roster.
Allie, that trophy was pretty fire. I'm
that
excited for this
trophy was
matchup.
pretty cool, Chris. It kind of makes me want to put like something in it, you know, since it's see-through.
Let's take a look at our bracket, Allie, and catch everyone up, because it has been a number of upsets in the opener in our winners bracket. After that, things started to find their normal form that we're used to. What were the major upsets that you saw throughout this weekend, though?
First out, obviously, Boston Breach taking on LA Thieves. I don't know if you would really call it an upset, but Cloud9 and the Toronto Ultra, Cloud9 making that little bit of a run there was definitely a shock for me.
Just massive upsets that we had. Obviously, you see the Breach over Thieves, but Optic beating Rocker, another big upset that we saw, at least in terms of our seeding.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, it's just a huge upset.
Why are you always gotta do
Huge
that,
upset.
It was a big upset.
Huge upset.
As we have our players getting ready on this stage, we're going to take a moment and revisit some of the best and worst moments of the bracket in a segment we like to call Burgers and Fries. And Jay, I am so happy to have you on the desk for this first one. Are you ready?
Because we need a resident burger.
Let's jump right into it. Boston with an opportunity to take down Toronto. They're up big until the score streak. Some burger plays get hurt. We do it, Toronto.
I was casting this, man. I was casting this. I even had a conversation with Mr. Purge. He told me, okay, this one situation costs us, but then in a search and destroy, the team kill right off the rip from Cammy onto Purge.
Unreal.
One go back on his part, and then the second one on Cammy. That's tough.
Boston's VOD session had to get real heated later after this tournament.
Taking a look here at our second clip, it is the 3 Ps followed up by the Delta.
Protocol HP, Skyline Search, Protocol Control, Hacienda HP, Red Card Search, Hacienda Control, Protocol
Somebody hold an
Search.
iron, please.
We've got some more score streak failures at clip number 3. This time it's the hometown hero in Shotzi.
My goodness, dude, RCs have been on a run.
I would not let any of these players drive cars, dude. They all suck at it.
Unless you're Scrap. Because even when you're dead, you're
still
still
wouldn't
kills.
let Scrap do it. What do you mean?
Speaking of the devil, here he is with a fry play.
I mean, listen, this is just generational fail by Carolina. Like, what is going on? What are the comms here? Guys, we have to kill the RC.
I don't even know, because you couldn't even hear it. So, like, Scrap was just standing still, waiting until 10 seconds, drive right up on him. And I don't know what TJ was doing.
We killed Scrap. We know he's in an RC. Yeah. You shouldn't be able to use it when
he
you're
was watching Toy
I don't
Story.
know, I kinda
the
like
kid
it.
got inspired. Here at number 5, we got Nasty with some literal buns.
I mean, yeah, buns to the face.
This don't make no sense, though, when you watch it from Nasty's video.
Slasher.
Yo, Carolina, what's good?
And at clip number 6, the French phenom Hydra showcasing his skills. Here he is.
And the other 2 are
We're
default
back in the
picks.
green room. Before that first kill, I said Hydra is clutching this because he got lost. He finds that first kill, and you see he's just playing it perfect. Like, re-wraps it, waits for them up top, doesn't see anybody. He's like,
So
okay, I have
FaZe
an
picked
opportunity
map
to plant
1
this
and
bomb.
map
He's playing it to where he can get a glimpse
5.
if they reach out. Gets the glimpse, and he's like, okay, I'm the movement king. Who's going to chow me? Gets the first one, second guy, you're dead, bro.
Give him the ace. Hydra popping off. LA Thieves, though, failing to make it to their grand finals.
Yeah,
After
it's their
coming in with
pick
the number 1 seed. They are now out of the tournament in 4th place. We've had a lot of fun this weekend, and we want to remind everybody we are just halfway through the season. We have Major 3 coming
FaZe
up, and
banned
it's just around the corner.
Hardpoint.
So if you're free at the end of April, we
Surge
want to
banned,
see
Skylight,
you down in
Hardpoint.
Boca Raton, Jay.
Florida's going to be a good time, man.
Vault Search.
Every time we enter the building or have an event in a hot area,
Yeah.
I'm always feeling good.
We're going to the beach, dude. I'm going to be chilling.
Oh, yeah, we bring the swimming trunks for sure,
It's going to
brother.
be an absolute vibe. And, you know, Miami, they got a redemption arc going.
knows?
It's obviously going to be their home major, so we'll see if they're able to make a run. But, yes, Florida is a great time, a good hub for Call of Duty. You know the fans will show out.
Tickets are on sale right now. Join us down there. That'll be April 24th to the 27th. Major 3 around the corner, but we still got to close out Major 2, and we got to take a look at our teams that have performed so well throughout this weekend. Nameless Walk me through this run by Atlanta FaZe, because they are the only team without an L in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's 12 series in a row on land now after that last victory over the Surge, right? They were battle tested, obviously, by Cloud9. They have to go up against the Surge, where they have to get them with, hit them with the 2-3-5. You got to win both Search and Destroy, so that's something to do. Effectively, they were able to shut down 0-4, but yeah, this is an Atlanta FaZe team that is extremely scary, and now they're going for back-to-back land victories.
There's ain't no way anybody that comes to these events down here fucking went to Madrid.
Optic went on to win the thing. A lot of people
Or you intended to try to go.
Yeah, I don't expect that to happen. Not this year, not next year. Why is this group working so well together?
Dude, it's because you have 3 players who have played together basically since they were born. Like Celium, Abizi, and Sim. They know what it's like to play around each other. But then you add a player like Draza to the lineup who just wants to do anything that the team needs to, man. Ever since you added this guy to the lineup, you end up with EWC. You go into this year when the first, potentially not going to go for a third. Like, these guys are just unreal.
And you talk about their history of, like, it's been constantly swapping out these 4th members, right? These 4th guys on the bench. And for them, it's like been a confidence thing, because Atlanta FaZe, Life Death Taxes, Atlanta FaZe placing in top 2. That has been their story for years now, and it's just been this mental of, like, they get to Sunday and sometimes they fall short. They add Draza to the roster. Now they're getting wins under their belt. So for Atlanta FaZe, they have been amazing across the board in this winners bracket. 3-0 versus Minnesota Rocker, absolutely popped. They did fall an S&D to Cloud9. That's been kind of my worry as we've been heading into Sunday, as Search and Destroy has been tested to Atlanta FaZe throughout this split, but they're here on Sunday, man, and Sim's been looking unreal.
And what's a conversion percentage? What's 95 mean?
When you get a first blood if you win the round.
Oh.
And it's 95%.
So if they win, they're probably going to do it through first blood?
If Abizi kills somebody off the rip of the round, it's a foregone conclusion. Atlanta FaZe is going to win that round.
On the other side of this fight, we have the Canadians playing in their first grand final. It is Vancouver Surge, led by Neptune, the player that came up from Challengers. Remember, he was winning Challengers championships. We are now 2 months later, and he is playing for a major title, Jay.
It's crazy to see this young man's story in the CDL, because it's not his first time here. He's not a rookie. He's been here before, but really couldn't find the consistency in his gameplay. But I don't know what it was. Playing a little bit with Omen Brooklyn throughout the Challenger squad, you gained your confidence back. You had great leadership in Tyler Fellow, but then when you got the call to join this Vancouver squad, there is no better fit of the type of player that they needed. And then when you got the leadership of Rambo Ray to coordinate that, oh yeah, he's been unbelievable.
On day 1, we saw a sample of what 0-4 could bring to the table. He opened up the tournament with a 40 bomb. Neptune has showcased his skills, but it's Abuza and Nasty by players to watch in this one. Abuza has been fired up on that stage.
He has been just getting better, I feel like, as the weekend has been going on. Abuza has been stepping it up over and over and over again, especially in this Toronto Ultra series. And I mean, every single player you can say something good about. Like Nasty,
if they did their homework
the year that he has
backstage,
had right now in Vancouver Surge, this split specifically, he has been so consistent. He's been such a strong AR. And I said it earlier during their walkouts, this is a roster full of players that have been overlooked, underrated, and not been held to a standard where they could be winning championships. They could be in grand finals.
That's what I'm saying. If FaZe were studying backstage, I'm just saying that the fact that FaZe was backstage and they had to be watching the whole match. So they're definitely studying the routes, the strats,
and we look at that series versus Atlanta,
whatever Surge is doing.
Them in the hard points. Abuza had almost 5,000 damage in that game 4, dropping 40, outperforming the ARs and Draws and Celium across the stage. So an absolute star, and you can see the road to the grand finals. It has not been easy, but they're here.
They sent the Royal Ravens packing on control. Hardpoint sent Boston and Toronto packing. Can they beat FaZe in a few more hardpoints? Looking at their record, they have been phenomenal at this game mode on land.
It's been unreal to watch these guys, the way that they play in like just 1 month or 2 months of teamwork and understanding how to play with each other. Neptune just walks on in. He's like, all right, these guys have been struggling. I need to figure out the system. But with a player like 0-4, with a player like Abuza, who are always going to give you that consistency of what they're going to do on the map, they just told Neptune, spawn on in and do what you do. Do what you did in Challengers, and if you can do that, their hardpoint game, in my opinion, right now is the best in the league.
Major shout out to the folks behind the scenes that are crunching the numbers. We have our updated standings, and Vancouver fans, you're going to be excited about this. No longer are you on the bubble to make it into champs. You win here, you get 25 points. Who is 25 points ahead of them? Toronto Ultra, who they beat this weekend to get in this this position. If they win the finals here, Nameless, they go from starting at the 8th spot at the beginning of this stage all the way to the 3 spot.
And that'd just be such an incredible story. And you couple that with like Neptune's story and his journey from being a Challengers player and now being, you know, a solidified pro. He's going to be in our league for a long time. And we're getting some separation now. It's the top 5 and then the rest.
Yeah. Jay, a lot of people want to know at the end of a tournament who had the biggest impact, and we have identified a few players to key in on it during this grand final. Let's first take a look at Atlanta FaZe, because Sip has been a monster, right? We've had Draza popping off recently, and on the other side, we've got Neptune and Abuza, but I want to talk to FaZe boys first. If you had to go pre-series, who would you give the MVP to?
Oh, no doubt in my mind. It's Mr. Chris Lair.
Yep.
Like, this guy is just everywhere on the map, brings it in every single mode. Even when you think, okay, Sip's not having the best game here, you blink a couple minutes, and then all of a sudden he's even or a couple kills positive. He just has that takeover ability, and it's crazy to see how consistent he is from year to year. Like, this guy is the best in the world.
Yeah, he's absolutely insane.
I think
Every time
Neptune's
you need him
made
to
a
make a big
surge
play,
and
he
make a
does it.
change.
I will say throughout this tournament, I think MC needs a shout as well. Cellium has been ridiculous. Would have been a 100-point club in each of those hard points if it weren't for him. But yeah, with Atlanta FaZe, it's like, pick your player out the hat. These guys all take over.
Yeah. Everyone for Atlanta is in the running for MVP. On the other side, if you've been looking at their last 2 matches, Neptune and Abuza are the clear favorites. Let's talk about the challengers who are in their very first grand final, Allie.
I mean, Loki, you could say the same thing about Surge right now. Pick a player out of the hat, and you could make a case for all of them. 04's had a couple of insane series. Same on side of Nasty,
ideas for Optic.
but Neptune and Abuza, obviously the story of Neptune, he gets added to this
everybody else
roster.
said
We
the same
can't
shit.
stop talking about it. They start beating teams like Atlanta FaZe.
If they
and
make a
even in the
change,
last
don't look
matchup,
at the other rosters,
Jesus,
look at the
30
challengers.
and 18. I mean, this guy was in takeover mode. 04, don't you worry. You've been taking all these engagements up to this point. Let me take some of this pressure off of your shoulders. And it's not just the engagements, it's the decision making as well. This guy's got a good head on his shoulders for COD. It's been unreal to watch.
Yeah, I was on the fence before
Then
that
again, I
last
think
series,
after
Alex.
today's,
Neptune just went
I think
crazy.
eyes are on Johnny
That
right
is a
now.
loser's final where you're in that control, like hanging on by a thread in that round. He makes a huge play. We get to the Hacienda and he goes duck Oz, just taking over and calling game. Neptune has been that guy. He's turned them around, and the kid is a superstar in our league.
We want you to weigh in on Twitter. Let us know, who do you have eyes on during this Major 2 grand final? Who do you think is going to walk away with MVP before the series kicks off? And of course, before our grand finals gets going here in the main arena of Texas, we should remind everybody that there was also a Challengers tournament, and we have a new Challengers champion, Omit GG. It's going to be Arsity's Brack, Johnny, and Standy getting it done with Coach Nagathan.
We get some noise for the Challenger Open Champions crowd. Let's go, Omid GG. Congratulations on the big win. Arsities and Brack, we have seen them as well as Standy in the league before, and obviously they're trying to make their way through the gauntlet. And as we talked about Roster Mania earlier, maybe we can look to see some of these players brought back up to the league.
It's just crazy to see. Like, that roster was formed like 2 weeks ago. Like, they were all on different rosters throughout the elite, because I cast it. I know what's going on in challenges. Arsities joins that loot lineup. They were battle tested yesterday to go all the way to, this is at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to a game 5. They clutch up. They wake up today and just take care of absolute business.
It's been a long journey.
Not
but
wrong
I think
about
there's
the
some
3
teams I
o'clock
could
thing.
use, Alec.
There's a lot of teams that can use anybody.
I open up YouTube and I'm like, ain't no way in hell challenges is still going at 3 o'clock in the morning.
First, let's dive into our best of 7.
And sure enough, it was.
Protocol Hardpoint, Skyline Search, and Protocol
I
Control.
thought it was a rerun, and the people in the chat were asking, like, is this a rerun? They're like, no, this is still
They don't get to play
going.
Protocol a lot anymore in terms of Hardpoint. They're 8-2 on it. The Skyline Search and Destroy. How many times have you seen Simp just
Yeah,
taking
this is
over
like,
on that
damn.
map? A map that Surge don't exactly love to play, and then the Protocol Control just played it. They look lights out. So if you're FaZe, in my mind, you need to start up at least 2-1.
I have to agree with you in that sense, just because Atlanta FaZe, I mean, they have some of the deepest
Yep,
map pools in
they
the
do.
entirety of the league, where that could hurt Vancouver Surge in the likes of a best of 7. But I do love the later half for the side of Surge. I love seeing that Hacienda. It fits their playstyle incredibly well. In Red Card, there is a lot of VOD review for Atlanta FaZe on that map and mode, and we know Surge likes to study, so we might be in for the long haul, chat.
Atlanta FaZe has won Major 1 in 2025. They've also won Major 2 in 2024.
Oh, they still smell the chair.
I don't think
They
they made it
dang.
a three-peat at Major 2. I'm going Atlanta FaZe. They win it 4-1.
I really want to remember him.
Okay, I think I'm going to go the complete opposite. I think if you're Atlanta, you're banking on winning every single Surge and Destroy. And if you can't find that, Vancouver. I'm going with the underdog. Let's go Surge.
I'll take the curve monitor on top.
Crowd likes that, Jay.
All right, story, man.
This is where I tie back with Chris Puckett, the GOAT host on this side of things. I have to stick with Vancouver Surge. I love this story. I think they take it. What are you looking at me like that for?
What's wrong with you, man?
They just beat them, and they're not losing the hard points like they did in that last series.
11,
I got Atlanta FaZe. They're going to win this series. I got it 4-1 as well, Chris.
We're split here on the desk. Texas, are you ready for this grand final? Make some noise. It's Atlanta FaZe taking on Vancouver Surge for the Major 2 title.
This man is the reincarnation of God.
Now this, whoa, clean shot. Here comes the move. They're trying to push back forward.
Didn't see the call a bunch of time, but it hurt him. It's my buddy 04's turn. One backs away, the other moves forward. Time to find everything if you're FaZe, and now we're giving a little extra sauce. Oh.
The help is just so exquisite for Vancouver. Neptune not done yet.
Now Chow, the ball is weak. It's another 1 versus 1. FaZe win. Too icy.
I didn't even notice that. When the camera was on the announcer, someone pulled up a sign in the background and said Zuma 0 rings. Zuma sees it and he starts raging. It's like, motherfucker.
We ready to get it going. The first squad coming out, looking to continue to storm. Get ready, because here comes Vancouver. Texas, make some noise for the Vancouver Surge! Here comes 04, alongside his twin Abusa, Nasty, and Neptune. It's been a weekend of highs and lows, but the Surge know it comes down to this. It comes down to this moment for them to be champions.
The storm finally got stopped, but it's no fun if you go up 3-0 against the Atlanta FaZe. Now looking for a revenge match, you're looking at the backbone of Neptune, the consistency of Nasty, the fire that is Abusa, and the iciness of 04, making it to their first grand final for the Vancouver Surge. I'm hoping we go all the way, Blaze.
I'm hoping we go all the way as well, Allie, but they're going to have to deal with the bad boys from the South. Get ready, Texas, because here comes Atlanta.
Who really stopping me? I did not come for apologies. I am not here for the politics.
That sucks for Tatum. Homie walked all the way to Chick-fil-A today. And it's Sunday. And he's like, just walked my fat ass all the way to Chick-fil-A and realized it's fucking Sunday. No check.
Get loud, Texas, for Atlanta FaZe! Coming out is Draza.
Yeah, they got the Reds on, boy.
Sip, and Salium.
That hoodie, though.
Having a perfect weekend thus far. Looking to come to the stage, show greatness, show dominance. World champions in their own right. Looking for that three-peat. Atlanta FaZe is ready.
The definition of Call of Duty excellence is standing on that stage. These guys are going for a three-peat. This does not happen often. They have such a tough opponent, but they're looking to cement themselves in history. This will be another one to fill their resume. Let's get it started.
I'm ready to get this one started, Ant. But Texas, one more time for the weekend. Help me set the stage ablaze. You ready to get your grand final started? Merc, Maven, let's lock it in.
Getting locked in and ready for a banger. These teams continue to battle it out. And I like that Nameless mentioned resumes, because one team trying to start a resume, one team just filling out the final couple lines of the resume. But as much as when you think about these organizations, you think about these players, and the finals experience you have, this is very much David versus Goliath. Like, the only finals experience on the Seattle side is Ray.
Vancouver.
Oh, Vancouver, I already did it.
I already did it.
Beginning of it. It was see how many I can get in. But like Ray, when you talk about the finals experience, Nasty's been to like 1. All these guys battling for their first championship. But as much as it's David versus Goliath, all the pressure is on FaZe.
Always is. Yeah, I mean, if you're Vancouver, like you're playing your game. You're going to continue to play excellent hardpoint. It's just can you take your control? Can you get one of those S&Ds, right? That's how FaZe won Major 1. They might have to look to it again because they have found 0 success versus Surge today.
You think about how much they respect Vancouver Surge when it comes to hardpoint. The only 2 hardpoints FaZe have beat them in is the 2 times they beat them on Vault. They banned Vault when you talk about this best of 7. So like they have not found any opening when it comes to hardpoint. That's because you lose that last Vault. It's not really all that close. If FaZe win this, it might be 2 controls, 2 searches, 1 control, 3 searches. Hardpoint is so heavily favored to Surge.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like, you know, FaZe as a team, they do not make a lot of changes when it comes to maps and modes, right? They stick to it, even, you know,
stick to their guns, right?
They stick to their guns. Even last Major, when they got smoked by, you know, Thieves in the winners final on Red Card, they still played it in the final. You get 2 hardpoint changes here, both Hasi and Protocol. The big thing is, though, in recent matchups, they have lost both of those to Surge, but they're going for it.
They're going for it, yeah, I think both. You've lost by about 100 points. So, Surge, you want to come out swinging in this map 1. It's Major 2, grand finals time, as these guys go toe-to-toe for the 4th time since Neptune has joined this Surge roster. Still, the 2-1 edge to Surge, but trying to even it up overall, and well, win the big one will be FaZe.
Yeah, I think one thing for FaZe is just sort of slow starts throughout these map wins at times, just from individual players. Draws one of those guys that stuck out earlier, but he's off to 3-0. Finally, you take down Booza, just fighting over time. 0-4 maybe finds the opening. He was going on a flank down the other side of the map. It's going to be Celium and Draza trying to do what they can to get the players off P1, set up for this P2. It's just trades back and forth at Surge. They find a good amount of time, but the final 10 looking to go FaZe's way.
Well, on one side for FaZe, you know, you win the series, but you obviously, if you look at the overall stats that are like tweeted out, right? Like you're mostly negative outside of Cell because you lose both hard points. Who has to step it up?
It's probably Sim. Like Sim and Draws. Yeah, I think that's who you're probably looking at when it comes to hardpoint, is those 2.
Surge, you get the victory coming into this. You know, teams can get hot. We were talking a lot about the Ultra run, how they were hot, thinking maybe they'd be able to win this after not dropping a map, and losers can't do it. You hope you have the hot hand if you are Surge, and so far, you do. You're starting to get up big, but Simp maybe starting to make some plays as he's getting on the board off of his 3 straight after 4 deaths. With 30 seconds remaining here, you want to tack on whatever time you can. We'll keep an eye on number 2. That's kind of your rotation player. Trying to cut people off from mid-map. Helping him will be Cell as well, but you're finding a volume of kills right now if you are Atlanta FaZe. Looking to transition this over towards your P3 and basically have a tie game once you're done with this time. So good answer. And Simp seems to be waking up a bit.
Yeah, you know, he's pulling out a 3rd AR, right? Major 1, it was all about the SMG talk, but I feel like throughout this weekend, we've seen more and more AR play. You know, some Jackal nerfs coming in a couple of weeks ago. You're not exactly sure. Maybe it's map dependent as Celium wins a big one on the hill. He's up to 4 in a row. Draza is going to read those spawns. And this is what we've seen from Surge. Like, they're a team, they'll pull out 3 to 4 ARs depending on the hill. So FaZe trying to match. Simp was able to match it on that P2 as FaZe take the lead.
No, I think obviously a lot of times it's just map dependent, hill dependent, but just in general, 100%. You've seen more ARs coming out, especially during this stretch in our Major. Neptune, though, with the sub, doesn't need the AR. He's finding the openers. Eventually going to be dropped and traded out because there's a double from a BZ. He's looking for 3, simply too easy for a BZ. Would have probably had the 4th if it wasn't for his duo and Simp. So after a great start from Surge, these last 2 hardpoints have been all Atlanta FaZe. Not a huge lead by any stretch, but you've had no noise around the objective for Vancouver Surge.
Yeah, might turn into one on rotation.
Gotta
have
be.
a couple of players. Celium are going to be down here. You knew exactly where they were spawning, back left side of the map towards the end of that P3, so they were just trying to trap them in. One player was out. That's going to be nasty, trying to find an opening.
Let's see, depending if they break the seal or not.
This is the money hill. This is where you need a break if you're Surge.
Pressure on them to break, otherwise this lead could become significant. You're only able to get 1 kill early on.
Yeah, the triple challenge shit. Yeah, bro, they're definitely pressuring
them. Pressure is on FaZe. When we talk about the most lopsided maybe of modes being hardpoint to Surge, that absolutely puts pressure on the hardpoints though for them.
Yeah,
they need to win those.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, FaZe start to win the hardpoints. Who knows what'll happen? But that will be the early stories. Nasty, who loves this matchup, struggling right now at 4 and 13. But FaZe, they control P3 and P4. They have a nice lead. Let's go to listening with FaZe.
Nothing above you. Back Yo, you guys go new. I'm focusing around. Yeah, keep on, Chris, keep on.
We're not listening to FaZe. We're listening to Surge.
I'm going on the right. One shot top. I'm going top.
Oh no, now you do, yeah. But before it was Abuza and them talking. You can hear Abuza's accent. I could easily tell voices weren't matching faces.
Yeah, go for it.
Tower. He went
Top lip. Oh, 4. I hit him once. Yeah, still there. That's fine. Come on. Yeah. I'm gonna need a Show me. Could be one or tower alley.
One shot. Sidewalk at the top.
Sidewalk. That's I'm about to dive out.
I threw that over.
Dive out. He's top.
Gun.
Yeah. Top
listen, two lift to new, okay?
Yeah, let's still make guns.
Listen, we should play 2 O4's on the ground on me. Alright, we're killing these guys on hold. Take your time.
He's on hold. He has a dirty angle on hold.
On hold.
Nasty on hold. All good.
Let's
Yeah.
kill him.
Let's
Let's triple it time. One team on the ground. On the ground, O4 steps mid and top. He shot me.
Who's in it? Shot me dead. Nice.
Two mid. I can shoot it.
Top lip and then one's low right. Top lip and then one's low right.
Ladder.
I'm in the back.
Right steps.
Well, it was all phases we went into the listen in, then they get absolutely slammed. That P1 hold, the reason Surge are back into this game, and then a great job at P2. It's been a story of throwing blows as both teams just going back and forth, but Surge right back in it.
Again, just middle map AR dominance from Surge now within 12. What a comeback. But what was the difference the first set through is this P3 and P4. Who's already there? It's Atlanta FaZe. Cell's going to find 2 on this rotation. The first 10 seconds going their way. Sim, he knows 04 trying to hit it on the back, but he's going to get taken down. 04 was on 5 in a row. Is Celium trying to just help his teammates on the hill.
Still a good amount of time already earned here.
Hello?
At 3, but a really good opportunity now to collapse and break on this. If you're
saw them cross.
Big gunfights, that might be
unless you call them out, but no, you did it.
PC up and you do just that. Good job pushing out.
Cell didn't call them out.
This time you're able to break in. I mean, just think about rotating now if you're FaZe. I mean, you already got the early half of that time. Maybe just set up now for the P4. Make sure you can answer back. Yes, you're going to get this to about a tie game if you are Surge, but I think when that break comes in, you just got to rotate.
Yeah, this is what it comes down to, right? You saw Sim maybe just trying to get aggressive, find a couple of extra kills there towards the scrap time, spawn them deeper away from this pinch. Of course, hoping to get good timing. We'll still see how this is going to work out because there's 2 players here, but it's going to be FaZe set up now. Can Surge break it this time?
They need a break. Can they do it? Neptune, the multi-kill demon, able to get 1 and maybe looking for another. Neptune does get another, but teammate falls, looking for 3. Neptune almost cutting them all down, but it's Cell's multi-kill that will answer back. Still warfare around the point, but Cell goes nuts as he gets 4, now on 5 straight. But you kind of equalize on the Neptune play. That's absurd by Nasty, by the way.
Yeah, insane shots from him, and you would love to get that Hellstorm, because I believe Nasty has one on the other side. When we get to that next P1, and you're going to need it, but you're trying to find these final 20 seconds of 820 to put you within striking distance. You can play for this because you have that streak on the side of Surge. They're going to go for all of this scrap time.
FaZe gonna hit it one more time though. Have a 1-on-2 near it. Okay, Abu's gonna be last up, so you'll take the remaining time. Last time, Surge just dominant here at P1. Looking to take over again. We'll see if the streak is gonna come in, but Abuzi's gonna win that opening fight. Tries to peek it, but a 4 snap and able to take out 2. Honestly, it's just kind of a trade back and forth. No one with big numbers, but that back-to-back on Nasty and Neptune, likely what gets you the advantage at P1. And if this P1 and P2 go anything like they do the last time through, Surge are winning this match.
No, they are, but you get the call out. How does he win that? Abizi, the hip fire from the zip. Cell's gonna knife him on the other side. That's gonna be a 4 dead. FaZe could not find this, but Nasty, you have the bailout in the Hellstorm.
Here goes the Hellstorm. You pick up Celium off the spawn as well. Streak takes him out of it. Sip is going to drop. Abizi falls as well. Now you race back out to the point. You still have right side spawns. If you're Atlanta FaZe and you try to set up for this P2, but 10 seconds remaining here, and every second so crucial for either side with how close this one is. Even through the sun, Sip able to win the fight. Abizi there to help him out as he gets 2 through top mid. Trying to dish out haircuts is Nasty, but now with the P2 up, you're in position if you're FaZe. All the pressure Surge now. You have got to break in. Only 20 needed for the win.
Yeah, matching with the ARs again is Simp. 20 seconds. 0-4 though, and Neptune. Both gonna find kills. Pressure over to Draza and Celium to lock this down. And well, they find it. They find 3 in the feed. Celium 27-19. Abizi leading the squad. They're finding all the kills.
FaZe have not been able to win a hard point in this matchup,
That's
but they're
map
so
1.
close to doing it now. Map 1 to FaZe. And this grand final looks a whole hell of a lot different. All you'd won over these past 3 matchups was the map 1 vaults in the first 2 series online. You ban that, we see some changes. Last time you played them on Protocol, you lose by around 100. It was like a 250 to 150 type game. But here, you come out firing. You know, we talked about some of the slow starts this weekend for them in Hardpoint, but then before that loss, they were, 10-0 in your map 1s, which doesn't really speak to slow starts, because you're still getting the map victories. And I think it was such a good job by Surge. Like, you dealt with, you're kind of getting bodied, right? It's a good stretch through 3 and 4 the first time through for Atlanta.
Yeah, that P1 and P2.
You're in such a good spot, but what an answer it was at P1 and P2. Like, I thought you just neutralized everything FaZe had done. But they turn it on late. P1 and P2 looks so different. Abizi having himself a map at 31 and 20. Cell, still in MVP form as well, putting up damage, leading the way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like Abizi, you know, he's gotten flack for some Sundays, especially in respawn.
You talk about over the last like 5 years?
Yeah, you know, Sunday he'll have all these insane stats, and then just sometimes his hardpoint drops big time. If he's gonna be the one leading the way from them, I just don't know how Surge get back into this, because we just saw what the desk talked about, 95% conversion W rate in S&D, and well, that's going to be behind Abizi.
Yeah, no, a lot of pressure on him. He is the best to ever do it from an entry position. The guy is absolutely insane. But what a start it was for Atlanta FaZe. You go up big, you go up early, you're nearing a 100-point advantage, and then this P1, P2, like the second we go into the listen-in, I swear that happens so often.
All
like,
the time.
Let's go into listen-in with a team winning and vibing, and then they just get smacked.
Yeah, you can test a little bit of that time there at P2. You had a great setup at P3, but Surge fighting back. Majority of this P4 time, though, goes the way of FaZe to set them up for the end of the game. Well, and they just found that 4 dead. That forced out the streak from Nasty to have to use it. A much better P1 to end it out.
Yeah, P1 and P2 to close it. There was a story to be said there in the early hard points, but you shut it down. You don't allow another run to come in from the Surge side of it. This is how the game flow broke down. But yeah, you get up 80, probably your biggest advantage there. But then we get all the way back to nearly a tie game, but the last couple of hard points, FaZe are able to ice up. And as Ross said, mostly referring to the search and destroy, like just too icy, this time icy in the hard point. And they were getting busy with the melee, several knife kills over the course of it.
Yeah, we always know zip lines. That is just the easiest way to defend them. I don't know how he just must have hit some headshots in there. Nasty's thinking he's got a freebie.
I honestly was confused at first because at the same time it had like Cell knifing in the feed. Now it was like, did he knife him? He killed him so fast. But nope, that was not. That was Abizi. I was able to hit the hip fire and get it done. So now another change in this series is going to be the Skyline Search and Destroy. I mean, it's an interesting map when you think about the grand final. For the most part, we've had bangers on this particular map. We usually go 10 or 11 rounds regardless of who's in it.
Yeah, if you look at winners final, Red Charm and Protocol were both there. It's just best of 7 adds a Surge. So where do FaZe want to go with that? And well, they're going to go to Skyline. This is where they won Major 1 on.
Yep.
They don't play it a ton, but it's their trick up their sleeve.
They're looking for 3 Major 2 wins in a row, 3 tournament wins in a row, going back to EWC at the end of 2024. And they're so close. This is a team, I don't want to say on the cusp of greatness. They've already had greatness, but just trying to further cement that resume. You talk about the SNDK leaders. It was a big map 1 for Abizi, but in Search and Destroy, brother, he has been so strong. And this is just among the grand finalists, obviously, but a 1.57 and just the impact he has early on in rounds, you can't understate it.
No, I mean, I imagine that 63% is opening dual win percentage, right? That graphic missed those stats, but yeah, I mean, if he's having that, getting those first bloods, and we talked about their conversion rate, but on a map like Skyline, this is one for Surge where they played Thieves on it a couple of times. They were trying to find some more reps. They lose that minor on this map. Did they make, fix some things up? It's not something they play a ton of, but we have seen them getting better and better on it.
This is your last 5 Search and Destroys. It wasn't a great qualifier in S&D for FaZe, but that was what they continually talked about, continually worked on, and it seems to be paying dividends now. Come major time, maybe come championship time, but it's a grand final Sunday. It's map 2 Search and Destroy. Maybe another Skyline banger in the works. Celium with the first blood. Abuza is gone. Trying to bring it back though. Is Surge, maybe a chance to do it. Abizi can't finish the kill, so you're gonna get this into a 2 versus 2, make it a 2-on-1. Abizi dancing, last guy up is Neptune.
Gotta be careful of that guy.
Yep, don't give him 2 1-on-1s, don't give him any crazy opportunities. But he found an AR now to work with the sub, trying to isolate a fight. Oh, he kept shooting there, he might get one.
I think he does have it.
Yeah, he peeked a little bit too wide there if you're Abizi. Simtex maybe going to make it interesting. He's able to avoid that around the wall, and also the tags come in from Cell. They know he's weak. They hunt him down. They don't allow him to make a play. I think Abizi's wide peek maybe could have got caught there.
Yeah, he's ready for the next gunfight, right? Switching weapons, hoping to find Draza with the AR. But you see how difficult he makes life, does Neptune. Just so talented, so skilled, great movement. But the teamwork is there. That first blood from Celium opens it up. They were ready for that A-hit.
We had some wild searches. When you go back to the winners bracket final between these two teams, we continuously go 10, 11 rounds, regardless of the map they match up on. We had, like 3 1-on-1s out of the first 4 rounds when we were on Proto. Expect a lot of craziness here at the tail end of these rounds. Both teams can be so effective at trading, but it is early pressure right across Catwalk. Are we able to catch one? No, I have no idea how Neptune gets out with 20 HP, but he is still up. Nasty also trying to play his life because you've got an SMG up in your face. You're trying to back up with an AR. Sip just kind of waiting to bide his time and chow.
Cell is through. Watch that number 4. If Sim can play his life, but he's going to get hunted. And well, Neptune's like, hello there.
Give him that freebie. All on to draws. This aggression turns into nothing for Atlanta FaZe. Great round for Surge. Neptune getting it done early and late.
Well, he just stays alive, right? I mean, you have that catwalk push that he's stunned, he's naded, he's weak. No one, though, over Chalice. Maybe they expect a second player from Surge side to help him out. He's able to earn that first blood, plays his life. They have the numbers, and yeah, none of the flanks going to work for the FaZe side.
We'll see as they continue to try and mix up the hits. How Surge will deal with it. Surge can also be so creative in Search and Destroy. And well, I've had the better of this matchup really until that winner's bracket final. FaZe back on offense now.
Oh, right back to it.
Yeah, right back. Let's just headbutt each other. Numbers early, gonna go the way of FaZe. Numbers late, looking to go the way of FaZe. Nasty, last guy up. And you're just instantly into a 1 versus 3. Last time a 1 versus 2. They're gonna have to deal with this A-side presence a little bit differently.
Yeah, and maybe that's sort of the play call, right? Like last time we hit A, we lost the round. Maybe they won't expect it this time through. But FaZe always ready for it. The AR is on point to open up the round. But yeah, Surge probably not going to do that for a couple more defensive rounds.
Yeah, probably not. And we'll see now FaZe to get back to defense, what they opt to do. Same type of progression, maybe slow it down, spread it out. But I mean, that's just Skyline. I mean, sometimes rounds are done in the opening 5 to 10 seconds. Pressure to Surge to now deal with that. But Abizi and the squad chat through things as they take advantage again in this. riding high off of a hardpoint victory, which we weren't sure if they were going to get one. Sometimes FaZe hardpoint disappears on Sunday, but when it matters most, they get that first win. Simp, kind of slow start for him, but you got a couple gooses maybe on the other side of it. Abizi, First Blood Reaper, he'll get one here. Neptune, though, trying to be the playmaker.
Already here, though. I mean, they're so fast on this rotation is FaZe. And while Abizi's ready for it, second in the round, gets that first blood, and they're thinking they can go catwalk to B. Let's wrap back together. Teamwork on point from FaZe.
Maybe it's one of those Abizi legacy maps. Still early, though, but taking over. Abuza and Nasty now trying to clutch up. They're going to try and do it behind the bomb plant. Can they get this down and they'll stay up? Now, they just want to send it, and they will send it efficiently. Abizi gets 2 in the round, then kind of the bait in the closing of the round. But they catch them as soon as they're going to get the plan in, or at the tail end of getting the plan in. They swarm it, they close it.
Yeah, it just opens up with that first blood. They rotate back. They catch Neptune trying to make a solo play. So it's just these early rounds, I think you have to slow the map down if you are Surge. Can be difficult to do on defense, obviously, because they can just plan A, but just these early picks.
Yeah, it's difficult to do on Skyline sometimes.
True.
But they have to try to slow it down. It just seems like he's getting away from them pretty quickly. But we have seen some crazy swings on a map like Skyline. Okay, so a little bit different. They're just going to sandwich the A bomb site. They're going to kind of do what FaZe did last time, or 2 times ago. They sent it kind of straight across catwalk. Worried about the underground approach will be Abizi. Dealing with this presence is going to be Simp. He's got 2 to push him. Going to hit a nice stun.
Well, that stun is money.
Yeah, that's going to connect on everybody. There's going to be 3 here, though. He's going to go ahead and shallow. He gets the info. Back in sell up, so they don't go 2 for 2. They're able to get numbers there.
Why did Nate take so long to blow up?
That nade hits a second earlier before he gets back to full health. That may be the kill, but he gets back to full. He's able to stay up. Taking a route on one side is going to be number 5 and 04. Maybe looking for an opening.
Kind of feels like they know he's there.
Oh, well, maybe not. Now they do. Now they do. Andros is able to stay alive. Oh, God.
Oh, well, you thought it was going to be awful, but he doesn't plant the bomb. He just keeps running on through. You thought Abuza was going to catch Abizi. That doesn't happen, so 04 left in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, no, that timing looked insane. Can he clutch up? Graza gets the info. Teammate rotates over. They close it out. FaZe continue to take this round by round, up 4-1. And it feels like now a switch needs to be hit.
Just reading the map so well, right? I mean, FaZe just kind of know, hey, this could be a cat hit. The stun on point. Somebody from Surge, I think, throws a nade back from that dead nade, but doesn't matter. They lose the numbers, 3 versus 4, and again, just how efficient FaZe have been behind First Blood, and they're leading this 4-1 in that First Blood category. Score 4-1.
Yeah, and I think everybody's got one too, right? Like, literally, each member of the FaZe lineup currently has a First Blood, so not just the Abizi show in that regard. Everybody finding their openings. Cell leading the way at 6-2 though on 4 straight. We'll get the quick plan in for Surge. Now, kind of your first 4-on-4 retake opportunity we'll see for Atlanta FaZe, and well, your chance to kind of hold with even numbers if you're Surge, and finally, a big First Blood. They needed that. Can you win the round off of it? Squaring up deep is going to be Nasty. Simp, though, able to win one from Piano. Into a 3v3, oh, no. Nasty can't get away, things falling apart. FaZe looking to pull up the 3v4, and suddenly it's just going to be Neptune by his lonesome. 20 seconds to go. Can he clutch up, get some damage in? Can't quite finish off the kill. I thought he had the hit markers, but he is in between a rock in a hard place, and that is maybe the dagger planted firmly in the back of Surge as FaZe pull off the 3v4. And you looked pretty flustered with a couple of the
I think we've seen that a couple of times, right? Throughout this weekend is just an SMG solo challenging a player Piano with an AR. This time 04, you know, you're able to get gym control. It's just you overpeak, you take the gunfight, you have the First Blood, bomb is down. And you know he's a guy who wants to make a play, of course, but it feels like maybe just oversteps, and then you just see the dominoes fall as soon as he dies.
That's going to be a frustrating one. You are already in a big hole. 5-1 lead now for FaZe. Chance to close this one out quickly and efficiently. 6 straight kills up on the board for Cell. Died twice, then has been invincible. Taking their time, worried about early pressure, taking a bath. Car out and play as well.
Yeah, he's got a Hellstorm. I imagine that's what they're waiting on. Maybe to deal with 04 and then use the Hellstorm. They want to control underground, but they're just sort of waiting out this car for now.
You see the car's position tucked away, and like you said, the streak you've got to work with. That, oh, sweet God, that timing was almost horrible, but no one gets any damage in. Car still out on the map. 25 seconds left to go. Neptune finding there's nobody. Cell just wants to go. Okay, Cell is feeling it right now. Gets one tag into his shin and just sends it. 9-2, 7 straight.
Well, I imagine she's thinking, like, should someone watch my underground so I can call on this missile? But maybe they don't even use it behind that first blood. 30 seconds, though. A very odd round with all the cars on the map. Abizi, though, gonna get there for the trade. Cell 8, Cell 9.
Holy hell from Cell. That was disgusting. What a map from Cell. And what a series so far from Atlanta FaZe. Doesn't seem like we've been into this one long, but it's already a 2-0 advantage. Remember the final of best of 7, so they've got to take 4, but like, they have, I don't want to say dominate, because the map 1 ends up being closer, but like the fact that you have been able to win a hardpoint, you win a hardpoint, it feels significant enough that combine it with that map 2 dominance and FaZe completely and utterly in control.
Yeah, and you just get to Surge's one. I mean, we talk about map pool. This is one of their weaker maps, right? FaZe don't play a lot of Skyline, but on the other side of Surge, it's with this roster, it hasn't been fantastic. It's really the Surge's on the back half if they can get there, where there's more strength for Surge.
Well, that's usually, listen, we've talked a lot over the years, like, it's weird going from kind of having 2 best of 5s to having what's it been? We've had best of 7, best of 9, where you get one map. You went through winners. Now best of 7 with no advantage. Your only real advantage is kind of the veto process of what maps you get. And usually when I talk to coaches, like, you get an advantage early in the series. That is where you get an advantage. You get some of your maps. Usually the longer it goes, it doesn't bode as well for you. But I mean, it doesn't always play out that way. But that's really where your advantage should come, is early in the series. And well, FaZe have been capitalizing.
Yeah, you saw all the first bloods towards FaZe, and then Cell 11-2. Finishes off with 9 in a row. Guy having a great couple of maps.
Yeah, no, we were kind of chatting like who's going to be, you know, MVP if FaZe were to win this, who would be the Surge MVP. And when we were talking FaZe, like, I mean, if you look through the first couple of days, Simp and Draws were unbelievable. I think that was kind of the safe bet. And I was kind of thinking, because of how Cell has done in this particular matchup, maybe take Simp or Cell, depending who has the better final. Right now, it's feeling like Cell if he continues like this.
Yeah, I mean, he has been the one consistent factor versus Surge.
Yeah, against their tough competition, right? He's been unbelievable. First 2 maps down, maybe a lot more to come, maybe not. But before we get to map 3, Des, what are your thoughts?
Thank you very much, Merc and Maven and production team. Go ahead and start putting together the MVP award for Cellium. The package should be rolling out in about 2 maps if he keeps this up. 2 games in, Atlanta wins them both. And Nameless, you said through the first 3 maps, you need to see Atlanta with at least a 2-1 record. They living up to their potential?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, Chris. And when you looked at it, it's just like the Protocol Hardpoint, a map that they have loved, 8-2 on it. Like, you have to get your Hardpoint victory there. And then this Skyline, a weaker map for Surge. I thought with how aggressive Atlanta play on their offensive pushes, they would have an advantage, and they did early on. You saw Surge kept challenging them there. You cannot challenge them at low A.
Let's take a look at this, because Vancouver scores 1 round in the first 2. After that, it is all FaZe. And I don't even think Cellium died in the last 4 rounds.
The crazy thing is, I'm going back to the stat that we did before the match even started. About 95%, once they found that first blood, they found 5. They won all of those rounds, and then the 6th round was at a 3v4 clutch, man-down situation. This is what's scary to me now, though, because I was riding the underdog story because Vancouver's hardpoint has been unbelievable. But Atlanta already take that map number 1. We knew that they were going to guarantee the S&D in that map number 2. And now in that next map on Protocol, you've already beat them on it. So Vancouver, you're potentially going to start down 0-3, and Atlanta FaZe are going to be unbelievable.
They've been splitting those protocols, right? Like, it's been back and forth, back and forth. They played each other so many times recently. So you cannot count Surge out. Just the start of the series is tough for them.
Allie, do you think they will be mentally bombed, though? It's their first grand final. You're playing a team that has been here so many times in their career, and you're down 2-0.
I almost want to say no. The only reason I kind of take that angle is because they have the coach in Rambo Ray, and Rambo Ray has been in this situation beforehand and has definitely talked them through this of like, you have to be realistic about your map pool, right? And Surge just doesn't have the same map pool Atlanta FaZe has. Ant touched on it at the beginning that like, you're not going to have a good time at the start of the series, but you just need to keep your head in to try to make it to that game 4 and game 5. So for Surge, I'm hoping their mentals are good.
And let's go to drawing conclusions. We've got another respawn loading up, but what did we learn in our first hard point?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, MC is playing perfect Call of Duty. This is the end of the game where he just kind of holds the back, makes sure nobody spawns out behind them. And what do we preach to our young bulls all the time, Jay? Layering. It's like when you get a 4 down, You have to make the other team feel it. You have to take space. So in the situation number 3 is Simp. He pulls on AR for this P1 to P2, right? So you know when he's in this position, he can see all of mid. They end up killing this guy, and then you see a BZ. He's gonna jump down and go underground. So you can see underground, obviously the push through here, and he has all of field. He can kind of go back and forth. Draws is gonna go over towards time, and then MC, he's the important player here. He's gonna sit back lights, and he's gonna peek back to make sure nobody spawns behind, and then he's also has 2 players all the way out. The only reason they can do that is because MC is playing safe. When it comes down to it, win Simp, win a BZ die, and they end up trying to push over towards time if you're Surge, you still have MC playing in the building, finding the final 2 kills. This is a perfect display of layering, exactly how you want to punish the other team when you get a 4 dead.
And this is a good example as well of just like Atlanta FaZe kind of going back to their fundamentals. Like obviously it helps when a BZ is 29 and 19, but there is not many situations you see Vancouver Surge on the back foot of rotation when it comes to a map. And once you fall behind, it is very difficult when you're going up against a team like Atlanta FaZe in a grand final to crawl that back in.
It took 3 fights for Surge to even get to that hill.
Yeah.
BZ goes positive 11. Celium continues his dominance, soaking up the hill time as well. But my big numbers that I'm looking at throughout the first 2 maps, Jay, the difference between Celium and Abuza in damage, it was 1,100 in that search and destroy for Celium, Abuza 360. He's got to keep pace if they want to win.
Oh yeah, without question. Everybody from Vancouver has to step it up a little bit. You're in a championship grand final. You're going up against a team that usually finds himself in a majority of the grand finals. They are prepared for this moment. You have to step up to a whole new level if you want to try to fight back.
Game is ready. Let's send it back to the casters for our control.
Thank you, guys. Great breakdown there. And yeah, let's get to a control. Is a proto that certainly has had some back and forth affairs, but you think about most recently played in the winners bracket final is a 3-1-2 FaZe where they kind of handle business. And listen, you and I, whenever we're casting a series, whenever we're casting the final, we're like, all right, man, we're strapping in. We want to have a banger, right? You want to have a game 7, a game 5, whatever it is. Like, I think after the map 1, you just looked at me and said, uh-oh. Like, uh-oh.
Yeah, uh-oh.
It's just, it shifted things so much because the hard point is really where Surge have taken it to them. Now, don't get me wrong, they are a talented team. They have the ability to battle back, but yes, the pressure is different. You said like you shouldn't be feeling a lot of pressure if you're Surge, but there isn't a lot of main stage experience. You're in a hole like this, you feel it slipping away. Maybe not pressure, but like you just don't have a lot of experience in these situations.
Well, I think now there's probably pressure. Like, if they want to win this, like there's probably pressure on this map. I feel like you cannot go down 3-0. You can see control throughout the weekend. Solid for both squads, but again, FaZe already beat them on this map 3-1 in some impressive rounds as well. And while this guy loves himself some protocol control.
Yeah, he's having one of those series, maybe one of those events. Cell is incredible, and he's looking to close this out as quickly as he can. But again, best of 7, nothing going to be done here, but Surge desperately need a win. Simp going to be AR out early on this opening break. Cell going to get picked immediately. As soon as Neptune finds that opener, it's going to shift basically the entire setup of this FaZe team. And this is exactly what you want early if you're Surge.
Yeah, this is what they were doing in the winners bracket final very well. They were finding timings to catch Celium off guard, right? Pinching those. It's not like FaZe get into a lot of their setups. Like there was a ton of pressure that FaZe had to fight through. It's just when they did, they made them pay.
Cell's been like the only one to win a few gunfights, well, only one to win a gunfight to make sure they're not pinned in. This could have been a whole lot scarier, but still you've got a minute or so off of this. You haven't found any openings. Abizi's going to make one pay, but trade it out. So when can you actually pause the clock? You haven't been able to really touch an objective outside of Simp for a moment, but now Simp getting in a position where he likes to dance. He's got Cell to work with. The map's kind of flipped on itself a little bit. You've got 2 on one side for Surge, you got 2 on the other. And then with the one player coming off a spawn into BZ, it's gonna be easy what he can deal with, but so far looking good for Surge.
Yeah, again, this is sort of the problem. They just don't have ammo control. They don't have their base control. Both times they've gotten towards the A point.
Oh, that is tough.
You've had multiple members there. This time it's gonna be Abuza and Neptune. 20 seconds left. You don't have a tick, and it's due to that base pressure.
Really from the get-go. As soon as Neptune got up Zip, took out Cell, they have never looked back. Just at the 50-yard line, it's just been nothing but control for Surge. Nasty continues to beam. Time, trucked it away. Threw on a flank is going to be a 4. Nasty still holding up the gunny, and you may have put a foot. I think the only time is when Simp crossed over mid and then died in front of their house. He touched the objective for like a second. That is it.
And when you had someone finally make a play in Celium, get them out of their base, you know, you look back at that winners bracket final when they rematched, or sorry, when they played earlier, that is when FaZe made them pay. But this time, they regained map control. Again, you got players in the FaZe base. A very clean round. Well, as good as you're going to get from the side of Surge. And while Nasty 8-2. Again, the 2 times they played online, he was a monster.
Yeah, and they had, I mean, their best, I think, defensive round, when you look back to the last protocol, was, I think they held it like 3. I think I just saw a timeout requested maybe on the screen, so we might have a moment here. We'll see what the deal is. I'm not sure. Waiting to hear. The players chatted through. It could be, I don't know, controller issue, monitor issue, who knows. But as soon as we find out, we'll let you know. But what a great defense there from Surge. Last of the winners bracket protocol, though, like what? FaZe kind of answered a really good defense with, I think they gave up 1 tick. It was dominant from them. So you're looking to answer back with that same level of efficiency if you can. It's a great streak from Nasty towards the tail end of that round. You go on 6 straight. You're feeling so good. But not sure where the issue's at yet. It is a controller issue, I've been told. So we'll see if one's going to be swapped out or what the deal is. Hopefully get back to it as quick as we can, but thank God we have a timeout feature.
Yeah, at least to start a control round.
It's true, it's true. Before it actually gets going. But we'll slow our rolls for a second here as we start to get into the map. Maybe a chance for both teams to kind of take a breath, especially maybe it's kind of hurts, I think, for Surge. You know, you're down 0-2. You have a really good defensive round. You maybe want to ride that momentum. You get a little break here. Maybe allows FaZe to regain after that. But at the same time, it's also up 2-0 for FaZe. So you're probably feeling okay.
No, I think a great round 1, though, from Surge. That's how you have to respond, especially on defense. Because how many times do we see a round 1 offense win on protocol, and it just sort of lights out? Game is over, so you needed that response early.
We're going to take a look real quick while we wait for the guys to get going here and the controller issue to be resolved. We're going to check out some of the highlights from the protocol in the winners bracket final, because, again, they faced off on this a couple of times. They just did face off on it. It was a 3-1 victory. In case maybe you missed that winners bracket final, how it played out. You had to get it done through a 2-3-5 if you are FaZe. Why we were so high on the hard points for this Surge team, because you won the 2 there. You've also won everything outside of a pair of vaults really over the course of these 3 matchups that they've had. But now you come in and strike first if you're FaZe, you take that search and destroy, you're in a really incredible control, but that's exactly what you need for your Surge set, exactly what you need. One dominant round, one thing to get it going, maybe get the nerves out if there are some. It's like they've been playing on main stage all weekend. You've been playing on a Sunday, but I'm sure a final feels a little bit different, especially when you're players that have never won before. You've never won that first. Do you remember how you felt like the first time, like the first one was in reach? That was like 30 years ago.
Yeah, it's a long time ago.
What year was the first?
2010.
Yeah, that's 15 years ago. Holy hell!
All right.
So now you don't probably remember. I'm not. Listen, when I have some chances to joke about age, I'm going to, Joe, because they're becoming far in between where I have the opportunity.
As soon as you throw them at me, I mean, they're just coming back to you.
Yeah, true. Oh God, I was probably casting that. No, not quite yet. But whatever the controller issue is, I swear, players should have a backup and get this thing swapped out. Although that's got to be frustrating. Okay, I've just heard they're getting back into it, so I think we're going to be okay to go in a second here.
Yeah, we're good to go.
We are? Okay, all right. Yeah, good to go. Back to the grand final. Controller issue resolved. Whatever the hell was going on, we're back into it. Surge, dominant in the round 1, trying to string that into now their offense on Sims POV, at least for the underground route, to see what he can find. Timing, though, is going to be great. Or
find some spawn kills, Celium. Close, it was close. Neptune almost re-snapped there, but Cell so good short range with the AR. Ooh, those players were weak.
Yeah, it's taking out an ankle there as the Knightaires go down by 04. Nasty still on that streak. Nice shots there from 04, just on his back. Chilling. But you already have more progress than FaZe were able to get. There's the first tick in. Feeling good about that and done it efficiently so far with a little bit of a life advantage.
And again, you just got nobody forward, right? Where round 1 for Surge, they constantly had people in the base of FaZe. 8 in a row, looking for 9, and the Hellstorm, there it is. 8 points about to be complete, minute added on. Well, it needs one more bullet. The pistol not gonna cut it. Abizi's gonna reach out, actually catches the timing to find one.
I mean, Nasty was the big story of the first 2 matchups for these guys when Surge won them. I mean, he's like plus 25 in both of their series. Was an absolute demon in that matchup, trying to get back into that form, doing a good job early in this one. You have the minute extension, you have a 90 seconds to work with towards B. FaZe hanging on for dear life. They may be stunning up a teammate there. It's nasty, but everything else is clicking. No opening so far, though, toward B. We'll see what Booza's luck's going to be like.
You see what FaZe are doing. They're just trying to make sure nobody is pinching through the flank. I assume they think they're missing somebody. Hard focus on that side of the map, but I mean, I guess they have to, right? Nobody is on the objective until now. That's going to be Nasty stepping on forward, but just trying to control the middle of the map is FaZe. He's behind the AR. Celium and Draza get it done.
Beautiful win there from a forward. Unfortunately, you lost the rest of your teammates. You're tagged up, and that sends everybody back to spawn. And now with 50 seconds remaining, you're pinned in. This is what we saw a lot of in that winner's bracket final. Once FaZe got to this position, so much of the clock going to get milked. The life differential would just be destructive by time it was done. Still sitting around 5. Nasty trying to get out with the route. Well, nearly going to chest bump one. Self, though, able to hit the backslide out and take that. What's going to be left? What opportunity time-wise is going to be here by the time you finally get out of this? One way to get out is to work it underground. Well, dropping down. His teammate got it. Under 20 seconds to go. Cell's streak now comes to an end. 0-4. Oh my God. He had the read. And now, unfortunately, you're at risk of both of you ending up dropping. But you have no respawns remaining. Only 4 lives to go. The defense not quite as good for FaZe, but looks like it's good enough to secure a round win.
Yeah, I mean, after losing A and being down in lives, it's what you needed to do. They made sure nobody was able to pinch on through. Draws are going to be very close to a streak.
Yeah.
Maybe to match that Hellstorm on the side of Nasty. But yeah, you have to take advantage if you're Surge. Just have to carry that forward.
Yeah, well, 3-1. Oh, sorry, 3-0, right? 3-0 in this department. FaZe have got to get something better on offense. It's just, I mean, I know you get kind of picked early. Your whole setup gets destroyed when Neptune gets in, but like you just never really recover. And it's not like you were getting spawn killed. It's not like, I don't know, the 2 subs were running around in your base, running rampant and picking you apart. You just were constantly staggered and never got a real good look at the objective.
Yeah, I feel like Celium's the best at sort of locking down that staircase, locking down Zip, or one of the best. But Surge have had his number at times. We'll see if he can continue to do that. If Surge can continue to do that, or will Celium get comfortable?
Well, Cell opens it this time around. They read the timing. They're able to deal with one that's pushed
gets
through.
Another one.
Cell gets the one that pushes through. Draza wins that, and that's going to be some big progress early on. You deal with Nasty, but maybe he bought enough time, at least for teammates, to battle back into position. Maybe get rid of the trophy first. As you're trying to get rid of the trophy, though, you're going to get shut down. So annoying there, I'm sure, for Abizi, but still a foothold early for FaZe. Number 6 in Abuza. See what he's going to be able to do. Simp just gets fried around the edge, and there's a great recovery in sequence from Surge.
Well, I was about to say FaZe. All right, they're picking up on the flanks often now. They're making sure nobody is making the plays, but it's the players in the front line that are just getting smoked. Abizi and Simto trying to respond. They're at least pausing the clock. 5 HP for Abizi, but it doesn't matter. He's able to play his life for now.
But every time they get onto A, every time there is somebody that's gotten through. This time it's Neptune they're still looking for. They're able to find Neptune. Now maybe you find some progress. Tags in from Draws over the top. He's going to go ahead and push it forward. Leave it for Abizi to get in. Maybe switch positions here. Maybe you'd like to have that flipped around, but at least Draws has got a sub in Hound. Draws is still able to find the kill. Second tick is done. Draws gets shut down, but you're looking for the minute extension, and that should be here in a moment. Cell trying to make sure it gets through.
Yeah, just the crossfire from Cell. Again, they found Nasty on the bench through top middle. Well, A going to be done. So now 4 life advantage, a minute 40 here for FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, when they're doing a good job of dealing with the pinch, with the flank routes, they win a lot of offenses. Can they continue to do it? Beezy put into a tough position. Not going to hit really many bullets there once he swaps over to the AR.
Yeah, centering just a bit off
yeah,
the
like
left.
a hair to the left. And now, uh-oh, you lose that fight. Suddenly Abuza's on 5 straight, and suddenly you're back to spawn. You still have, I mean, a minute or so to work with, but how much time goes off? I got no idea. Simp's just bait there, like this is jetpacks.
Yeah, I mean, Cell, it's like, I'm telling you, I mean, I was nasty at jetpacks, but it doesn't matter. 0-4. He's up to 4 in a row.
They got to shut this guy down. And while they need to get quick kills and get out of spawn, the only person down the other side of the map is going to be Simp. So you're relying on Simp to make some kind of disruption, to make some openings for your teammates to get out. Abizi can't get across. Draza still finding it difficult in spawn. Neptune trying to tuck away and make sure Simp doesn't catch him. Abizi's in hell right now. I think he's barely made it out of spawn for 3 or 4 lives in a row. Still 30 seconds to go. Abuza, incredible shots, but he's still in between two players. Now you're able to pause the clock. You've got the help there. That's going to be 3 dead. That's going to call off the streak. So I guess good thing is, FaZe, you force this out. Good thing for Surge, you have this to actually utilize.
Cell shot it again. Cell shot it.
Did he actually?
Yeah, Cell shoots it. So you have 3 players on this. It connects with nobody. They are flying. Surge has to get here. 3 players on it. Celium gets 2. Celium gets the third. And the Hellstorm. Are you kidding me?
That is just disgusting stuff. I'm like, why is nobody moving off the point? Like, they understand they're about to get smoked, right?
Nope.
Cell is shooting missiles, shooting bodies, shooting players, shooting his shot. This guy, Cell, is a freak of nature. 20 and 10 right now, and FaZe right back in control of this map in the series.
Yeah, there's just sort of like this 30-second
we've seen
pause
this much
where both
attention
teams are
on
fighting
Cell
for
since
map control, but the
MW2.
players from FaZe who were able to get out, like Simp, on the Surge side, they just waited. They just took their time, a lot of discipline. All right, where is Surge going to set up? They found those picks, and then, what, 3-4 dead? You force that missile out, but it doesn't matter for Celium.
Well, now you got to get an offensive round win here. If you're Surge, you're in an 0-3 hole in this final. And you know what? For this team, we're not done yet, but, you know, this is one step, right? You proved you're a contender. You've made it to a final, but you'd like to put up more of a fight, right? Not go out with a whimper. And then win this offense, get Neptune. Make some insane plays for this squad. Nearly done with A. Should finish this here. It looks like you're setting up D for the most part. Oh God, so you're gonna get the point and 3. You should be able to transition this big time. The one guy that can get something done is gonna be Simp again. He was the one guy on offense, now maybe the one guy on defense that can make a route and disrupt this, but he's checking everywhere. He is able to get one in a booze on the backside. Now on his teammates to do it from the other end of it, and they're able to shut it down. So they'll get all 4. And now you'll fan back out, but that's a good chunk. I mean, you get 1 tick, you get the first point done.
Yeah, no, Ford, that's some rough timing there, right? He shoots the doors open.
Ooh,
and I think that player is just able to jump across and get that first kill there for FaZe. But now opening up the map again is 0-4. Some great shots through Spiral. Trying to work this objective is already through.
For Surge, you have 2 minutes to work with. You have a ton of time. You're finding lives. You just need to avoid like a 3-4 down where everyone gets forward, and it's happening right now. Like, this is exactly what FaZe need, exactly what Surge do not need. It's time getting wasted. The SMGs continue to win some big fights, but you're still really not in the best position. Still lurking, though, is going to be Simp at 04, does deal with that. So big gunfight win there. They push out the map again. You're going to have a BC on the other side, though. What disruption does he find?
There's maybe a chance. He is caught. Abuza's got to win this. Got to win this and not going to. So that allows Simp then to go as soon as Abizi's able to win. The second tick, though, about to come on through, so not out of the water yet is FaZe.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not, but you can't get pinned in. Last time you dealt with this pretty well, but opportunity to happen maybe again. You deal with the BZ quickly, you deal with Simp quickly. Neptune and company deal with that so well. Another opportunity for FaZe to put this map away. Now onto the point they go with the quickness. Last tick, ripping and roaring. Neptune firing all cylinders. He has been incredible within this round, and there you go. You needed it to get to the round 5, and you're able to do
round
it.
5.
And what a job bouncing back from multiple times you're 3-4 dead. You've got Simp and Abizi pinching your base.
Honestly, both teams, right? Because FaZe, they go 3 or 4 dead a couple of times, then they respond with a 3 or 4 dead. It's just this back and forth battle. But because the objective work you did earlier in the round, getting multiple players on the zone, just allowed you, once you had your final chance to get out of your base, they're able to win it.
Well, I think we talk about that resilience so much because on a map like Protocol, how often do we see, like,
to be over?
Yes. Like, it's just, they fold. A team folds. They're 3-4 dead and just can never actually bounce back from it. There, you saw both teams showing what they're capable of, kind of never out of a round, always able to make something happen, whether it's offense or defense. Round 5, though, and this is everything for Surge. It feels like you have got to get a map win here. You've got to get a foothold in this series.
You see how good they've been in round 5s. 5-2, 4-6 for the other side of FaZe. But yeah, just how good that defense was in round 1 earns you the round 5.
Yeah, usually, I mean, if you give up 0 ticks,
you're good to go.
Yeah, if you go to round 5, you should be in a great spot. Trying to make this progress happen. Raza almost able to finesse that into a second fight, but what a read there, or call out for the teammate to have Abuza snap back and take out Abizi. Because Abizi can be ruthless from that position, but Abuza shuts it down. Sim knows there's one here, able to peek, but Nasty is looking over the top, so instant trade. We've got another body here in Abizi and sell back to the steps. We're challenging that, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you're hoping you have the team shot with
Yeah,
Draza,
a bit of an overshell, though, you would think, right? Maybe they're worried about the pinch. Someone was going to pick that up off a spawn, but Draza here with an AR. He's like, I got this, don't worry. So trying to get that minute extension, slowing the map down. Sim able to find the one player on the plane. Surge are going to go for this. But instead, it's going to be 3 dead, but this sets up Abuza. Abuza was able to find the timing on the zip line.
And he's just going to go. They really want to stop this. He's just throwing bodies at it. All right, there's the point secured. Lives, I don't know, not too much separation. 2 between them, phase advantage, but 2 minutes now to go, and you've got to be so good here defensively. Neptune is still pushed up and kind of lost. There you can see all the arrows trying to hunt him down. Sims POV through X-Ray, he's not gonna be able to help from that side of it.
Well, I think that's big because last time, right, when you did get 4 bodies, the one player who was alive was Sim, and he just sort of waited, disciplined, allowed his teammates to get to him. That's when they were able to win that offense. This time, though, it will be Celium, his turn to try and stay alive, but they're hunting him down. Neptune's starting to win all his ones.
Time still there, but dwindling. A little over a minute to go. Still about even in lives. The route in from 04. He's on 4 straight. We hop POVs quickly on over to Nasty, who's just able to get away and play his life. You've had FaZe just hunting for players for the last minute, which bodes well for your chances, but sometimes it's just a moment. It's one moment and you're out and battling. Oh God, I did not think Abuza was winning that.
No, I didn't either. I was like, Draza is a freak, but it doesn't matter. There is a quick trade, so forward pressure is up. Gotta deal with these players, will they? They sure do. Neptune off spawn, takes down Abizi. On the other side, it will be 04 through Spiral. Just 40 seconds to go.
2 dead. Maybe your best opportunity now to get a body onto the point. This will be 3 dead. Draza going huge late in this one. All 4 now gonna be dead. Coming off the spawn, trying to battle back is Surge. They've got to clutch up, but Abizi with a big one. Suddenly from the depths of a round loss, maybe is a victory here. Simp on the other side of it, no respawns remaining. You're just simply running out of lives if you're Vancouver Surge. A centimeter to go. Can somebody battle back onto the point? Trying to get it done. It's going to be down to Draza. Draza's got 2 on him. They're able to hold it, but there's only 1 player left. They shut it down.
And that's game.
FaZe
3.
take a wild round 5 of control in a 3-0 edge in this best of 7. Surge in such a good spot until things just collapse late. And that's what I was saying. Sometimes it's just a moment. 1, 3, 4 dead, and all hell breaks loose. Especially when you're like when you're like a 10-10 in lives. That 1-4 dead could be the difference.
No, I mean, like, it's honestly a couple of moments. Like, yes, to get out of the base is huge, but then they win like every individual battle after that, and then they just have this discipline as FaZe. You see it a lot on Hacienda where they just get to their positions,
they used all their gas against Ultra.
Made them panic, right? Made them make the first move. As soon as we get that first kill, that is the domino, in we go. Nobody does it better in control.
And that might be where the biggest edge is in this series. Like you just said, like maybe not a lot of pressure on Vancouver Surge here. You know, kind of the first time for this team to a grand final. But like in those moments, in those icy moments, late in maps, in a hard point, in a Surge, I mean, you got to think that's where you probably have the advantage of your face. You've just seen this a million times. And Cell is further progressing his MVP shots here. Yeah, 31 non-traded, 34 in 20. Just a bomb out of Cell. His great finals continue.
And he also just does it, I mean, on offense, right? Where it's just not easy a lot of the times as an AR to find those kills. Like, yes, you have top ammo, but I'm telling you, no one does it quite like him on this map.
Cell getting comfortable. Surge in trouble now. I mean, after you lose that opening hard point, we were a little bit worried, but now 0-3 hole, you're gonna have to rip off 4 straight. Listen, we've had some reverse sweeps in best of 7s, best of 5s, one time in a best of 9, but it is not easy to do. All you can do, have Ray, your coach, talk to you map by map. You start to take momentum.
Well, now you're starting to get to your bread and butters if you are, though, Surge, right? You're going to a Hacienda hardpoint, where they have probably been the best Hacienda hardpoint team in the world the last couple of weeks. You know, after that, you have a red card Search and Destroy. Like, you're starting to get some more comfort picks, but yeah, it starts here with the hardpoint. This Hacienda, well, obviously it's massive chance. If FaZe wins it, tournament is done.
Well, now every map is certainly the map. Oh.
But yeah, it starts with one.
You just gotta flip it, man. Like, you just win, like, you get like 2 maps, then suddenly the whole Silver Surfer thing starts breathing down the neck of Atlanta FaZe. But right now, they're just all smiles. They're all, you know, when you talk about teams and like how we talk about, like, I don't know, Optic when they won a major last year, like their first major they won, like it's every clutch moment, every icy moment they were able to come up big in. Just feels like you're getting a little bit out with FaZe this weekend. Like, I know they've lost some hard points, but when it's like these 1v1s, little clutches.
Down 5-4, yeah.
Yes, they've been able to clutch up and get it won. And you just start to believe in yourself. It's like, whatever the situation is, we're going to win that round.
Yeah, do it there a couple of times on offense and control. Yeah, just all those little scenarios where they're trapped. They're like, we'll do this.
Yep, we'll do this. And it's what helps when you've got that core 3 team together for better part of a decade, it feels like. But it has been a long, long time. But we talk about Surge and what they were able to do in map 4s in stage 2. You know, we talked about the stat for map 1s for FaZe, how good it was. For map 4s, it is Surge, 11-1. And now, well, the biggest map 4 really of a lot of these guys' careers. Trying to stay alive in this final. And yeah, you get to one of your beauty picks. You get to a Hacienda. They can be disgusting here. We saw them against Ultra, how good they can be. It's just one of those situations where you hope they're not broken. And I don't think they are, but it's just, it cannot be easy on a main stage in an 0-3 hole.
Yeah, you're just climbing a mountain. That's what it is.
A tiny mountain, if you're climbing over the FaZe players. BZ and Cell, though. Map 1 this series. I mean, but Cell, I mean, listen, that's a great stat for him and BZ, but what? You have that map 1.
11-2.
Map 2, you go 11-2. What was it, 35-20 or 34-20, whatever it was in the control. I mean, Cell is having one of those kind of all-time grand finals right now.
Well, he's just like one of the guys, again, like even their winter bracket final, he was the only guy positive versus the Surge team. It felt like he was the only one finding multi-kills, just playing his life, doing what he does. It was everyone else that were struggling in those hard points.
Yeah.
And now you're getting everyone else a little bit more involved.
One of those things that makes, you know, kind of your super teams or your all-star lineups like Atlanta FaZe so dangerous is, yeah, one guy's not having a good time. We can still step up and get a win. And like Draws has said, and I've repeated multiple times, like when we're not playing great COD, when we're not all shooting, we want to play a Call of Duty, we want to play a type of game that we're still able to win maps. And they've done that because you've gotten, you know, I think Simps the GOAT. You've got the lackluster maps out of him. They're still winning maps. That's due to the other superstars you've got in this lineup.
Well, we're going to have a little, I mean, look at the difference here. First in rotation for FaZe versus the best breaking team on Hacienda.
And this is also, as much as this is a story for Surge, this is a story for me for FaZe. Like, this was the map you tried so desperately to work into your rotation. You played it 5 times during the qualifier. You never looked great, but you've worked on it big time, and when you've needed it here at the major so far, you've been able to win it. Can you win it now to close it out? It's one of those things I think when you're a player, like, it just shows the work has paid off. Because they've had a couple series like be a little bit sketchy because they've tried to work on this in an online qualifier match. For FaZe, though, chance to close it out with a swift 4-0 in a grand final. Surge, maybe the first step in that tiny mountain as they try to climb over the FaZe players. Simto getting to work early, and he is one of the better Hacienda players in the world. 0-4 is disturbingly agile.
Oh, okay, nice shots by Draza.
Yeah, if he would have got that too. Had me feeling some type of way early. Draza goes relying on his own gunning and then the crossfire from his teammates. But these rotations going to be the conversation, like you said. #1 in rotating for FaZe. #1 in breaking for Seattle Surge. And what they do really well here is how patient the breaks are. Like, right, they set up, they take their time. It's a beautiful thing to watch.
Yeah, 04's already here. 1 second left. He's actually going to get picked. So 3 versus 4 on this break attempt. Here jumps the first one, though. So quick through lobby. There's #1. Ooh. Almost found the second. Well, now they're going to find 3. So all down to Celium.
Yeah, but when it's all down to Celium, Cell sometimes just kills everyone.
Yeah, he sure.
Oh, he stopped shooting. Got a little bit of help there as it got sketchy, but the one guy close, yeah, they had a lot of deaths, but they were around the hard point, right? They weren't on the hard point. So Cell really has had to win a one-on-one. Now Simp starting to pick you apart, moving, grooving, finally dropping. Not a big advantage, but a bit of one, and you build that here at the P2. And for FaZe, usually the P2, not the best for them. It's really a rock where they can be lights out, but that's a great P2 despite the fact that you go 3 down.
You're going for this one more time if you are Surge. Fight in the final 15. Is it going to pay off? But BZ needed one more bullet there, so they're going to get some scrap time, but this will allow FaZe to get it set up towards fences. So the #1 break team going to need a big break in Draza. He has so much intel going on this route. Great play from him. Second player is tagged. He's got the sub. He's going to clean it up, and now they know exactly where Surge are spawning.
It's just playing into the narrative perfectly. We talk about the rotating team versus the breaking team. Pressure continues to be on FaZe to hold. Pressure continues to be on Surge to break. Draza, though, starting to streak it, and the timing on the route looks like it's going to work out perfectly here as he's able to, I thought, get the kill right before his teammate dropped, but never mind. He ends up being a half-second late. The trophy out into the point. Draza doing it with whatever weapon. You know what a flex he can be. Draws heating up now on 5 straight. He's triple positive.
Yeah, he's just dodging nades, and while they're learning that they know the spawns.
Did you just dodge the nade in real life, too? I swear I saw you just
No, I was like, I thought he was about to hit by a nade.
Oh.
You know, I am agile.
That streak, though, dumb, but still 40-point lead for FaZe. And I mean, if they close it out on this Harpo, I'll tell you what, I didn't expect to be taking both, but MacArthur. MacArthur firing right now. 7 straight. He gets another 12 and 4. Celium, he's a dirty, dirty man.
Yeah, he's going to look for the Hellstorm as well. He's going to get set up on this objective. Well, sometimes we talk about the weakness of Hacienda for FaZe. This is the strength, though. This P4. Nobody does it better than them.
Dealing with it okay so far, but you go 2 for 2. Reinforcement spawns coming in, both sides trying to spin across. Maybe an opening now for Seattle Surge, for Vancouver Surge to do this. Wall bangs though from Cell, trying to get the back of the fight, but your best breaking team here, able to get that break, and they needed it. You're still able to battle back into this quickly though if you are FaZe. Try to recover, contest some of this time, or just take this time.
This is big time.
Big time for Abizi and Co. Now up 50. We get into our second set of rotations, and yeah, I mean, FaZe have had the early rotation. They've held a little bit better than Surge have broken, right?
Yeah, I mean, it just comes out of this lane right now. When you're going to rotate early, a couple players are going to be double positive. I mean, everyone is positive. That pretty much means you're winning, right? Because the break attempts are not working for the side of Surge. The one good thing was this guy in MC didn't get a Hellstorm. But that's about it. Surge are going to need this P2.
So that's your one positive.
It is
for Surge. That's probably not good. Double positive is Cell. You just feel the wheels starting to come off of this. Surge needs some kind of like rocker-like eruption if they're going to bring this back. But nobody in the point for now. Play clock ticking. Surge trying to get in.
Nope.
Take whatever time they can get. They're still spawning out towards P2. Deep towards Garden will be draws popping. So
they're going to spawn out. They might spawn out here. This is a lot of forward pressure in 15 seconds. And yeah, you see those 2 players spawn all the way out. They're trying to hunt down 04 before the reinforcements can get there. 5 seconds before this hill pops. They know exactly where the push is. Drazen knows it, reading the map, puts some tags in. Neptune, though, is able to find one. I mean, a crazy job, but he's got to go for it.
Too.
You have the early setup again if you were a FaZe. They'll get somebody into the point. They're fanning on both sides of it. Maybe a really awkward timing there at Rock. We'll see. Draza sort of picks up for a second, then wraps back. I don't know if anyone's picked it up yet. That's been an open.
I told you, they were just in the back riding down strats.
Pick that up and deal with it. You had nearly a perfect P2 last time through. Doing it again here. Simp now on 5 in a row at 16 and 9. Yeah, Surge is just getting beaten up and bruised. Their hardpoint magic seems to have run out. Lead now up to 100.
Easy's the shots in this team.
FaZe at times on Sundays for their performances. Sometimes their struggles in grand finals. I'm not seeing any struggles right now. This is belt to ass. They are just beating them down on Hacienda.
No, I mean, listen, like a lot of the times with P2, it's sort of that first break attempt, and they're just dealing with it perfectly if you are the side of FaZe. Like, yes, you're getting some forward pressure from Surge. It's just you're not getting the kills on the objective. Or it's a 2 versus 2 there, and then they're winning those gunfights. Finally, you have a setup early if you are Surge.
Okay, maybe that triple. If this is Rocker, I think maybe that triple. That one play. And suddenly that team is a different beast, but still, maybe that little effort.
Yeah, that 3-piece is crazy.
Another one?
Yeah, here we go. Triple into triple. Neptune. Dancing in front. Okay, here we go. They're powering up. They're powering up. Gets all forward as Neptune. You were down about 100, but hold up
Oh
a
my
second
God.
now. Starting
Fire
to rip.
streak.
It's just, is this too much to overcome? You gotta love what you're seeing, but it was just such a massive hole. But on a map like this, you can string together some hard points, Joe.
Yeah, BC's gonna spawn up
here
though.
we go.
Just gonna rotate, but yeah, now it's a foot race. You see number 6 Abuza. He's gonna cut this off, and well, maybe we're gonna have a rocker-like comeback.
6 straight for Neptune, right back to his 7 for him. Trying to pick up all sides, not able to get the Hellstorm or win the kill, but now let's focus out to Rock. So one of the few times you get an early setup for Surge, they've got a hold, FaZe have got a break. The timing on for Abuza around the point that a stun's gonna hit. Multiple players not able to see anything, but FaZe able to come up with the kills. They can hold, they can break, and that might have been Surge's back broken as they get into Rock and they're nearing victory.
I mean, you had the numbers. It was a 2 versus 3, but it's just a couple of multi-kills from Draza and Simp that get that break and now put them closer to 200 points.
Come in swinging again to Surge. The slide's on point. There's another multi-kill that might be the difference. The BZ, it's able to do it, so you have the final domino in position. The closer and quicker spawns coming in. Rock, so good for FaZe again. And as you chipped away behind some big plays from 04 and Neptune, you're right back out to nearly a 100-point advantage. Now we get into our 3rd set of rotations, and you're praying for a miracle if you're Surge.
Feels like you're starting to win a couple more gunfights, though, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Yeah, momentum's starting to shift, and that P2 is coming on up. It's just, if you're FaZe, what do you want to do here? Do you just want to sort of chip away towards that 250 on a P1 like this? Again, staying very disciplined is FaZe, trying to find that first pick.
I'll tell you what, if there's the start of some crazy comeback, like in this series, it'd be coming back down 100. But as I'm talking through that, you go 4 dead, and it's another good setup for
We're
this.
just trying to put it into the air. We want to keep gassing.
No, we're trying. We're trying. Surge obviously battling as well, but plucking him out of the map. Out of the hard point will be a BZ. He's got coverage there as well from his teammates. They've been so good at P2. They only need 30 more points, and they're about to head to a P2. You still have, I mean, this is incredible time if you can get it here inside of the point as well. Another 15 seconds you can earn it. Once again, everybody dropping for Surge. Last guy going to be Nasty. FaZe.
And they flipped the map.
Tasted another
But you
championship.
see, chat, this is what happens
The
when a
hard
team
point wasn't great maybe to start Sunday.
plays
It
the
hasn't been
objective
there
altogether.
at times for them in championships. So right now, it has been there. You're able to win one. You're looking
This
to win
is
the
what happens
second
when teams
one.
play the
Adding
objective
to your
together.
resume,
They
adding
all
to
have
your
a minute in
legacy.
time.
This FaZe team is absolutely unreal. Just 5 needed to close it out. Last swing in from Surge. It is done. Tacked on another one.
Called it, chat.
For the young gods.
Called it.
You blink, and it's over.
Yeah, that was a fast one. We were expecting the battle here for Surge. Listen, you got there. It's step 1. They are a contender now, and I'm excited to see what these guys are going to do. They're one of the best stories we've had this year.
Yeah, I mean, what a stage for them. Minor 2 final, Major 2 final. Just have to improve upon it. That's the goal.
They'll try to improve upon that, but improve it upon their legacy is Atlanta FaZe. Your 2025 Major 2 champions, Atlanta FaZe.
Okay, so I was like, let me fix my hair real quick. Abuza's fucking corn. Might be so, yeah. Yeah.
Texas one more time. Give a round of applause to the 2025 Major 2 champions.
I don't know, my boy Hades is fucking happy in the front row.
Driver here, take this mic, man. Yet again, you was talking to me in an interview right before. You said we want to go for this 3-peat. EWC champions, Major 1 champions, and now Major 2 champions. How does it feel to bring the dynasty back on top?
I mean, at this point, it's just getting boring. Like,
3 back-to-back to fucking back. Are we serious? We're the fucking best in the game. And I love my teammates. Huge shout out to them, the coaches, everything we've been doing to win these majors. I feel like we've been on top of it. We've been going so hard every day. And I just love the team I'm playing with, and I'm super happy to be teaming with them.
Man, and I know they're happy to be playing with you as well, okay? FaZe getting yet another one. Pass the mic on over there to Beezy, okay? Too easy for Beezy. Everybody make some noise for Beezy. Beezy, that is your 13th series win in a row on land. Talk to me about how does it feel to be that dominant?
I mean, we're just so good. I mean, our team is disgusting. I mean, today we were just firing on all cylinders. I mean, we lost 2 hard points, bounced back in the finals, and ended up winning 2 hard points. So, I mean, I couldn't ask for a better way to end it.
Absolutely evolving and leveling up on the spot. And speaking of that, pass the mic one more time, okay? Show some love to Simp, everybody. Boy. I think we have some MVP chants coming out for a little bit, okay? But before we even get to that, man, talk to me about how does it feel to be able to pick up another win and just show everybody how dominant you guys are when it comes to land?
Oh, it feels amazing, especially after winning the first tournament of the year. I mean, to come back, I feel like you have to go even harder. You can't get complacent. I mean, we did that. And I mean, like Tyler said, we lost 2 hard points in the first series against them and just bounced back 1-2, and I feel like we're just godlike.
Man, you guys are definitely godlike. Are they pretty godlike, Texas? Pass the mic on down.
It's gonna be
now,
fucking.
Texas, help me out this time.
I appreciate you guys.
And I would like to officially announce you are the MVP, Celium, of this tournament. Okay?
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys, for real.
Sale, you were frying.
Knew he
in this
would be
series,
because he was the last one on the mic.
Doing everything on the board to bring this win in, okay? How does it feel to be able to pick up this win?
I mean, it feels good. I mean, I'm playing with the 3 best players in the world, so, I mean, it's the best feeling in the world, you know?
It doesn't get better than that, okay? Now, talk to me about these fans in the crowd, everyone that's supporting you guys. What do you want to say to everybody at home?
I want to shout out everyone who's been supporting us since day one, you know? I mean, all of us see the tweets, all of us see the love, so I appreciate all of you guys for showing love and stuff, you know? For coming out to these events and showing love.
You heard it here from Atlanta FaZe, everybody. One more time, Texas, in the chat, in the watch party. Give a congratulations to your Major 2 champions, Atlanta FaZe.
Back-to-back-to-back champions. And we're not just talking about EWC into Major 1, into Major 2. This is their 3rd Major 2 victory in a row across 3 different Call of Duty titles. No one can compete with Atlanta FaZe at this time during the year. What was the difference this time around against Vancouver? Because a 4-0 is a beatdown, Jay.
It was the hard points, man. The fact that they started off the series by taking such a tight hard point that they really haven't played in quite some time on Protocol. They're still probably the best Protocol HP team in the game. And then you chain that to being the best Search and Destroy team in the game. You're automatically up 2-0, a grueler over Control. Now you're up 3-0. All momentum is on your side. It's just so hard of your Vancouver to be down 0-3, go into one of your preferred maps, and try to perform the way that you usually do.
I'll tell you what the difference is, Chris. It is experience. They have been here so many times. You get to a grand final, and you just got guys that can, you know, get that extra gear. And it was Celium today. He was on another level. Super deserving of that MVP.
No,
time
Jacob
and
don't
time
coach
again,
anymore.
making massive plays.
He used to coach the C's, but then he retired.
Yeah, we were talking about it in the green room. Who else can get in their way? Super teams formed to take this squad down. We saw it with Optic last year. We saw it with LA Thieves in the offseason. Allie, neither of those squads were closed quite yet.
I mean, we tried a couple times this year, right? Like, we got excited when a team like Vancouver Surge started to beat them more than once. We got excited when LA Thieves roster was created because, again, Atlanta FaZe set the expectation. They set the standard of creating a Call of Duty team right now. And at some point, we got to start talking about it being dicey because it's ridiculous. They're consistent across the board. It is unreal. They are undeniable. They are disgusting.
After taking that control, I knew this was going to be a clean 4-0. I changed my flight. I'm leaving in about an hour. So, Jay, let's break it down. We've talked about just how good they are, but how rich are these kids?
Oh, my God.
It's crazy, man. Like, it is insane how much money these guys have. World champions, you're winning basically every single tournament, and even if you're not winning it, you're in the grand finals. They are just securing bags every time they turn around.
At the end of your career, though, nothing means more than an MVP honor. It means you were the greatest player in the venue. venue and this weekend, his name was MacArthur. Let's take a look at some of the best that we've seen from this young man.
It has been so hard to decide an MVP when it comes
Last
to
time to tell
Atlanta
Ghostly he
FaZe.
should have
We
gone.
usually pick it out of a hat. Celium, we have indexes named after him because of how consistent and insane he is at every game. But this grand final was another level. This is a Celium I feel like we have not seen in quite some time, man.
Yeah, and you know, last year people were saying like, where's that dog in MC?
Yeah.
He's got to get that back, play with some swagger. And I think he has a hybrid of like his old play style and the new one we saw throughout last year, and he's put it all together now, right? Like when he needs to be the guy like playing the spawns and blocking, he does that. We saw, we highlighted it earlier. When he needs to be the guy to make the clutch play, he does that, right? So he has just sort of figured out his game. He's still evolving to this point, and he just has these performances sometimes. And when you just remember, that guy can be the best in the world.
Oh yeah, and I'm thankful as hell that I got this guy on my fantasy team because someone in the CDL talent squad is getting cooked. But when you look at this grand finals, map 1, 1.4, 5.5.
That is unbelievable. Who is he? That guy's a guy. And he's talking so much trash, right? Bringing personality to the team, getting in his opponent's head. Like, Celium is that guy.
I do think him talking trash to 04 was the highlight of my day. 04, I hope you get to bark back at him eventually. But for now, Atlanta FaZe are the kings of Texas, the kings of Major 2, and our champions once again. Let's take a look at their road. It started with a 3-0 over the Rocker. After taking them down, they dismantled Cloud9 in a 3-1. Surge's winners bracket finals was the closest match we've seen against this squad. And in the rematch, FaZe weren't letting them anywhere near their trophy.
Not at all. And you know, I was worried because we've seen FaZe do this where they have a really good winners bracket run and then something happens on Sunday, but they definitely got tired of second place because they have been unreal. Something has changed, and my God, not only 100 more points to set them so far behind literally everybody else, but also 150,000. Are we serious?
So rich.
They're so rich, dude.
I can't believe
Congratulations to
Over video
Vancouver
games, dude.
Surge. More than the $90,000. They needed the 75 points this weekend, and they will jump up into our top 4 as they will be right behind Toronto Ultra. Great stuff across the board here, and a fantastic weekend once again down in Allen, Texas, Nameless.
Yeah, Allen, Texas showed up, man. Listen, even their hometown team got knocked out. They still showed up, showed love and support, and we got some interesting chants. I think my takeaway from this weekend, though, is I love when the players are facing each other.
Yes.
We got trash talk every single series. It was spicy in here. Storylines continue.
And of course, as we say goodbye to everyone here in the venue, we got to show some love to the man who makes it all possible. He hits the buttons,
Let's go,
he calls the
Mike.
cameras. It's the birthday of Michael Liu. 8 years as the director of the Call of Duty League. We wouldn't be as good as we are without that man.
Yeah, he makes us look good. He's the director, and we're going to go golf soon, Mike, okay?
Hey, Mike, it's time to
The
win an
shoulder's
Emmy.
recovering.
We'll do it at Major 3. For now, let's go to the after party. Thanks for tuning in to Major 2. Atlanta FaZe are once again crowned your champions.
Alright, YouTube. GG's to fucking Atlanta FaZe for making fucking Major 2 champions here in Texas, man. But that's gonna go ahead and do it for the CDL weekend, man. I appreciate y'all hanging out. I'll catch you guys over on Twitch and Kick back on Monday. We'll be watching Monday Night Raw and possibly play some ranked play for the start of the week. But be on the lookout for the socials and everything later on today to see what else we get into for the week, to see if anybody wants to play anything for the week. Alright, but until then, appreciate y'all hanging out. Appreciate y'all showing love like always, man. And I'll see you guys over on Twitch and Kick on Monday, baby. Peace, peace.